Welcome, everybody, to the Cocodona 250 live stream. We are back for day two. I'm your host, Matt. I'm going to be joined today by a plethora of guest hosts, and we're gonna try to bring you along on this journey as folks adventure uh, from the leaders would have been at Whiskey Row the last time we saw them, and I believe we're going to finish the day uh, at Sedona today. So that's what we have in tap for you today. And it looks like we do have a crew checking in here. Again, we don't have any audio volume, so we won't be able to hear, but we will be able to see if I can find it. Oh, yeah, Jody Seminel. Looks like she is making her way across the incredible Fane Ranch area right now. So there is a bit of a cross-country section through Fane Ranch where you're not on single track, you're not on double track. You're just making your way across what used to be one of the largest cattle ranches in the state of Arizona. Used to span the entire valley floor. And here we are. And once she gets through the Fane Ranch aid station, she'll be making her way up Mingus Mountain. So if you are just tuning in, quite a bit of things happened overnight here. So we will make sure that we check in on all the happenings as Jody is heading over one of the fence crossings. You got to be careful. You see the barbed wire there right at the top. These were constructed and put out by some of our amazing crew here at Aravaipa, so huge shout out to them. And we've got some requests about what happened overnight, and we're going to get to that because we're going to lose Jody here, I believe, as they go through this tunnel. So let's actually go ahead, and a huge thank you to Jody and her crew for checking in here. And again, hopefully throughout the day, we're going to continue to work on our audio issues. And there we go. There is the beautiful Whiskey Row aid station as runners are still making their way through. Rich Myers in the chat. Rich, I didn't see you yesterday. I was a little bit sad, but I appreciate you being in there today. Rich, a wonderful supporter of Aravaipa here. Man Against Horse, a race that happens here locally also in the Fane Ranch area. It's a very expansive area. So, yeah. And so what happened to Michael Versteeg, which is the big kind of, I guess it's probably not breaking at this point, but is probably the big news as of right now is defending champion Michael Versteeg has pulled out of the race. We're going to send it over to our leaderboard here. And I'm just going to move that. I think I made that better. There. And I know it's hard to see too much because of this. I'm going to take this off for 1 second here. Huge shout out to all our sponsors. So we do have Michael Versteeg, Justin Ponelt, Alexandria Benoit, and Timothy Gore all as DNFs. And the big thing there is what we're hearing is Michael Versteeg was having some problems with his back. And so I believe we saw him at the White Rock aid station doing some stretching for his lower back, and yeah, he was doing some stretching that looked like it was for hips back, and then he got to Whiskey Row and called it a day. So again, defending champion Michael Versteeg, he was a last-minute addition to the race. He showed up. He put himself out there and gave it a go to defend his crown. And a huge shout out to Mike for even towing the starting line, and a huge shout out to all of these runners for just showing up, because that's half the battle as we are back here at Whiskey Row in the heart of Prescott. And we've got a few different cameras set up here, so we're going to be able to bring you coverage from Whiskey Row from all the angles here. This is actually a really good view. You can see a little bit of a campfire back in the distance there. Runners getting into Whiskey Row after having gone through the night. Sun just starting to rise there in Prescott. I'm sure they are ecstatic to be at, a pretty sizable aid station, to be able to see their crew again for the first time since Skull Valley at mile 37. So they went about 24 miles without seeing their crew, and I'm sure they are enjoying a little campfire after a long night out. I believe there's also a sleep station here. So a little bit of everything. And then let's actually bring it back to the iPad here to look at the other end of things. So we looked at our DNFs. Let's look at our race leader, and let me just refresh the iPad here. And so race leader Joe McConaughey is through Fane Ranch. It looks like second place runner Jason Coop should be coming to Fane Ranch any moment, and we are going to try to get our drone up, or not Fane Ranch, Mingus Mountain. I apologize. So we are trying to get our drone up at Mingus Mountain so that we can provide you with some more coverage. And we expected the race leaders to be through Mingus already before we started the stream, so it's no surprise that we missed Joe. We're hoping to catch second place runner Jason Coop, who is followed by Annie Hughes, who's followed closely by Annie Hughes. And then about 3 miles back is Killian Korth, and right behind him is the legend himself, the tamer of tigers, the best dressed, as was deemed by our incredible social media director, Jen Laughlin, on Instagram, Jeff Garmeyer. He has been moving up steadily all day. One interesting thing about Jeff is he basically needs no sleep. And so he will get some sleep, but he's going to just keep on pushing through. He's got a lot of experience, just like Joe, at these long FKT attempts. And so it looks like we do have our drone in the sky here at Mingus. As we await our race leaders, we will keep an eye on that as we wait for our second place runner, Jason Coop, who should be coming in any minute now. It looks like he's down by Mingus Lake. So runners are just making this climb up to, around 7,500 feet. Well above 7,000 feet. Gonna be pretty cold, and hopefully we are able to get maybe a little bit cleaner feed as the day progresses here. And for the time being, we are gonna come back to Whiskey Row for just a minute, and I will keep my eye out on that drone shot so that we don't miss the great Jason Coop as he comes in. And all be darned, it looks like we have the great string bean McConaughey. We have his crew on the crew cam. Again, we don't have any audio, but we are getting some visuals. If they can just turn the camera horizontally, we will check in with them as soon as that feed cleans up a little. It looks like yeah, there we go. This is amazing. Let me see if I can find the button. Oh, and it looks like, oh, there, it's turning for us, and there we see, and again, ladies and gentlemen, they are coming down Mingus Mountain to Jerome right now. They are in the middle of the Black Mountains, making their way down, so coverage is going to be a little bit spotty, but this is actually quite incredible. I'm not sure who's pacing. I believe Shelby Farrell was going to be pacing earlier, but I'm not sure if that's still the case, and it looks like that just cut out. But we did just have eyes on Joe Stringbean McConaughey there for a minute. He was still moving strong, and our drone here is back up. And it looks like we should be having our second place runner coming in shortly here, which per our leaderboard is Jason Coop. He may be in the aid station already. Oh, and we had Joe's crew cam for a second there, but it looks like it froze up again, so we're going to send it back to Whiskey. Again, huge shout out to Joe and his crew for even popping in just to give us some visuals. That was really cool to be able to see Joe McConaughey scrambling down Mingus Mountain. What a legend. There you see him again, ladies and gentlemen. And it looks like, is he being paced by Wit right now, maybe? It is definitely not Wit. However, it is an incredible crew member who is greatly appreciated for helping us out there. And so here we are back at Whiskey Row. Graham in the chat, do we have a jam cam today? We will have the jam cam today. Jamil is en route to the course. He came back in studio last night to try to help solve some of our audio issues that we are still trying to solve. And so he's on his way back out there. I'm not sure exactly what location he'll be at, but I believe he is on his way. I can hear Jamil. I believe Jamil is currently testing some audio here. I will bring on the jam cam in 1 second to see if we have any audio, but I would love for Jamil to turn his camera sideways if possible. I don't know if he can hear me. And here is John over at Whiskey Row giving us a good shot of the Runner Coffee sign. So huge shout out to our sponsors over at Runner Coffee. They're providing free coffee at Whiskey Row to runners, pacers, and crew. Coffee not only allows you to run further, but also faster, and all the while increasing the likelihood of achieving that runner's high we all crave during our runs. To get yours, which I'm excited to get some more runner coffee in me. Visit runnercoffeeco.com. Again, huge shout out to them for providing coffee for everyone out at Whiskey Row. We are doing a little battery swap on the drone here. Let's go ahead and let's get a little bit different angle here from Whiskey Row. You're seeing, looks like a runner taking care of his feet there. Critical for these upcoming stretches. In the chat here. So happy to see Amy Palmero Winters still killing it. Yeah, huge shout out to Amy. She is a blade runner running carrying a flag, an American flag. So huge shout out to her. Someone wants me to give a shout out to the Prince of Tennessee, who's now living over in the UK, Mr. John Kelly, who's running the Wainwrights right now. An epic 325-mile adventure. So huge shout out to John, who's trying to raise money for Action Medical Research. John, a great runner in his own right. And looks like we have Shelby Farrell checking in. I'm going to see if our audio works because we haven't tested it this morning. So I'm going to bring the Koros own Shelby Farrell Cocodona finisher here in just a minute, and we'll see if we can get her audio to work here in just a second. And Shelby, it looks like you're muted on your end. Okay, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here, Shelby. I'm just trying to find the button to pull your feed in, but I don't need that necessarily because I can just come over here and do this. And so I have you on. I don't think we're getting any audio still. I know that Jamil is currently. I can hear you. The audience cannot hear you. So it's going great, you know? But we are. It looks like we should have Jason Coop and Annie Hughes coming in. Is that Annie right there? And it looks like we lost it. And so we're going to go back to Whiskey Row here. And so we are again taking a live look here at Whiskey Row. This is mile 61 of the race course this year. And we should have coverage from Whiskey Row here all day. And it looks like we do have, it looks like Shelby checking back in here from inside Mingus. Yeah, there we go. We're inside Mingus. Looks like we've got Annie Hughes there. Jason Coop, it looks like as well, maybe. And it's hard, obviously, with cell reception out at Mingus Camp here at about 7,500-ish feet. But there you have a look at your women's race leader, second or third overall, the great Annie Hughes. Yeah, and it looks like her and Cooper basically right there together. Annie may be in the aid station and Coop's still coming in, but they are very close according to our track leaders. So. Oh, and it looks like Coop is already there. He was in his van during some of our earlier drone shots. So we've got Annie Hughes right there getting some grub. And it looks like that is going to keep freezing up on us here. So let's go ahead and bring it back to Whiskey Row. I just got a text message from the great Jamil Curry, who all it said was string bean cam, fire emojis. So I think Jamil was loving the string bean cam as well. So huge shout out to Joe and his crew for getting us even just brief visuals there. And Brian in the chat, Brian Pilger, the great Aravaipa, Colorado. Well, if Morgan is the queen, then I guess Brian is the prince of Aravaipa, Colorado out there. That's Annie's pacer, Olga King. So thank you for that, Brian. I appreciate you. It does sound like Coop went to his van, so that would make a lot of sense. Terry in the chat, is there a page where we can go to see current places? Yeah, go to cocodona.com, and at the very top there is a live button. You can click that, and there is live tracking available. And it looks like we got Shelby connected to the Wi-Fi out at Mingus Camp. So huge shout out to the folks at Mingus for helping get us a little bit extra coverage out there. And I am just trying to get Shelby pulled in here. And there we go. That's a little bit better. There we have Annie Hughes. And as Brian pointed out, her great pacer, Olga. Miss Olga King, Annie Hughes there. The great Koros tablecloth in the back. Huge shout out to our wonderful folks at Koros. They've got a nice little promo deal for all of our viewers. So if you are watching and you want to upgrade your battery or upgrade your watch because, you know, that sweet battery life is pretty amazing. Go on over to Koros.com, use the promo code Cocodona, and get yourself an additional accessory for free. That excludes gift cards and pods, but go ahead, pick up that extra watch band, get yourself a shirt, get yourself a keychain charger, treat yourself a little bit over at Koros.com. Upgrade your watch, get a free accessory using the promo code Cocodona. So for anyone just tuning in, we are out at Mingus Camp, Mingus Mountain Aid Station here. That is mile 91.6. And this is your ladies race leader. She's currently in second or third. She came in basically right with Jason Coop. So unless Coop has left, which I have not seen, he went to his van as opposed to straight to the aid. So, and we've got some more check-in cams here. So let's go ahead and let's go over to our Catula cam with Austin Corbett. If I can just get his camera turned sideways for me. It's currently vertical. We'll go over and check out what's going on over there. And again, we won't have any audio. We do have some eyes on Jody Seminel as well. It looks like she is coming into the Fane Ranch aid station, maybe. I will check on that. Just going to be getting some aid here. Yeah, it looks like she is at the Fane Ranch aid station here. And so she will get some things from her crew. And then she will not see her crew again for another almost 12 miles as she then makes her way up to Mingus Mountain. As we lose that feed, we will bring it back to Whiskey Row. There's a cowboy hat out there. It's looking like a lot of fun. And it looks like there is bib number 14. Miss Lee Connor, Ohio's own, as we now send it back up to Mingus Mountain. And it appears we do have our next runner leaving Mingus Mountain Aid. And so from here, runners will head down a different way down Mingus Mountain from how they went down last year. And they will make their way down to the town of Jerome. And it looks like that was Annie Hughes, the second person to leave the Mingus Mountain aid station here at mile 91.6. Her and her pacer are going to make their way down to the beautiful city of Jerome, where we will have coverage a little bit later. That's right, folks. We are going to have a camera feed in Jerome, at least for a little bit this year, courtesy of our good friend Colleen Lingley, Aravaipa Racing Team's own, Arizona State University legend. She's going to be out there at the Jerome aid station awaiting the leaders here not too long. So it is about a 17-mile stretch from Mingus Mountain to Jerome here. did have a question in the chat. How are the conditions this year compared to last year? Much cooler up to this point. Due to a fire, the course was on an alternate route this year. So we started up in Prescott, which is at about 5,000 feet, as opposed to starting in Black Canyon City, which is in the heart of the Sonoran Desert. You didn't have the same exposed hot climbs early on. Yeah, you don't have the same hot climbs early on, but it was much more runnable, which may present its own unique problems. But weather-wise, it seems like it is maybe a little bit better this year so far. But we do still have a nice toasty section coming up as runners make their way from Jerome through Sedona. And so if Jamil wants me to test his audio, I can pull in his feed. I can hear him in my ear as we're still trying to work out some audio kinks here. And so again, we are up at Mingus Camp right now. And we have our top two runners have both come through the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. We've got Joe Stringbean McConaughey, who, for those who tuned in bright and early, got to see a few clips. Got to see a few clips of Joe as he was running down Mingus Mountain to Jerome. Looked like he was moving really well. Looked like he was in good spirits. And so we did get to see a little bit of Joe. And then we just saw our second runner through Mingus Mountain, the great Annie Hughes. We do have our third runner in Mingus Aid right now, Jason Coop, who last we checked was in his van, so I don't know if he's getting some rest or what he's doing. So while we wait, our runners, we're going to send it back here to Whiskey Row, which we will have coverage from throughout the course of the day. It is our next aid station that has a cutoff today. So earlier this morning, runners needed to be through Skull Valley Aid Station by 4:30 a.m. And the next cutoff is going to be the Whiskey Row aid station here at 9:30 p.m. tonight. So runners have a little bit of time here. Looks like our drone is back up. And once these runners, so we have Coop in the aid station up at Mingus still. And looks like Jeff Garmeyer is going to be the next runner up, and he is about 2 miles out, it looks like, from the aid station as of 9 minutes ago. So we should be expecting the Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, who according to the tracker is up into 4th place. Amber Myers in the chat. Shout out to those in the back of the pack, forging forward 100%. Huge shout out to everyone who dared to be brave enough to toe the line. You got to remember, everyone signed up for this race thinking that they were running the original proposed course where they were going to have a toasty climb up Lane Mountain before going into Crown King. And so they all kind of embraced and embodied that. Sarah in the chat. Sarah, thanks for tuning in. Who is commentating today? Well, we have another incredible lineup planned for you all today. I'm going to be joined by the great Nick Hilton again here in a couple of hours. Nick will be joining me through a good part of the day, and then the legend himself, the inaugural year second place finisher, the gentleman who was caught on camera vomiting at the top of Lane Mountain, Mr. Peter Mortimer, will be joining us this afternoon. Before we hand it over to our Aravaipa After Dark crew of Chris Warden and Stephen Crawford for the nightcap. So that is our star-studded lineup today. Let's go ahead back to Mingus here as we take a look at our aerial view. So we've got a crew vehicle coming in there. And again, for anyone just tuning in, our top 3 runners have made it to Mingus Camp at mile 91. And our top 2 runners, Joe Stringbean McConaughey and the great Annie Hughes, have both exited that aid station. We do have Jason Coop still in the aid station. He's been in there for a while. He went into his van, so he may be getting some rest, it seems like. And we've got someone on the prowl here. Our current 4th place runner, who is basically right with Killian Korth, so they could be leapfrogging a little bit. The Tiger King himself, Jeff Garmeyer, on his way to the Mingus Mountain aid station. Killian Korth seemingly right with him, the 26-year-old from Grand Junction, Colorado. Those 2 gentlemen making their way up to Mingus Camp. We've got the great Stephen Crawford in the chat here. Did anything happen since I signed off last night? I don't think so. I believe you were on when Versteeg dropped, or at least you were the ones who told me, so I think you're privy to that information. Michael Versteeg dealing with some back issues. And the only other update is Joe McConaughey is crushing it. He is, we got to check in from a crew cam earlier as he was running down Mingus Mountain. Incredible shot. Joe's still smiling, which was pretty cool. But yeah, we do also have Annie Hughes up into 2nd place and through the Mingus Mountain aid station. And we have Jason Coop in the Mingus Mountain aid station. He got in his van and maybe might be getting a little bit of a rest. So again, for those of you just tuning in, we are currently taking a look at the Whiskey Row aid station in the heart of Prescott, Arizona. Cutoff for this aid station is 9:30 p.m. tonight, so runners will be trickling in there throughout the day. And as runners approach Mingus Mountain, we will make sure we get some eyes on them. And something that's going to be great this year is we're going to have a little bit of footage from Jerome. Historic Jerome. We will be able to see the runners as long as we have volunteers and camera feeds out there. So we should see Joe the Stringbean McConaughey coming through Jerome in the not too distant future here. have a nice shot here. Oh, looks like maybe it is frozen up. Sorry. We've got Florida Trail Running Podcast here. The Barefoot Runner, C. Sawyer, has made the lead for our state, somewhere around mile 62.6. Michelle Taylor, right up there. Dave Krupski, who we saw multiple times yesterday, and Helgi Olafsson, all around mile 60. So shout out to them. I think C. Sawyer was wearing sandals out there, if I'm not mistaken. But I do distinctly remember Mr. C. Sawyer out there. So huge shout out to all the Floridans. Someone in the chat asking for an update on the Denim Cowboy himself, Anthony Tadejewski. According to the live tracker, he is at about mile 68.7, which would put him in between Whiskey Row and the Iron King aid station. And it's looking like we're getting our eyes back up in the sky here at Mingus Mountain. And again, our next runners to come into Mingus Mountain should be Jeff Garmeyer and Killian Korth. It could be any order, as they are seemingly running very close together. And again, Mingus Camp is up in the Black Mountains. So on the original course, runners started in the Sonoran Desert, climbed up into the Bradshaw Mountains, into Crown King, dropped down into Prescott, run across the Prescott Valley and Fain Ranch before climbing up to Mingus Mountain, which is in the Black Mountains. And the camp up here at Mingus Mountain is approximately 7,600 feet, so it's up there. It's up there. Super Wiley 10 in the chat. Beautiful morning here at Whiskey Row. As this person is waiting for bib number 139, Brenda Wiley, to get there. They slept on the courthouse lawn. For anyone just tuning in, defending champion Michael Versteeg dropped out at Whiskey Row, citing some back issues. So Versteeg is out. Michael McKnight is going through a bit of a rough patch, I believe, with some stomach issues. Hopefully he can troubleshoot those. And Joe McConaughey is out front, leading the charge, just absolutely crushing it. And we are going to take it back to Whiskey Row here as we await our first runners. There's a nice overlook of Mingus Mountain up at Mingus Camp. It looks like there is movement there. Again, it is hard to tell. Again, we're in the middle of the mountains at 7,600 feet here at Mingus Camp. One of the higher points on the course. No, but I'm being told it's no one. Thank you to our trusty drone pilot, Troy, who is out there flying, giving me updates as we're continuing to see if we can get the feed cleaned up. Sometimes it just doesn't want to be nice for us at certain times. So. And there was a comment in the chat from Bettina Kohler. Go Ginger Runner Crew and Deb Hamberlin. Let's go ahead and check in on Miss Deb here. It looks like she will actually be coming into Whiskey Row here not that long. And I will be darn. Looks like we might have another string bean sighting here. Again, footage courtesy of the crew of the one and only String Bean McConaughey, showing us some footage as he's making his way down Mingus Mountain to Jerome here. Some pretty sweet views as you're kind of overlooking Jerome and the rest of the valley. And we're going to send it back here to our drone. Huge shout out to Joe and his crew for for taking us along for this journey, as he is absolutely crushing it. So we are, again, just awaiting our third place or fourth place runner up at Mingus Camp here. Again, we have 2 runners through Mingus Camp. Joe McConaughey, who we are trying to get his crew cam pulled back up, but as signal improves, we'll be able to pull that in. Joe McConaughey in the race lead. Annie Hughes also through Mingus Camp. Then Jason Coop, who at this point I feel comfortable saying is probably getting a little bit of sleep, is still at the Mingus aid station. So those are the 3 who have reached Mingus Mountain up to this point. It looks like Killian Korth and Jeff Garmeyer should be the next 2 to make it to the Mingus Mountain aid station. Again, trying to get that Joe McConaughey feed up, but I'm just not able to pull it in right now, unfortunately. I can see it on my screen, but it won't, the quality won't go to YouTube, unfortunately. Someone asking, is Sensman a realistic chance for a top 3 finish, or is he too far back? I mean, I would say anything can happen, right? I don't know that I would favor Eric's chances per se. However, we did see Whit El Matador Weisbram last year run people down late in the race as well. He had some of the faster splits from Tut Hill to Walnut Canyon. And so you can definitely make up some time late, especially if people are struggling. So, I mean, anything could happen for sure. He is a ways back, though. So that's one of the fun things about this event and this distance is there's plenty of time for so much to go wrong. And there's plenty of time for things to start clicking for you. And the one thing about Eric is he is speedy. So once he gets through some of these tougher sections, if he feels pretty confident that he can push the whole way, he may be able to run some people down. But it's also a chance that Eric falls apart, as with every runner in the race. So that's one of the cool things about a race like this is nothing is guaranteed until you make your way to that final turn into Heritage Square. You can see the finish line, and you know that your journey is over. We are going to send it back to Whiskey Row here. So I know we have a few folks in the chat awaiting some runners possibly. So again, for anyone just tuning in here, we are at Whiskey Row, one of the main aid stations on the course. The cutoff for runners at this aid station today will be 9:30 p.m. this evening. Sarah Newberry in the chat, making jokes with other people that are raising my heart rate here. So I appreciate you all. I'm just giving you a hard time, and I appreciate all of you tuning in. And we will continue to give the most balanced coverage possible. And I think one of the things, speaking on that, that's pretty incredible, is Annie Hughes currently second overall. And she is absolutely crushing it right now. And in the chat, what mile-ish is this aid station? This aid station is about mile 61 this year. Whiskey Row on the original course would have been about mile 81. But due to the fire reroute, this is now mile 61. Chris Warden, everyone's favorite After Dark commentator. Way too early to say it's too late for any contender still in the race. I completely agree. I think that moves can definitely still be made, and carnage can still definitely happen. It's the beauty of a race like this is there's so much time for so many things to happen and go wrong. We're going to send it over here to our Callie at Whiskey Row. If we can get a bib number, we will identify this individual here. Looks like that feed is cutting out just a little bit. And Aaron in the chat, isn't Hughes third overall? She is not. She came into Mingus camp in third. Jason Coop is still in Mingus camp. And Annie Hughes has left. Let's go back to the static cam here. Jason in the chat, have they fixed the sound yet? We have not. Jamil came back in from Prescott into the office last night, to try and fix it, and has been troubleshooting things from his Jeep this morning. So again, we are still trying to work through that. And let's actually go to, yeah, it looks like Kelly has some runners and their crew. Looks like we're getting maybe a shoe change here. And we're back to Mingus Mountain, and the word is that Jason Coop is heading out. It looks like Jeff Garmeyer should be approaching now, as Jason Coop will now be the third runner to make it through the Mingus Camp, Mingus Mountain aid station here. That's a great question in the chat. To see if we have Versteeg's first 100 miles, his split from last year. I'm going to pull that up. Obviously, we're comparing filet mignon to asparagus here. However, I think it's still fun. So we'll look it up. Yeah, and shout out to everyone in the chat who is not stressing over the audio. We appreciate that. However, we want to make sure we're doing our best to get it fixed if we can. So, let's see. All right, so Michael Versteeg hit mile 104. So that would have been the Fain Ranch aid station last year at 25 hours and 13 minutes. So he was probably just under 24 hours when he hit the 100-mile mark. I only have the aid station splits available. We're taking a look. Up Mingus Mountain here, up at about 7,600 feet, courtesy of our great drone pilot Troy Wicks. Was he in first place at that point last year? Yeah. So Versteeg was in first place for a good part of last year's race. He was at Fain Ranch. He was almost over 2.5 hours ahead of second place at that point. But it is hard. Like, you can't compare necessarily the time itself in the sense of like anything really, but it does show you how much faster this course is compared to the last one. Doesn't necessarily mean the performance is significantly better. Doesn't mean the performance is worse this year either. And let's actually go over here to Whiskey Row. Again, troubleshooting problems here as we have a runner taking care of some foot issues. We're going to go to our static cam here for a second. And actually back to the drone as I see movement here. And it looks like our next runner it looks like it might be two. I can't tell if that is Killian Korth and a pacer or if it is Jeff Garmeyer and Killian Korth. I am skeptical that it would be Jeff Garmeyer and a pacer, but crazier things have happened. Whoever these runners are, and again, our incredible drone pilot Troy is going to help identify them for me. Allison in the chat saying Jeff has a pacer. I know that Jeff was bringing crew and pacer. I'm surprised Jeff has a pacer already. That's awesome. He has wised up after a year of experience. And I am getting confirmation from the multi-talented Troy Wicks. That was the Tiger King himself, Jeffrey Garmeyer, who, according to him, is very undertrained for this run. So we'll see. We'll see if he can lean on those years of experience. I think Jeff was dealing with a little bit of an injury in the months leading up to Cocodona. Got healthy enough to train the last couple weeks, which maybe not super ideal. And our drone pilot needs to swap out batteries, so we will send it back to Mingus. To Whiskey, I mean. So I do want to pull in the iPad here for you real quick, as we do have a cutoff graphic. Let me fix this real quick. Over on Instagram. So go over, give us a follow at Cocodona250, and you can see this graphic. You can take a screenshot of it, everything like that. This is all of the aid station cutoffs for the entire race, all in one beautiful graphic right there. So I know that was something that folks had asked about yesterday. So go ahead and go on over and check that out. And we do already have one pretty good comment from Mikey Woes. Cocodona cutoff poster greater than Coachella lineup poster. I completely agree. So go on over, check that out if you need it. Give us a follow over there. You can see all the amazing photos from all of our incredible photographers and media team out on site over there as well. And we are going to come back to Whiskey Row. And for those of us just tuning in, we are at Whiskey Row Aid Station. Again, folks will have until 9 p.m., 9:30 p.m. to make it over here. And looks like we do have Troy Wicks inside Mingus camp. See if we can get Troy connected to the Wi-Fi there. In the meantime, let's go back to Whiskey Row. We've got John over at Whiskey Row just outside the aid station as he awaits. This is actually a beautiful shot here, nice and clean. Runners will be coming down the streets of Prescott. Question in the chat: why did Michael Versteeg drop? He was having some back issues, as the good folks in the chat are getting to. So he dropped out at Whiskey Row. And ladies and gentlemen, I do believe that we are going to have a camera in Jerome in time for the string bean himself to make it through the great historic town of Jerome, Arizona. Something that we weren't able to do last year, so we're super grateful to be able to um, bring coverage through some of these places on the course that we weren't able to last year. And according to the live tracker, it looks like Joe should be about 6 miles away from the aid station here, so should see him probably in the next hour-ish. And we do have Shelby with Koros up at Mingus Camp, and there is the People's Champ himself, Jeffrey El Tigre Garmeyer. That appears to be the same shirt we saw him at the starting line with. I'm not sure if he has changed shirts or if he is approaching, closing in on 24 hours in the same sleeveless tiger print. And we do have bib number 130, Kevin Goldberg, who is in. I don't believe that is Kevin. However, that is Kevin. Yep. Yeah. So bib 130. I just got a text that he came in, and there is the great Shelby Farrell. Oh, that's Killian. I apologize. That is Killian that we just saw or looking at on screen, and it sounds like Kevin Goldberg is also coming in shortly. So there you have Killian Korth, bib number 25 at Mingus Mountain. Look at these aid station setups. And there's Kevin Goldberg. So we've got 3 runners. Kevin Goldberg, a fan favorite here in the chat. We've got someone screaming his name in all caps in the chat. Got the great photographer, media extraordinaire, Scott Rokas. I want to see Kevin Goldberg in all caps. I'm just giving the people what they want with a little Kevin Goldberg sighting here. So it sounds like we have 3 people all in the Mingus Mountain Aid Station here. So that would be our 4th place overall runners. 4th, 5th, and 6th are all right there together. That would be the 3rd, 4th, and 5th place male who have made it to Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Because Annie Hughes, 2nd overall in the female lead. And a little ways back, it looks like, are our 2nd and 3rd place females who are past the Fane Ranch Aid Station making their way up to Mingus, and that is Brianna Grigsby and Sarah Ostaszewski. And Sarah Ostaszewski is followed pretty closely by fourth place female, the Atlanta native, Lauren Jones. And then our fifth place female is back at mile 82.1, Rhoda Smoker. So she is currently, I believe, the fifth place lady. So again, we are up at Mingus Mountain Camp. Jeff Garmeyer changing outfits. That is a shirt that I saw him wear, I believe, at the expo. So he's repurposing attire here as Jeff Garmeyer gets rid of the sleeveless tiger print and goes with the tiger print button down. And here is our drone shot from Mingus Camp. Courtesy of the great Troy Wicks. And here is the shot from the ground from Troy Wicks, our drone pilot, pulling double duty here. So we've got Troy in the air, and there's his drone setup. Look at that. What a multitasker there. And so we are going to go back to Whiskey Row here. As you can see, all the happenings here. Again, we've got more troubleshooting of issues here after going through a pretty long dusty stretch there early on. And I'm glad that people are liking the breaking news at the bottom of the screen there. I will try my best to update that throughout the day. Hopefully, we only need Michael Versteeg needing to pull out up there for the next few hours, and then we'll update it to something else that is breaking. It'll be like our ticker. And we do have a DNF list is growing, so let's go ahead and check that out real quick just to give everyone an update. Again, Michael Versteeg, defending champ, out at Whiskey Row last night, citing some back issues. We've got Justin Ponehelt, Teresa Knockel, Simon Widman has pulled out of the race. He was running up in the top 5 early on. So if anyone has an update on what happened there, I'm not sure if Chris was on air when that happened last night or not. But Simon Widman has DNF'd. Ben Troy, Alexander Benoit, Thomas Poland, Timothy Gore, Josh Henry, Jonathan Nicholas, and Tom Rogazinski. So that is your current folks who have withdrawn from the race. As we go back to our static cam here, at Whiskey, and looks like Simon was 4th to Whiskey with Michael McKnight. And so if we get any more information about that, I will let you know. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like we are going to have a little bit of a visual here of the legend himself, Mr. Joe Stringbean McConaughey, the pride of Seattle, Washington, the thru hike legend, and your current race leader, Joe McConaughey. As he's making his way down into Jerome. And it looks like we might be losing that feed here. Oh, there we go. There's a nice shot of Joe. Also among Joe's accomplishments, he's also a 4:12 miler. 4 minutes, 12 seconds in the mile. Through hiking legend. He does a little bit of it all. There you see him, Joe McConaughey. Looks like that feed is going to cut out here. So let's go back to our Eyes in the Sky, the great Troy Wicks. In just a few moments, we're going to send it over to Jerome, where we will be expecting our race leader, Joe McConaughey, who you just saw not too long ago. And Ben Mercer in the chat citing mile split for collegiate PRs. I don't know that I've ever checked mile split for collegiate PRs, but I do check TFRRS, which is the premier hosting platform for those kinds of things. But shout out to Ben in the chat. I knew that Joe was a really fast miler in college, and so I had to look it up to get it exact. Looks like might be getting that feed back up here on Joe McConaughey. And while we wait for that to come back up, we're going to take it back to Whiskey Row, where the party continues. Allison posting the PRs. I should address Allison by her proper title, the official Aravaipa livestream stats guru. Allison in the chat posting the PRs for me. I appreciate that, Allison. It means that I don't have to go to TFRRS to pull those up. They're just right there for me. And it looks like I'm getting a report that Jeff Garmeyer is leaving Mingus as we speak, so we're going to try to get some eyes on the Tiger King himself as our drone pilot, Mr. Troy Wicks, is going to pick him up. The eyes in the sky to follow the striped legend himself. And so that would make Jeff, I believe, the fourth person to depart the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. However, Killian Korth and the People's Champ, Kevin Goldberg, are still in the aid station there. So all three of those gentlemen were in the aid station at the same time. And it looks like Jeff may have just been the first to leave. And we have a Pete Mortimer sighting here. The chef extraordinaire himself, Mr. 8 More Miles, who I hope he remembers is going to be in studio later this afternoon. So there we have the great Pete Mortimer. It looks like the beard and the mustache very well groomed, ready to hop on this live stream and bring coverage to the people. We're going to head back to Mingus Camp here with our drone. Looks like have another runner here. I cannot tell. That is Killian Korth, currently leaving, I believe. So that would make Killian the 5th runner out of Mingus camp. Again, we are less than 100 miles in for at this point in terms of where we are viewing currently. So there's still a lot of race left. We're going to send it back to Jerome here as they are getting the aid station all set up. Again, this is footage that we were not able to get last year, and it is amazing. And let's see if it's going to pull in. It doesn't look like it's going to pull in, so we're going to send it back to our drone. I am seeing more footage of string bean here. However, I am not able to pull that feed in currently. Looks like we have our next runner. Got a nice shot of our next runner. And we are getting word from our great comms team. We are hearing that Simon Widman dropped due to exhaustion. Didn't feel like he could go on even after a rest. And so I'm actually going to send it over to Whiskey Row. And I'm not sure if we're getting any audio. I can hear Whiskey Row, but I'm not seeing any more any audio levels. So that we may still be working on that as well. But we are taking a look as crews are waiting at Whiskey Row in downtown Prescott there. Let's send it back to Jerome, where we are awaiting the race leaders as they're getting the watermelon ready. As we await Joe Stringbean McConaughey. And we have some folks asking if we can see the race leaderboard. And speaking of Joe McConaughey, it is not going to pull in, is it? Well, we are going to continue working on pulling in Joe's footage when we can. Looks like we do have another drone shot just outside Jerome, I believe. Looks like they are going to search for the string bean himself. And on the Troy drone, it looks like we have some more runners coming in here. We'll see if we can get a name on those folks. It looks like the next runners we would be expecting would be Peter Ward and Adrian Bagrin. So we will see if we can get confirmation on that. And I believe we have eyes on race leader Joe McConaughey. Oh, and that we just saw up at Mingus was Kevin Goldberg leaving the aid station. So he is also out. As we are looking at Joe McConaughey and his pacer extraordinaire. As they make their way down Mingus Mountain and towards the town of Jerome. There you see them. And again, we are watching race leader Joe McConaughey here. And we do have a follow cam from his crew here. Just not able to get it pulled up currently, as signal is still a bit spotty out there. And again, super, super grateful. This is a new section of the course as well. Runners come down Mingus Mountain a different way than they did last year, which is another reason we're able to film. And we will have a camera feed from the great Colleen Langley in Jerome at the aid station this year, which is going to be amazing. So we are currently taking a look at race leader Joe McConaughey was just a couple miles from the Jerome Aid Station. Look at how beautiful this section of trail, this kind of double track, is. Ingrid in the chat hikes this section weekly. Beautiful views as we're seeing here, but definitely pretty rocky. Now they're on a bit of a Forest Service road here. And something that is a little bit interesting here, according to our live tracker, looks like looks like Jason Coop is catching it back up with Annie Hughes. Well, her tracker has not pinged for a while, so I don't know how accurate that is. But we do have, looks like our top 6 runners all through the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. We've got Joe McConaughey, who we are watching right now. Annie Hughes, the top female and second overall, followed by Jason Coop, Jeff Garmeyer, Killian Worth, and Killian Korth and Kevin Goldberg, all through the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Neil Cavill in the chat, tuning in from Australia. Huge shout out to you, Neil. Thanks for watching. We've got some good inside information here on Team Bean Sprouts, which I think is a great name. Allison in the chat confirming that Joe has slept. Had a nice little 10-minute nap. So that is one of the kind of mini conundrums at this point, as we have another runner on their way. Looks like up to Mingus, maybe. So we will try to get an ID. Might be. We're going to send it back to our shot of Joe McConaughey. Our current race leader. And he should just be a couple miles outside of Jerome. Still moving really, really strong, which, as crazy as this sounds, we are still pretty early. Oh, I like that, Chris. The hashtag JeffKT. There we see, looks like Jamil running alongside, capturing some footage there. And again, this new route into Jerome here. A little bit quicker, but also giving runners some really incredible views. As they kind of start to look down into the Verde Valley here and overlook Jerome. Check in here at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Looks like Peter Ward may have just come in, or should be coming in shortly. And that was Peter Ward we just saw moments ago at Mingus. And we do have some nice jam cam footage. Look at this string bean going to run backwards, probably trying to save those quads a little bit. Looks like that went down, so we will go back to this overhead shot. Looks like we might have the jam cam back up here. Joe back to running forward. Again, Joe McConaughey, your race leader with a pretty sizable lead at this point. Still very early, still a lot can go wrong. But he's having himself a really strong run up to this point. Again, just a couple miles from the aid station in historic Jerome. An area of the course where we were not able to provide any coverage last year. So we are grateful to be able to do that this year as Joe McConaughey is closing in on the city of Jerome. And there you see Pete Mortimer just can't stay off the live stream. He, needed all the shine last year as he ran to a second place finish. We got to see him earlier today at Jerome. He let me know he was going out to get a little bit of footage, so we appreciate Pete being out there. Huge shout out to Pete, who will be joining me a little bit later this afternoon on this very live stream. We do have some more runners coming into Mingus Mountain, it looks like. So we will try to get an update on who that is as we come back just outside the city of Jerome. And here we go, some backwards running here. Look at the smile on Joe's face. 106 miles into this thing. He is running backwards downhill. Maybe that's the strategy. I would trust Joe's expertise here, as he is no stranger to these long endurance feats. Well, fist bump to his crew, or his pacer there. And it looks like we do have more. That could be crew or runners coming into Mingus Mountain there. So just wanted to show a little bit of that. And the jam cam is offline, but we are back to the drone shot for right now. And I am really curious to see if we can get an update at some point on Jamil's mileage. I feel like this was a long follow cam shot with Joe again. It's not pulling up currently, but that's okay. So we'll have to see if we can get an update on Jamil's current mileage. And it looks like bib number 24 was the last runner to come into this Mingus Mountain Aid Station, which you were looking at, and that is Adrian Bagrin. The California native has made it all the way up to Jerome, Southern California, in the house. Here we go, back on the jam cam. Joe getting a little stretching in. Even when he's walking or hiking, it looks very fast. That's one thing I've noticed the few times we've seen String Bean hiking here, is that he still looks to be moving very quickly. And so while we await some more runners here, let's actually go ahead and send it back to Whiskey Row, where we're going to have runners coming into Whiskey Row throughout the entirety of the day. And this is kind of the scene over here. It's just a bit of an outdoor party. and someone in the chat. And Kevin Goldberg still crushing it. He is. One question I have for our Kevin Goldberg fan club, which he rightfully deserves, is why do the Kevin Goldberg fans have to use all caps? Is it serious? Is it to like really show us how much stoke there is? Because I'm here for it. I love how excited Kevin Goldberg's family and friends and supporters and crew are in the chat. And Kevin, again, is having himself a really strong run. So, I think your energy is being transmitted, is getting to Kevin. I think you're helping him out, and we appreciate you tuning in. And I personally am a fan of all caps when super excited. And so, again, I appreciate you all. And Kevin Goldberg, like you said, is having himself a heck of a run. The Westminster, Colorado native. Here we are back with Joe McConaughey. And you're getting closer to town here as you start to hop on the sidewalks. And we appreciate Jamil and the Jam Cam following Joe for this long. Jamil getting his miles in. We will be seeing Joe at the Jerome Aid Station here not too long, as he is about to make his way through the historic town of Jerome. Got some shout outs for Kyung Lee in the chat. Huge shout out to Kyung Lee. Looks like he is at about mile 52. I apologize. It looks like she is about at mile 52. And is just making her way towards the iconic downtown Prescott and Whiskey Row. As you see, Joe McConaughey running through downtown Jerome, which is such a beautiful, interesting little town. I'm so glad that we're able to bring coverage of this section this year. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm joined by the great Nick Hilton. Nick, how are you doing, buddy?
Good, Matt. Good morning. Good to see you. How are we hanging in there? Looks like it was an exciting evening of racing.
Very exciting. We had defending champion Michael Versteeg dropped at Whiskey Row, citing some back issues. We have um, he was running in fourth place through Whiskey Row. Simon Widman has dropped.
Oh wow, I didn't see
So
that.
yeah, a few gentlemen up near the front have dropped, and Joe McConaughey has kind of taken over and starting to put his footprint on things as he makes his way to the Jerome aid station here shortly.
Looks like we got Peter Mortimer out there on course checking in with Joe. Joe looks great. Looks like he's having a good time out there. Doesn't look like he's too wiped at all as he comes into Jerome.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see when he times his sleep and what his needs actually are,
Yeah.
right? Because he has a ton of experience at these like kind of long efforts. He's up to this point only done a 10-minute nap. So it'll be
Wow.
interesting to see when that sleep occurs and kind of how he plans for that and what he actually needs. We saw Jason Koop earlier this morning, took about an hour nap at Mingus. He was the second runner into Mingus, but the third runner to leave. And so, yeah, this will be kind of an interesting stretch, I think, like we talked about a little bit yesterday, because from Jerome until you're out of Sedona is going to be pretty warm. Thankfully, he's coming into Jerome early, so it's not going to be hot for a little while, but
Yeah.
he won't be through Sedona. He's gonna go through quite a bit of heat between probably like Deer Pass and Sedona there. It'll be interesting to see how that impacts everyone and see if there's any carnage or if everyone's prepared for it.
Well, it's one of those things that part of the course is wide open, so you're not going to get a lot of shade, not a lot of respite. You do have the creek crossing there, so that will be a nice little benefit. And it looks like he's built up about an 8-mile-ish gap on Annie Hughes. So I'm curious to see how that sleep plays into it because I mean, if he sleeps for 90 minutes, that definitely could. You could see that gap close up. Do we know if Annie took a nap at all, or she slept at all overnight?
I don't know. She did not sleep at Mingus.
Okay.
I do know that. I'm not sure if she had slept anywhere else or if there was a trail nap that was had or anything like that. And she's another one who's super experienced at these long races, you know?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
sure she knows what she's doing.
So this will be interesting. I mean, it's interesting to see. I mean, it's still pretty tight. It's amazing to see how many athletes are still within kind of a close proximity to each other right now. And I mean, obviously Joe is having a great run as we have that picture of Joe up right now as he's coming into Jerome here, and he looks really good. But there are a lot of athletes within 10, 15 miles, and who are certainly not out of it because there's still so much time to go between now and then. So it's gonna be an interesting day. I was thinking this morning. This kind of reminds me of to relate this to another sport. This kind of reminds me of Saturday at the Masters or Moving Day, because I feel like there's a lot to play for right now, and there's going to be a lot of interesting things that happen over the course of the day with the sleep strategy, with how people handle the heat, how people are handling the trails of Sedona after coming through a hot pace early on in this race. So
Yeah, this is definitely, once you get kind of through Sedona, then, things are maybe not necessarily set in stone, but a little bit more settled at that point once you get up onto the Coconino Plateau. And so today, I think, is going to be very telling in terms of where people are positioned and how they're trending.
yeah,
I think is going to, maybe show us quite a bit in terms of where the end result is going to be. Looks like we got a hiker out there.
out there
Love to
enjoying
see
the
it.
beautiful morning weather. We got word here in the chat from Jan that Annie did not sleep at Whiskey Row either.
So if anything, it would have probably been a trail nap, I reckon. Yeah.
Yeah, if she did take a nap, it would have been on the trail. So at the very least, she didn't have any kind of significant sleep out there unless she took 90 minutes somewhere in the pines, which I guess we can't completely count out, but it seems a little unlikely. Looks like Stephen Crawford called it moving day first. Sorry about that, Stephen. Didn't mean to steal your thunder on that one.
As good as your beard looked in person last night, I think we do need to give you credit.
Yeah,
You
talk about
did
a
call it
beard.
moving
That
day.
beard looked great on the stream last night, and it was cool to hear his insight on the race and how he thinks things are going to unfold. And it says a lot when they didn't want to do any prognosticating last night in terms of who was going to finish well. And already we're seeing some of that carnage from that early pacing and Versteeg being out, so maybe that's prescient on their part to not want to make any prognostications early on.
Yeah, and Michael McKnight a little bit further back in the field now, having been dealing with some stomach issues, some GI distress, things like that. So he was in, I believe, fourth or fifth coming into Whiskey Row, and he is a little bit further back now, and he was right with um, Simon Widman, who had dropped out. So they came in pretty close together to Whiskey Row. Simon dropped out at Whiskey Row, and Michael McKnight is dealing with some stomach issues.
And that's always, I mean, that's part of the ultra game. It's an eating contest with a race in there for us. So hopefully he's able to move through those and get some calories down and get back out there on the course. Because, even though he's 15, 20 miles back from the lead, I still wouldn't say that he's totally out of it at this point, especially not from a podium spot. He's still in range to definitely make an impact on this race.
Here's the big question I have right now. Do you think Joe McConaughey is pulling up the live stream on the phone there?
Pulling
Do you
up
think
the
he's
live
watching
stream.
in?
Yeah, I think he wants to hear what we got to say about him, and he's checking that social media feed, seeing the NBA scores from last night. Wants to see how the Suns played. I can understand wanting to get the information there on that.
He's still looking super strong, still smiling, and I think one of the really interesting things, and one of the reasons that Chris and Steven didn't want to, give any sort of predictions last night was that, and here we are near the Jerome aid station as we wait for the leaders to come in here. See if we can get Jamil's feedback up. There we go. Is there's still just so much race left in front of you that there's a lot of time for things to still go wrong.
Absolutely, yeah. We're not even. He's just past the 105, 106 mile mark, so he still has 150 to go. So, yeah, I would say there's just a little bit of time for things to go wrong. But I'm super impressed by how strong he looks. He doesn't look like he's wearing a lot of that fatigue on his face. He looks like he's had a 3-hour nap. He looks as fresh as anybody out there. So I think at this point in the race, he's looking really good. And in this next 50-mile, 100-mile stretch is going to be really interesting to see how he comes through here.
Looks like they're about to come up into the aid station here. And there is Whit El Matador Weisbrim himself, last year's 4th place finisher. And Whit, I think, was a prime example last year. He was a little bit further back until after Sedona, and he really moved through the field and had himself a good run, as Joe is having a little lie down, maybe.
Just gonna take a little lie down here. Just take a little nappy on the backpack for a while.
Well, I imagine that this is something that is familiar to him.
Gonna get
right?
rolled out.
Oh, getting rolled out with a what do you call those
It's a
things?
rolling pin.
Yeah, it's a rolling pin. There we
Height
go.
of recovery technology there in the McConaughey camp. That's for sure.
I love it. And this is prime efficiency here. He's going to eat while lying down and getting rolled out.
That's the way to do it. And I got to say, I think lying down is the way to go, because I feel like sitting, if you got tight hamstrings and you sit in that chair, those bad boys are just going to go ahead and tighten up pretty well, especially the hamstrings and the hips. So lie down, get some work done, get your crew to fill up the pack here and enjoy a little snack. That's the way to get through this.
It looks like he is feeling probably about as good as you can 108 miles in.
Yeah, I would
He
say.
was running backwards down some of the descents a little bit ago, which I thought was hilarious.
that's a that's a bold move because you can't see what's going on underneath your feet there. And that, I mean, if he's feeling like his quads are a little beat up, that could be interesting to see on this next little bit of a descent here into Sedona. So he's not done going downhill yet.
Stephen Crawford in the chat. We are no longer required to refer to Jerome as redacted due to how well we did last year. Yeah,
Oh,
I think that all of the athletes and crews and pacers and everyone did a very good job last year, and we've worked really hard to help continue to foster a great relationship with the people of Jerome. Oh, we got a little Cobb County, Georgia license plate there. Shout out to Atlanta, Georgia, which is in not in Cobb County, but basically.
tell you what, he looks comfortable there. Looks like he's enjoying himself a nice lie down. So good for him. Get a little break.
Looks like we maybe got some pickle juice. Oh, straight from the jar. Love it.
Well, I understand it's a great way to get electrolytes. That's something I've not been able to get behind yet in my ultra running career is drinking straight pickle juice. That's a heck of a move on his part.
Just pickle juice straight from the jar. Pickle still in there.
Now, do you know, did he pick up a pacer at Whiskey Row, or has he been pretty much going solo from Whiskey Row to Jerome?
He had a pacer coming down Mingus. I'm not 100% sure where where he picked him up. I don't know whether it was at Mingus or at Whiskey Row, but he
Okay.
did have a pacer coming down. And a little inside information, Joe did lay down for 7 minutes at Mingus to get rolled out as well, courtesy of Shelby Farrell, the Queen of Koros, over there. She's helping crew and pace. Oh, I think Shelby may have paced Joe. I don't know. She might have taken him from Whiskey to Mingus.
So he's laid down for about approximately 17 minutes so far.
Yep.
So lots of that's a lot of break time there.
Looks like. Trying to get that feed a little cleaned up here. It looks like Joe might be on the move here. Maybe a restroom break before he heads out. And again, one of the really cool things, and there's Jamil. I am interested to see how many miles Jamil got in yesterday. Um,
Good to see him up bright and early out here covering the feed.
well, fun fact, Jamil came back into the office last night
Oh, no way.
to try and fix our audio issue, which we still have not been able to solve the puzzle for the first time ever. We haven't been able to fix an audio issue. Um, and I believe he went back out early this morning. So,
Wow. That's dedication to his craft.
well, he has many, many years of sleep deprivation training under his belt.
That's part of being a race director or involved in any kind of major trail race is sleep deprivation training.
Let's see if we can just take a little bit of a look here. Jerome, let's send it back as it looks like Joe might be
Looks like he's getting ready to
leaving
head out.
here. Yep, and we got Jamil with him. And he is taking Witt El Matador Wisebram with him. Last year's 4th place finisher. Interesting fact, both of these gentlemen at one point or another have held the Arizona Trail FKT.
Oh, wow. At one point, there were 3 FKT holders for the Arizona Trail on course. That's a cool thing.
Well, yeah, we have 3 in the race here. And we'll take a look back at Whiskey Row here. It looks like we do have Shelby Farrell over at, I think she is at Mingus. We won't have any audio, but we will send it that way. And let me see if I can unmute Shelby here, and maybe I can relay any insights that Shelby has for us here. Shelby, how are you doing? I can hear you. The live viewers will not be able to hear you. Yep, so Shelby's saying she paced Joe and heard me talking about her as expected. I appreciate you tuning in, most importantly. He was running really strong. Yeah, so basically Shelby just said he was really moving through the Fain Ranch section that she paced yesterday, running within himself, feeling good, and staying super stoked for the adventure ahead. Yeah, and so there's a section specifically over Fain Ranch that Shelby said was hard to navigate because flags were down. It's a bit of a cross-country section as well. And so it was imperative for Joe to be glued to his Koros Vertex 2, where he has the map programmed in. He's got the lava band, just like me, which I love. And so it is important for runners to make sure that they have that map readily available, especially for some of those sections. And Shelby, do we have anyone in the aid station still? Josh Locke? Awesome. Yeah, so Josh Locke just came through. We got some crew. We got Bryce, who was on the follow cam there, wearing a blanket as a coat, it looks like. He'll be pacing, I think, Brianna Grigsby when she gets there. We had Mike McKnight's crew. Got a little bit of everything. Love it. Let's see. Awesome. And so Shelby will be pacing Brianna Grigsby at Dead Horse as well. So we'll be able to get some juicy insights from there, too. Thank you so much, Shelby, as she gives us a tour of the inside of the Mingus camp here. And we're going to send it back to Troy in the sky up at Mingus.
And we should be seeing some more athletes coming through Mingus fairly soon here. Mike McKnight is showing as not being too far behind Josh Locke, so he should be rolling in here at any minute now. And then we've got some of our We got a pretty tight pack of women runners coming in as well too. So Lauren Jones, Osazuski, Brianna Grigsby, they're all kind of packed up right now. So within the next probably 30 to 45 minutes, I would expect to see some of those athletes come through Fane Ranch as well, which will be interesting to see how that starts to shake out. And we had some questions asking early on what's going on up front. Well, right now, Joe McConaughey has just passed through Jerome. He's got about a little over a 10-mile lead on second and third. Our second place right now is Andy Hughes, who is also our top female, and Jason Koop is right behind her in third place. And they are approaching that Jerome aid station after Joe just left. He just took a short break, got his hamstrings rolled out, ate some mashed potatoes and pickle juice, and then hit the road to get rolling. And right now we're looking at that overhead view of that Fane Ranch, Mingus Mountain aid station as well. So we're going to get in a beautiful view of the lake there and the Ponderosa Pines as the runners will be passing, as the bulk of the field will be passing through this section through at some point today. And Matt, do we know how people are doing towards the back? Or we know how people are doing when it comes to the cutoff times right now? I know we got
so we'll actually send it back here to Whiskey Row, and it sounds like I'm getting an update that Bib 10 Cole Crosby is just coming into Mingus here as well. But this is the scenes from Whiskey Row right now. Runners have until 9:30 p.m. tonight to make it through Whiskey Row. So they have to leave the aid station by 9:30 p.m. And that will be kind of the next cutoff time that we have here. And for anyone just tuning in, we do have a graphic for that cutoff over on our Instagram page. So you can go on over Cocodona 250 on Instagram. You can take a look at this. You can take a screenshot. It's readily available for you. As we go back to the overhead view of Mingus Camp here, and again, Cole Crosby just came into to the Mingus Camp, Mingus Mountain Aid Station.
So that's mile 91.6 there for Cole Crosby. So sounds like he's looking strong. Definitely a good run from him, for being more maybe one of the younger, more shorter distance specialists. Cool to see him up towards the front here, especially after such a hot early pace. A lot of athletes still running well, over 90 miles into this effort so far. We got Dawn, was she a top 3 finisher last year, talking about Kevin Goldberg, who completed the Triple Crown in 2019, and how he can be a contender. Right now he's sitting, it looks like, in 6th, just a couple miles behind our second and third place. So I would have to agree with Dawn there that he's definitely going to be a factor as this race goes on. And with there being so much time between now and the end of the race, I would imagine there's going to be some big shakeups on that leaderboard as we get going. As last night, I think I will also avoid the prognostication game here and kind of just watch and see how things unfold. But it's definitely been, and it was interesting overnight, and I think it's only going to get more interesting as we go through the race here today.
Yeah, most definitely. Dawn, the runner-up at last year's race, she will also be joining the live stream commentary team tomorrow, I believe. So super excited to get all her insights into what the runners are experiencing here.
Yeah, it'll be awesome, especially when we have Dawn and Peter Mortimer to get some former race finishers and former podium finishers in here to kind of talk about their experiences. Goldberg getting a lot of love here in the chat. So
the people love Goldberg.
A lot of Goldberg fans out there in the world waiting to see you. We're waiting on him to, I guess the next station he'll come through here will be at Jerome in 108. So we do have some time until we see him. It's a bit of a long stretch there from Mingus to Jerome, almost 17 miles. So a lot can happen in a 17-mile stretch between aid stations. So hopefully the runners are packing lots of goods when they come out of Mingus to get ready for that Jerome section. How's our boy Eric Sensman doing? I see he's looks like maybe he took a nap at some point during the race there. He's down kind of right around that 85-mile mark. Has there been any word on how his night went out on the trails?
I haven't gotten any insights yet, but we did have footage early on at like 3 p.m. of him asking Jamil if it's too early to
That's
sleep.
right. That's
So, it will be interesting to see how, he went through the night in terms of his sleep strategy.
Yeah. I wonder if he might be smart to play it safe, take a little nap overnight, and then maybe come back in a little bit fresher for today to attack this big downhill section of the course heading into Sedona.
And we do have word that Michael McKnight has just come in recently to the Mingus Mountain Aid Station as well.
So that's Michael McKnight popping into number 91.6. So good to see that he maybe has bounced back a little bit from some stomach issues and is moving well here, right around the outside of that top 10. Tell you what, there's a lot of big names within striking range here. You definitely, this race is far from being over. There's a lot of really talented runners, and I'm super interested in how this women's race shakes out too, with so many of them being close to each other here in kind of the middle stages of the race.
Looks like we have some more runners or crews coming in.
Shout out to all the volunteers out there working hard at these aid stations, especially if you're out there working overnight. Hope someone brought you a nice hot cup of coffee, a little bacon and egg sandwich, and you're ready to be out there supporting the runners for another day. Really appreciate the work that you guys are doing out there.
Looks like that might be Michael McKnight.
Yeah, looking at this drone shot coming here into the Mingus Mountain aid station.
Yeah, so I think that this is runners leaving the aid station here. Looks like Mike McKnight there.
Looks like he's moving pretty well. It doesn't seem to be hampered at all movement standpoint. Hopefully he was able to get his stomach feeling better. And then with McKnight,
sure.
Could that be a pacer potentially?
It might be a pacer.
McKnight not that far behind Cole Crosby and Josh Locke. They both were having recently passed through this Mingus Mountain aid station as well. So
yeah, and we are getting confirmation that that was a pacer with Mike McKnight.
So they'll head out here for the long stretch, the 17-mile stretch from Mingus Mountain to Jerome Historic State Park at mile 108. So we'll be catching them there in a couple hours as they navigate this section. Looks like it's a beautiful morning up in Mingus, probably nice and cool, maybe a little breezy, but it'll be a welcome respite from the warm weather yesterday and the warm weather that's sure to come later today as the runners make their way down to Sedona. And I got to say, there's nothing quite as nice as running through the Ponderosa pine forests of Arizona. Just nice soft trails, little breeze rolling through the pines. You can't do much worse. You can't do much better than that in the Southwest, that's for sure.
There you see some crew vehicles up here near Mingus Mountain Aid Station.
More people rolling in as we should expect to see that group of women who was in that second place spot. Sarah Ostazuski, Lauren Jones, who Don just pointed out has a history of an FKT on the Appalachian Trail. Thanks for that nugget, Don. And Brianna Grigsby not far behind there. So that women's group is really packed up, and it'll be interesting to see them come into this aid station and how that sorts out as they make their way over to Jerome this morning. So right now we've got our camera on the Mingus Mountain Aid Station here.
And that is Mike McKnight right there.
Mike McKnight hanging out, taking a little bit of a breather before making his way towards Jerome. Maybe we'll get some insight here on how he's feeling. Looks like he's going to get covered up here for a little bit.
Dax Hawk in the chat. Third place finisher last year.
Veteran of that awesome battle with Pete Mortimer in the nighttime in Flagstaff. Cool to see him checking out the chat. Thanks for tuning in, Dax. And right now, I saw a question about the weather in Mingus. It is 52 degrees in Mingus Mountain, so beautiful weather to be out there running right now. Kevin Goldberg stands still lighting up the chat.
Definitely I love it. They've got big energy in the chat, too.
Big energy. People are all about the Kevin Goldberg, and he is running well right now in about, according to our spot trackers here, about 6th place between Killian Court of Colorado and Peter Ward. So he's looking good. If you're just tuning in right now, we just checked in with Joe McConaughey, who is leaving the Jerome Historical State Park aid station at mile 108. He's about a mile outside of there. Our second place runner currently is Annie Hughes, and also our top female. She's about 10 miles behind as she approaches Jerome, and she's followed by Jason Koop, who is 97 miles into this race, and he is our third place finisher. Shout out to Flagstaff legend Alicia Shea on the chat here. Thanks for checking in. Hope that you're doing well. I don't know if we are quite the dream team, but we're doing our best here in the Aravaipa studio.
Yeah, I mean, we're just trying to not get kicked off YouTube at this point. I think we're glad that people are tuning in. Alicia, my coach as well. I was coached by her husband, Chris, for a while as well. So huge shout out to Alicia, who is amazing.
Incredible
former
athlete,
collegiate 5K record holder.
I think it was 10K. Former collegiate 10K.
10K. You're right.
Yeah, former collegiate. She was also my former landlord when I first moved to Flagstaff out in 2012. So she was patient enough to put up with me for 6 months when I was 23. So thanks for that, Alicia. owe you a big one there. Right now we are looking out at that Mingus Mountain aid station. Nice, beautiful dirt road surrounded by the Ponderosa pines. Mike McKnight just checked in. It looks like he was hanging out, getting a little bit of rest, and we're waiting for a group of 3 of Lauren Jones, Sarah Ostazuski, and Brianna Grigsby. They would be our 2, 3, 4 in that women's race, and they are all packed up within about a half mile or so of each other, according to the spot trackers. We should be seeing them check into this Mingus Mountain aid station sometime in the next, I would assume, 15 to 20 minutes.
Sounds like Cole Crosby is heading out of Mingus camp.
So he was in there for, what, about 20 minutes, 15 minutes maybe by the time he first checked in. And just if you're wondering, today's big cutoff point is mile 60.7. That's Whiskey Row. That's 9:30 p.m. And it looks like, if I had to hazard a guess, that most of our field who is remaining in the race seems poised to hit that cutoff by 9:30 tonight. So Irene Coasters, or Kesters, sorry if I botched that, is currently our final athlete from 47 years old from Dublin, Ohio. She's about 36 miles in with Matthew Halapa. They seem to be running together potentially. So I would say those two still find themselves in a positive position to hit that to hit that cutoff time in the next 11 hours or so. So good to see our field still moving through here. Cool to see, if you're checking in that Whiskey Row feed, that we still have athletes milling around and coming into the aid station here. And it looks like on our Mingus Mountain feed, we've got eyes on someone.
And that's Cole Crosby leaving, I think.
So it looks like he is heading
like
out.
Cole.
Maybe without a pacer, so it looks like he could, tough to say, but it looks like he could be tackling this 17-mile section from Mingus to Jerome without a pacer.
It's a pretty nice section. We got to see a little bit of Joe McConaughey from his crew during this section, and we got to see a nice long follow cam stretch courtesy of Jamil, who is moving locations currently as he is going to be pacing the people's champion, the sensible choice, Eric Sensman, coming up. So Jamil will be, I believe, moving up to Mingus Mountain. He is en route. He's going to coordinate the next location with Troy. And then I believe Jamil is going to pick Eric up at Mingus Mountain here.
So will we get some jam cam footage of Eric, or will he just be focusing on Eric himself? That's the question, I suppose.
I'm guessing that priority number one for Jamil is going to be not letting Eric drop him, which I think at this point in the race should be okay.
Yeah.
Should be okay. I think priority number two, Jamil being the mensch that he is, I think he'll be getting footage and checking in when he can.
Yeah, so it'd be cool to get some footage there and see how Eric's doing in his first race of this ilk. The People's Champ, it'll be interesting to see how he fared overnight here at the Cocodona 250.
Yeah, I mean, Jamil was checking in with us while he was actively racing last year. And so I'm guessing that he will do his part to get us some good footage of Eric. So yeah, our next kind of group of runners that should be closing in on the Mingus Mountain Aid Station should be our second, third, and fourth ladies, it looks like, with Brianna Grigsby, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Lauren Jones. And again, we are taking a look at the Whiskey Row Aid Station, downtown Prescott. We saw our race leaders come in late last night. Joe McConaughey, the first runner to Whiskey Row. And this is where everyone will need to be out of this aid station by 9:30 tonight in order to keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, hopefully everyone will get a good weather day and everyone has a good opportunity to get into that aid station on time. But by looking at the field, I think it's looking good so far. You know, looking at some of the backgrounds of those second, third, and fourth women who are running together, it's a pretty diverse group. You know, Grigsby ace of the shorter distances, fifth at Black Canyon, second at the Javelina 100K in 2021. She's put in some monster training weeks. Ostazuski has a course experience from last year. She was fifth, so she knows kind of what's coming up here through that Sedona and the Flagstaff section. And Lauren Jones, as pointed out earlier by Dawn Greenwald, a podium finisher last year, Lauren Jones has some FKT experience. So really kind of running the gamut of ultra experience between these three athletes, that I'm super excited to see how this plays out over the next couple hours with these three. We got a knobs question about altitude sickness for the race. I would assume for most people that it would not play much of a deal because it's only going to be up to about 7,000 feet. That's not to say it won't play any factor at all. Some people are still will still experience some issues potentially, but I would assume that most people will not.
Skylar Hall in the chat. If I were ranking co-hosts on a scale, Skylar would be more in the middle. Nick would be further ahead of Skylar after Skylar and I did the USATF 100-mile live stream just a couple months ago. Jamil would check in to make sure Rob and I weren't burning down the Enterprise. I can't blame him, to be quite honest. Rob and I just went for it. You know, we figured we could talk about running for long enough, so we appreciate Jamil entrusting us with that live stream, and hopefully he'll check in as he paces Eric Sensman here coming up. And that altitude sickness question, that was a good question. I think that one of the big things is you don't spend much time all that high, really, right? I mean, you get up to 9,000 plus feet at Eldon.
Yep.
Right? But you're not up there for very long.
Not up there for very long. Now, there is a kind of a quick transition from, 4th-ish thousand feet up to that 7,000 to 9,000 feet. But I would assume that that's not. Now, if this was going up towards Humphreys, up towards that 11,000, 12,000 feet, then there's a much bigger potential to see some adverse symptoms. But I don't think that the 9,000 feet will cause an issue for most of these, especially when so many runners in this field are coming from places like Colorado or live here in Arizona. And right now we're getting that aerial view of that Mingus Mountain Aid Station here, and we are awaiting our second, third, and fourth female competitors right now to come in there. That's Lauren Jones, Brianna Grigsby, and Sarah Ostazuski, who are all packed up here in that part of the race, and they are kind of in the outskirts of the top 15 on this field. We just watched Cole Crosby leave. Cole was fifth at the USATF 50K championships and has some recent wins at some other shorter races. So we'll kind of see how he holds up here. He's maybe not as experienced in this longer distance ultra as some of the other people that are around him in the race, but so far so good for Cole. He's running a really strong race. He just left that Mingus Mountain, and I believe we just had eyes on Michael McKnight, who checked in there and is still hanging out.
He just left.
He just left. So
Yep.
word is he just left. So Michael McKnight, after having some stomach issues earlier on, is heading back out in the course, and he's going to be traversing that 17-mile section from Mingus Mountain to Jerome State Historic Park, where we will see the runners next. Jerome Historic Park, where we just watched our race leader, Joe McConaughey, walk out of earlier, looking pretty good after getting his hamstrings rolled out with a rolling pin and taking in some pickle juice and mashed potatoes. Word is that he has not slept for more than about 17 minutes, so that's certainly going to play into the tactics later on today. We'll see what happens here if he has to take a little nap, and then if our second and third place runners right now, Jeff Coop and Annie Hughes, are able to kind of maybe close that gap up over the course of the day.
Yeah, and it looks like Annie Hughes is going to be the second person to cross that 100-mile threshold here shortly. Jason Coop not too far behind her, but the Tiger King himself is marching people down. He's got fresh legs after having to take a couple months of reduced training due to some injury. Said he felt healthy coming in. His legs felt fresh. He felt very underprepared. But he has a lot of experience at these, long outdoor adventures. He is also a through hike FKT holder, but holds most of the unsupported records, where he's just out there on his own and has to kind of figure things out. So really good at troubleshooting problems and solving issues. So it's great to see Jeff Slowly starting to work his way up the field again. Still really early. So not even most runners not even at 100 miles yet of a 250-mile race. So plenty of time for things to start clicking, but also for things to maybe go a little bit wrong.
Yeah, I mean, so much of this battle for all of these athletes is about troubleshooting. It's who can figure out what issues they're having, who can figure out how to address these issues and move on. I remember watching the video from last year's race and Maggie Gutierrez talking about like you can prepare for every potential scenario that you can think of, but for sure something you didn't think of is going to come up. And I'm sure that all of these athletes have already had something like that pop up now over the course of the race, and there are of course going to be more things over the next 100 miles or so that are going to pop up, and it'll be fun to see how these incredible athletes deal with that.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun to see this upcoming Sedona section, and just to see what kind of carnage we actually get.
Yeah.
Because I think it's gonna be warm. It's not super hilly and challenging, but it is gonna get hot, and so it'll be interesting to see how some of those faster early paces, um, play a factor as you get into like some of these really hot areas.
Yeah, Sedona's going to be tricky. It is going to be warm, and there are some techie sections around there, so it's going to require definitely a lot of focus. I mean, I'm looking forward to it because it's just a beautiful place to watch. So we'll get some nice camera angles of the Red Rocks there, which will be fun. But it's definitely going to be an interesting area for these runners to navigate as the heat of the day warms up.
And let's go ahead, send it back to Whiskey Row here. And we do actually have a few cams here. As you can see, some runners looks like taking in some food. Looks like maybe a little beverage on
Yeah,
the side there.
just a just a little bit of a beverage to help pep up in the morning. A little bit of a snack.
Whatever keeps you moving forward. That's
Yeah, this
that's
is
what you should do.
this is a judgment-free zone during a 250-mile race. Whatever they got to do, they got to do.
And let's go ahead and send it back to Mingus camp here. Actually, let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the Colleen Lingley cam. The Flagstaff area resident, the Arizona State Sun Devil legend, Colleen, showing us around the aid station of Jerome.
Not a bad place to be hanging out and spending the morning, that's for sure.
No, a really nice view, kind of overlooking the Verde Valley there as well.
Super cool that they were able to link this awesome little mining town to this course, and it's just fun for the runners to be able to experience such a historic spot in Arizona, along with places like Prescott and Sedona. And unfortunately, no Crown King this year because of the course change. But the ability to link together such iconic places in Arizona is one of the coolest thing that this course does. So kudos to the course designers and to Jamil and to the race directors for putting together something so memorable for the runners to roll through here. As we're looking out at this beautiful vista from Jerome, Arizona that Colleen has us on, we are awaiting a couple athletes here at Jerome. Annie Hughes and Jason Coop are still about potentially 6 to 8 miles away. So we're still probably about an hour, a little over an hour away from seeing them through there. We just saw our race leader, Joe McConaughey, a few moments ago step out of Jerome and head and start to make his way towards Deer Pass in Sedona. He was looking good, just took a short break to get his hamstrings rolled out and get a little bit of food as well. And our second place overall runner and first female, Annie Hughes, has probably crossed that 100-mile threshold, being the second runner so far to cross that 100 miles. A lot of talk about a pickle juice goo in the chat here, and I gotta say, for my end, that seems awful.
And we do, sorry to interrupt here, we do have some eyes on String Bean here. I believe that's Whit pacing. I'm not sure if Whit can turn his camera sideways for me, but either way, we're just going to check in so that we can get some eyes on Joe here.
Looks like Joe knows the camera's on, decided to start turning it on and running a little bit. It does look like a beautiful trail to be running on, but he looks good this morning.
And we will pull it back while we wait for that to come up. Thank you so much, Whit, for yeah, thanks so much, Whit, for getting us this footage. I guess what I was trying to say.
It's a nice, looks like a nice non-technical section for Joe to be running down right now. Probably feels good to stretch out the legs a little bit and run a bit more on this long downhill section before hitting some more technical trails as he runs through Sedona. But gotta say, Joe's looking good early on in this race this morning. Hopefully he's feeling good.
Yeah, and so Joe is making his way down towards the Verde River, where he will have a crossing of the Verde River before making his way over to Dead Horse Ranch.
Just a nice, refreshing dip in a creek. I'm sure that will be very welcome for Joe as he gets down towards there. And right now we've got eyes up at the Mingus Mountain aid station on that drone waiting. It looks like we actually have someone coming in here on the road there. Tough to see if it's crew or runners as they got dusted by a big RV, unfortunately for them. But
I am getting word that it is a runner, so hopefully we'll get a bib on them.
could be Mark Vogel, could be Lauren Jones or Sarah Ostaszewski. So a lot of runners there. We should be expecting a few to come in here shortly. Hopefully we'll get some bibs.
It looks like Sarah Ostaszewski, but I'm not certain on that, so don't hold me to it. Any Denim Cowboy sightings? We have not seen the Denim Cowboy yet, Anthony Tadejewski, but we did check in earlier, and he was on his way to Iron King, I believe, earlier. And as the runner gets a little bit closer here, we will get a bib confirmation here. Oh, Chris Warden in the chat, the People's Champ. Chris is meant to be, being productive at work, but he says the Denim Cowboy, Anthony Tadejewski, is taking a nap. I believe at one point Jamil is possibly meant to pace Anthony later in the race. Anthony was one of Jamil's pacers last year.
All right.
And so he's got to return the favor, as he does for Eric Sensman as well, who he made pace him up and over Mount Eldon.
Well, it seems like that Jamil is certainly going to get that over for 72.5 miles based on the pacing, but I'm not sure if we can take that into account.
Yeah, I'm not
when we're
counting
talking about
that.
Camera mileage.
I'm not counting that.
But Chris Warden, he's certainly being productive at work. Maybe he's not being productive in a work sense, but productive for us. So we thank him for the insider knowledge there.
It looks like we may have ground cam here from Troy.
As
Looks
we're
like that
waiting to see.
feed might be a little. Oh, we're gonna go to this drone shot here. Yeah, I feel like that's Sarah O. I feel like that was Sarah Ostazuski. Just joined. Who is in the top 3? Um, Actually, why don't I'll leave this up to the live chat. Should I put the top 3 on this bottom scroll, or should I leave that Michael Versteeg is out?
I think
Uh,
regardless, we're going to get those questions either way.
well, I mean, we've still been getting Michael Versteeg questions.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But right now, we're just waiting to see. We think it's Sarah Ostazuski, who is just checking into our Mingus Mountain Aid Station. That would make her the second woman right now on course. So we're waiting to get confirmation there from Mingus. Looks like we got somebody
We did
else.
have confirmation that that was Sarah.
That was Sarah, and looks like we got somebody else rolling in here right now as well too. Hot on Sarah's heels. Gonna guess that could be Mark Vogel potentially, as he was the one guy around the 3 women there, so could be him checking in. We should be seeing a few other athletes because there were a bunch that were bunched together here coming through here as well too. Looks like the vote is in on the chat, and people are wanting to see the top 3 on that bottom banner for now.
Well, if you give me just a couple minutes, and we do have Troy's camera, but it looks like it is cutting out again here. I think that Troy will get better coverage as he gets maybe closer to the camp, so we will take it to the drone, and we'll see if that feed cleans up. We are getting some nice views here, courtesy of the great Colleen Lingley. It is Mark Vogel.
Mark Vogel, number 91, popping in here to the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Mingus is mile about 91.6 for these athletes.
And there we have another runner coming in. I could not see who that was.
Really tight packed group here of Mark Vogel, Ostazuski, and potentially could be Lauren Jones in this group here. Could be Matt Smith or Brianna Grigsby, who are all kind of in that range as well too. So a lot of people here popping into this Mingus Mountain camp, which is featuring lasagna, salad, ramen and broth, and pancakes. So quite the array of snacks to be had here for our athletes as they pop into Mingus Mountain. Again, mile 91.6. This is crew access and is a pacer access, so the runners can pick up a pacer here as well too if they want one for that 17-mile stretch from Mingus to Jerome Historic State Park. So we'll wait for confirmation here to see who that next athlete was coming in. Just keep an eye on the cameras, and I'm sure we'll get some info here soon.
2:39.
That is Lauren Jones,
the Atlanta native.
Atlanta native with FKT experience. So she is our 3rd female on course right now, checking in just after Sarah Ostazuski, last year's 5th place finisher at Cocodona, and Mark Vogel, number 91, who is just ahead of her. So 3 runners here in a very tight-knit group coming into Mingus Mountain mile 91.6. Mark Vogel, who actually was 10th overall at Cocodona last year, has some course experience. 4th at the Plain 100 miler in Leavenworth as well too. He also ran the Triple Crown of 200s in 2019. So this is a man with lots of 200 experience. So cool to see him here again in the top 10 here at Cocodona, or right around the top 10, should I say, at Cocodona. He is approximately in 12th or 13th currently. as he rolled in shortly after Sarah Ostazuski and right before Lauren Jones, our second and third females overall at this year's race, into the Mingus Mountain Aid Station, as we're getting a beautiful drone shot here of Mingus Mountain with a nice banner showing our current leading group of Joe McConaughey, who is approximately 111 miles into this race. We saw him walking out of Jerome earlier. Annie Hughes, second overall, our first lady. Right now, she is just over that 100-mile mark. And Jason Koop, who is third overall, who is right around that 100-mile mark as well. We saw all three of our leaders, and actually the whole field, setting a pretty fast pace yesterday, doing lots of running in the early sections of the race. So be interesting to see if that quick early pace plays a role here on day 2, as the runners get a little bit more mileage on their legs and as they begin to battle the heat of the day as they descend into Sedona, Arizona. Right now, cameras on Mingus Mountain. We're waiting for some more finishers coming in. Just had Mark Vogel, number 91, Sarah Ostazuski, and Lauren Jones check in. There were a couple other athletes in close proximity, so we should be expecting to see a few more come in here to mile 91.6 Mingus Mountain any moment now.
Again, got some crew vehicles. Mingus Mountain, Mingus Camp here, up at about 7,600 feet. So you're getting pretty up there.
Getting pretty up there. Yeah, getting pretty up there. You know, if you're not used to altitude, you'll notice yourself working a little bit harder than what you're expecting. Beautiful morning up there in Mingus, though. 53 degrees or right around. So definitely a nice day to be taking a stroll through the pines. But for these runners, it's only going to get warmer as they descend into Sedona.
Tony Khan. Versteeg is out. Not enough cushion in those sandals.
Well, we did say when he was getting serious there coming out of Skull Valley, he did switch to some shoes. So I don't know if we can necessarily blame the sandals, but the word was that he was having some back issues once he hit Whiskey Row, which was the reason for his drop. I don't know if we're going to show top 5, but I can give you the current top 5 there, Valerie. Right now in 4th place is FKT legend Jeff Garmeyer. He is 97-ish miles in, about 14 miles behind our leader McConaughey. And Killian Korth of Colorado currently sits in 5th at 96.8 miles. He is in very close proximity to Jeff. Those two could be switched depending on how those spot trackers are pinging, but they will round out the top 5 for now, as our 2 through about 12 runners are on the 17-mile stretch between Mingus Mountain and Jerome, the Jerome aid stations.
Whoops.
And looks like we have our drone zooming in here. Look at that shot. Oh, that's a tree.
Oh, and that's a crash.
Well, that is a crash. We'll go ahead and switch cameras here. Let's head over to Whiskey Row and see what's going on at Whiskey Row, as we have runners checking in here all night. They have to be out of Whiskey Row by 9:30 p.m. this evening to hit that first cutoff, and it looks like most of our field is in a good spot here to make that cutoff as of right now.
That was pretty classic.
That was classic. Like, wow, that's a pretty cool shot coming in here. Oh, and that is the tree.
Hey, we do have the shot. We got a thumbs up from our drone pilot that the that the drone is okay.
It's okay.
Oh, live and bam, that was epic. And so we are back here at Whiskey Row, where runners have until 9:30 tonight to make it out. The comments in the live chat, the drone DNF'd. Wipe out. That was pretty good. I think that's one of the first times we've gotten the actual shot being live as it crashes.
Hope that makes the highlight reel at the end of Cocodona.
Yeah, we did get confirmation that the drone is okay. That was pretty good. I guess the real testament will be whether the drone gets back up or not. You know, if we don't have Troy's drone back in the sky, then we know the truth.
Well, at least we know the camera was working okay, so there's something to be said there. But hopefully we get that drone back up. It would be nice to have that footage of the runners coming in there.
And just to confirm, we got the drone back up. You know, it is a bit windy out there.
It does
You
look
see the
windy out
flags?
there, yeah. It's tricky flying conditions for our man Troy. Definitely can't say that I would do any better with that drone. But kudos to him for getting it back up in the sky.
Well, and it looks like we're getting some pretty nice footage now, so
Yeah.
maybe the drone just needed a bit of a wake-up call. Oh, this is a good one. Man, I wish this race was in a couple of weeks. My guess is that the runners do not wish
No.
this race was in the middle of May versus early May.
No, those 90-degree temps in Sedona would be a little brutal for our runners. Actually, the whole first half would be brutal. Prescott and Sedona and 85
Well,
to
and
90
think if it
degrees.
was the original course where you're climbing up.
Oh.
But we do wish you had been able to join us and that it had overlapped with your vacation. But we do appreciate you tuning in.
And have a great time in Sedona. Memorial Day traffic is before Memorial Day, traffic's gonna be crazy. So just be ready for that.
I feel like in the summer, Sedona traffic is always crazy.
Yeah, it's almost always crazy 100% of the time, but particularly in the summer. So make sure to check out some more of the quieter trailheads to make sure that you have access to those because it can get a little bonkers out there on Memorial Day. But enjoy the hiking. Sedona is a beautiful place to be in the late spring, early summer for sure.
And I do want to give a quick shout out to our lovely admin assistant who is downstairs working in the office who brought me a nice hot tea. She's helping ensure that my voice gets through this upcoming week because I lost my voice after the expo on Sunday. And so before the live stream even started, my voice was a little worse for wear. I was texting my good friend Rob Ricardo, who is a musician as well as an incredible race commentator, about tips for like how to keep my voice. And his number one tip was make sure you get good sleep, which you can't do. So you're probably just out of luck. So huge shout out to Kelly downstairs for the lovely coffee and for saving my throat for the rest of the week here.
Yeah, I gotta say it's been good to hear the dulcet tones of your voice over the live stream, and I gotta say it doesn't sound like you've been losing your voice at all. So far so good, considering that I'm assuming you're working on some low sleep right now, to say the least.
Well, and a huge shout out to Chris Warden and Stephen Crawford for taking the reins last night. I was able to get a little power nap in before the stream ended, and then I came on to help shut things down. So that was very nice of them to let me sleep from about 10:30 to 11:30, come and help take care of things, and then slept for a few more hours after that, which was
Nice.
great.
And they did a great job last night. Was fun to hear them talk about the race and talk about Steven's experiences from last year. So really good stuff on the stream at Aravaipa After Dark was enjoyable to tune in for.
And for anyone who missed it, they will be back. They will be back on this evening, so you'll be able to tune in again.
Got a question about asking if there's going to be any footage of the runners. We do have a drone up there at the Mingus aid station, so we've had some footage as the runners come in and some footage of the runners, just kind of hanging out with their respective crews. So hopefully we'll see them in the near future. Recently, we had Lauren Jones, Sarah Ostaszewski, and Mark Vogel all check into the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. I believe that they're still there. And recently, we had Cole Crosby and Michael McKnight check out and start to make their way to Jerome. So right now, we have the bulk of our top 10 en route between Mingus and Jerome. And we've got a bunch of runners who are approaching that Mingus Mountain Aid Station at mile 91.6.
Yeah, and just to touch on that, we will have a couple more feeds up in Mingus Mountain later this afternoon as well. So our drone pilot will move down closer to Dead Horse Sedona area, kind of the stretch in between there. And we will have some more ground cams that make their way up to Mingus Camp. So we should be able to get a little bit more both inside and outside from Mingus Camp.
And it looks like if you pop over to our Whiskey Row feed, we got Bib 188. That's James Willett just out there hanging out, taking in some fluids and resting. He is out of Chandler, Arizona. So if we got any fan of James out here, you're getting that prime footage of him hanging out at Whiskey Row. He's at mile 60, getting ready to head out on the course to make his way up towards that Mingus Mountain Aid Station. So good to see James there.
And we do have someone in the chat. Stan Barry is back. We do have Stan the Man back in the race this year. Last year, the race fell on, I believe, him and his wife's wedding anniversary, so I assume that it likely falls on that again, since it only shifts one day, but I can't be certain. It looks like we do have... see if this feed cleans up here, but we do have some runners coming into Mingus. See if we can get a bib here. 53.
It's Matt Smith.
Matt Smith.
The 53 Matt Smith from Big Bear City, California, checking in here to Mingus Mountain, joining Vogel, Ostaszewski, and Lauren Jones, who are currently here hanging out right now, getting prepped for the next section. So,
love it. We'll go back to that drone shot here.
Matt Smith is no stranger to 100-milers. He's got a lot here in his ultra sign-up profile. But this would be, it looks like, his first attempt at something over that 100-miler distance. So good to see him having a good race out there so far. So good for Matt Smith as he joins a couple other runners at that Mingus Mountain Aid Station, getting ready to head out towards Jerome, the historic city of Jerome.
Well, who was that last? Matt Smith, right?
Yep, Matt
Do you
Smith.
think that's his real name, or do you think he's in like witness protection or? No, I'm just kidding. Huge shout out to Matt Smith, who my first name's Matt, so I appreciate him. Who's having himself a really good run. He's been, I feel like he's been just kind of slowly moving up throughout the course of the yesterday afternoon through the evening.
Yeah, not a guy we talked about a lot yesterday, but someone who was kind of on the back end of that top 20 all day, just taking it, maybe taking his time, being a little bit more conservative, which we talked about this yesterday, and they talked about it last night. Be interesting to see how some of those faster, earlier miles play into how the runners are feeling on day two.
Yeah, and Jake Jackson in the chat saying that he's also done Tour de France.
Tour de France, so then never mind. He is no stranger to these longer distances then.
It's hard because Tour de France isn't on ultra signups.
That's true,
so
that's
you gotta
true. So if we're talking difficult, legendary, longer ultras, that certainly is at the top of that list. So he's got some experience and he knows how to handle this longer distances. So he'll be a factor in the top 15, top 20, definitely as the race goes on. And as things change here, people rest, take naps, or go through bad patches. I'm sure he'll have his opportunities to move up. He's where it is 7th overall, first American at Tour de France. So definitely
Nice.
a talented racer. So he is certainly going to be a factor here. Looks like we have view of someone heading into.
Yeah, it looks like that might be Bree Grigsby, maybe.
We have yet to see Brianna Grigsby, so it could definitely be her.
Could also be someone else. Someone in the chat asked, let me see if I can pull that up. Does anyone know the new vert for the new course? It is 29,081 feet this year. And the original course, I was not able to...
Original course is like 42 or 41,000 feet, I believe.
41,546 is the estimated per the race website. I'm not sure what people tracked last year, and this year's course would be different. So,
I mean, the biggest difference on that vert is you missed that first climb up to Crown King. Looks like we have an Instagram update from Jeff Garmeyer that he just reported he hit 100 miles on his Instagram story. So that would make him the 4th runner to hit that 100-mile mark, as he sits in 4th place between Jason Koop and Killian Korth. So his spot tracker has yet to update that, but on his Instagram, he has noted that he has hit 100 miles as we're waiting for our 2, 3, 4 runners to get into the Jerome AZ aid station, where we saw Joe McConaughey depart earlier on the stream this morning.
So we can send it to our iPad here. There you see it. Jeff Garmeyer, the free outside, 100.08 miles, 39 hours, 22 minutes. So that was just a few minutes ago.
Shout out to someone who is thinking about putting stuff on his Instagram story while running a 250-mile race.
Jeff's very, he's always thinking about the people.
Yes, he is always thinking about the fans. You got to do it for the gram, and it's cool to have to be able to follow Jeff on this adventure via social media.
There are the sights and scenes from the iconic Whiskey Row in Prescott. And as I stated earlier, I knew that when we changed this to the leaderboard that we would have some Versteeg questions coming in. Mike Versteeg dropped out at Whiskey Row last night due to some back issues.
Definitely unfortunate that he wasn't able to finish there, so we wish the best for Michael, and that he will, get over these back issues ASAP. But sometimes that is the nature of the ultra game. It can be, you can never really tell what's going to happen to you, so it can be tough out there.
Yeah, and I think, it's hindsight is 2020, right? So it's easy to say this now. But when we saw him stretching out his back and hips at the White Rock aid station, maybe that should have been a sign that he wasn't feeling like himself.
Looks like we've got a runner hanging out at the aid station there. Maybe we can get a bib on him, let you know who that is.
Yeah, if Joe can get a bib on this runner for us. Or John, I apologize, John. Looks like we have bib 101.
That is Jeffrey Foote from Chandler. So I think that's 2 guys from Chandler hanging out in the aid station. We had another one earlier as well, too. So Jeffrey Foote hanging out there, getting some aid, getting ready to tackle this next section from Whiskey Row. He heads to Iron King, a 14-mile section there. And just a reminder that the cutoff time today for Whiskey Row is 9:30 p.m. So all runners have to be out of 9:30 p.m. So by 9:30 p.m. to be able to continue on their race. So we are keeping an eye on some of those runners towards the back and hoping that they can keep moving in the right direction and get out of Whiskey Row on time.
We got some more runners coming into Whiskey Row here.
Looks like Jeff Foote is going to be heading out with his pacer, Andre Lee, as they head out on course here to Iron King.
The legend. Last year's final finisher.
That's right. That's right. So cool to see him back out there on course, and I'm sure it's nice for Jeff to have a pacer with that much experience to take him through the next couple sections. Looks like Jen is saying that that runner that was on our screen could potentially be Elisa Kravitz, number 83, which would make sense according to the spot tracker. She's a Scottsdale resident, so she is getting ready to head out on her next section.
And we do have, I can't get a read on the bib, but it looks like either two runners or runner and pacer, but it looks like they have matching shirts.
Oh, nice. There you go.
That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
I can't even. Looked like it started with a 2. That narrows it down, right?
So it could be, anybody. It could be 2:30.
It did look like 2:30, maybe 4.
That's what I thought. Could be Bart Mangino.
What mile does it have
Says
him at?
70 for him, so maybe not
So
quite
maybe
right.
not him.
Could be Benjamin Kuhn, 2:14.
Yeah, that makes maybe more sense.
59.7 from Westminster, Colorado. That looks like it could be him. So we're looking at Benjamin Kuhn with his matching T-shirts with, is that a pacer? Pacer bib there?
It looks like it. Let's go ahead and just for Carl in the chat here, twinsies. That is correct. That definitely looks like a pacer bib because
Yeah,
I
it
don't
looks
see
like-
numbers.
yeah, it looks
looks
like a
more
pacer
like
bib.
letters.
Probably good to have Pacer have the same shirt, because if you start to get a little delirious, then you just know to follow the person who's wearing the same shirt as yourself. So I can see the strategy there. Said Matt Smith passed 17 runners from Whiskey Row to Mingus. That is a crazy section. Holy moly. Wow. So Matt Smith obviously feeling it here. Be interesting to see if he can keep that momentum going and pass
There
a few
we
more.
see the legend Andre Lee. Well, if that's what the pacer bib looks like, then that might be a runner.
Might be a runner. Maybe it's they're just hanging out. Looks like we gotta have
There goes Andre and Jeff Foote. Runner 207.
Corin
Corin
Brown.
Brown.
Yep. She is from Flagstaff. So a lot of Arizona right now at the aid station as they get ready to head out on their next section. We just watched Jeffrey Foote and his pacer, Cocodona legend Andre Lee, head out there as they make their way towards Iron King. We just had a note that Matt Smith passed 17 runners from Whiskey Road to Mingus. That had to be a good feeling. That's one way to get some momentum. We had word here that is Ben Kuhn's wife, Rebecca, at the aid station with the matching T-shirt. So maybe not another athlete. Could be just be his wife.
And
So-
maybe bib 207 was in the aid station
Yeah, just in the aid
shot
station
that we
hanging
saw.
out. So yeah,
That makes more sense
that definitely makes more sense for sure.
than two runners from different places having matching shirts.
Yeah, one would expect that we should have the deduction abilities to put that together, but you'd be putting too much credit in us to be able to do that here.
And we're going to take a look here as it looks like we might have some runners, but we also do have the legend himself, Jeff Browning,
Oh, nice.
in the chat. Flagstaff resident now. So shout out to Jeff. Jeff, we hope to see you out here one day. There's no better way to experience the great state of Arizona than by traversing most of the state by foot. So
That's one way to get to know it. Yeah, yeah. Who needs cars or bicycles or other modes of transportation? Let's do it on foot. That's the way you can really experience what Arizona is like. But it is a good way to kind of traverse all these cool little historic towns and experience them in a way that most of the people wouldn't get to. Had a question here wondering if Joe McConaughey will sleep until he gets past like Versteeg did last year. We talked about that earlier, that, you know, at some point Joe's going to have to stop and probably take a little nap. And when he goes and does that will be certainly interesting, because we had Coop, who did sleep at some point overnight, who might be able to go for a little bit longer. And Annie Hughes has not slept as far as we're aware yet. So there's definitely going to be some sleep strategy coming up here over the course of the next 100 miles here or so.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Joe lays down for a long period of time, like an
Yeah.
hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, or whether he just continues to do maybe like 10-minute naps.
Yeah,
It'll be interesting to say. Whatever he decides, I trust that he knows what he's doing.
yeah. He's got a little bit of experience.
Yeah, but it will be interesting because Versteeg was also in a unique situation last year where he hadn't slept at all from the start, got all the way to Dead Horse Ranch, and it was really, really hot.
Yeah,
So he took a really long sleep there, trusting that would get him to the finish.
yeah,
But it also allowed him to then, be coming into Sedona and running most of those trails as the sun was starting to set and
Yeah.
through the night.
yeah. Really turned out to be a very smart play in that regard, getting some sleep and avoiding the hottest part of the day in Sedona, which can be pretty brutal. We heard Jamil yesterday talking with Sensman about sleep strategy, and he mentioned the 90 minutes maybe being one of the sweet spots there, because you're able to get a full REM cycle. So if you're trying to maximize your sleep, or maybe only sleep once over the course of the race, or once or twice, that might be a number to keep an eye on, which would probably be enough time for some of these athletes behind Joe to close that gap relatively significantly.
And we do now have a static cam set up inside the Mingus Mountain Camp, so you can see the drop bags there, the aid stations.
Shout out to the guy. Looks like chopping up a banana or something here. So looks
So
like
we will be able to get a little bit more inside now as well.
And to recap, we recently had a couple athletes check in there. Matt Smith, Lauren Jones, Mark Vogel, Sarah Ostaszewski, and I believe Brianna Grigsby have all, to our knowledge, checked into that Mingus Mountain aid station. Looks like, according to the tracking, Adrian Bagrin could potentially be in there as well, too, or have checked in recently. And Michael McKnight and Cole Crosby recently left the aid station, and Joshua Locke to head on that 17-mile stretch towards Jerome State Historic Park. So long stretch there. We have about, looks like 12 or so athletes kind of on the road, and we have a bunch of athletes in the aid station getting ready to check in here. So definitely it's a tight race. There's a lot of talented runners up here up front, kind of packed together, and still lots of time for things to happen, which they assuredly will in a race of this length.
We should have some more runners coming into Mingus camp here. There is the camo shorts and camo hoodie wearing man himself, Jamil Curry, coming in. He's getting ready to pace the great Eric Sensman from Mingus to Jerome.
He made some good time. Must have
Yep.
He definitely made some good time there. I mean, the question is, what mile mark is Whiskey Row? Whiskey Row is about mile 60. So if you have eyes on that aid station, that's runners coming into about mile 60. So right now we've got eyes on that Whiskey Row aid station. Again, that cutoff time tonight is at 9:30 p.m. So we'll be monitoring to see, to make sure that our runners will be getting through there. Everybody looks to be on a good track right now to get through by 9 p.m. as we have eyes on Whiskey Row, mile 60. Last night, if you were watching, we saw Joe McConaughey, our race leader, come in through there around 9 o'clock last night. And it looks like Jubilee and Jamil are waving to us there. And I don't have the knowledge or wherewithal to make that change on the camera from to the Mingus station. So we'll just keep eyes here on Whiskey Row for the time being. Question here asking what place is Sensman in right now. He is somewhere on the back end of the top 20. I don't have a full count on it, but he's somewhere around mile 89 or 90. Should be seeing him come into the Mingus aid station sometime in the next, half hour or so, depending on how well he's moving. He is kind of in another pack with near a couple other guys, including Dominic Grossman, Tyler Welch from Arizona, Mark DeFalco, one of our younger runners, just 23 years old. He was up towards the front of the race yesterday. And they are right behind Brianna Grigsby, who we saw check in at that Mingus Mountain aid station recently. So,
And Brianna Grigsby going to be picked up by her pacer, Bryce Brooks, who is doing some follow cam stuff for us as our drone has picked up a runner coming in, it looks like.
we have some interesting insights from Jeff Browning in the chat talking about Michael McKnight and his rough stomach and how he's been maybe struggling with the heat a little bit yesterday. We did see him come through Mingus looking pretty good. Looks like he was moving okay as he was heading out towards Jerome. So lots and lots of ups and downs over the course of a 250-mile race, and hopefully Michael's able to get those stomach issues taken care of and feel better for the second half here. Word from Will Z in the chat that Sensman is about 19th place there, so the People's Champion still holding in the top 20. He'll pick up pacer Jamil Corey for his trip to Jerome.
And we are going to go inside as we await the next runner here. I believe our drone pilot is going in for a battery swap. We should have a runner coming into Mingus aid station here shortly. In the meantime, let's send it to the party that is Whiskey Row. You're going to have runners coming into Whiskey Row, which is around mile 61 this year, basically the entirety of the day.
Moab for me asking for chat about training, shoe choices, and gear. I don't want to bore everybody in the stream by talking about any of those things, any of those things. But thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. As we check in here at Whiskey Row, see if we can get there. Looks like there's a bib right there. Maybe can read some numbers off of.
Looks like it starts with a 1.
112? Could that be C. Sawyer?
Not
No.
C. Sawyer.
Not C. Sawyer. There's no cowboy hat there.
And their shoes.
And their shoes. That's right. He was one of our sandal wearers yesterday. Looks like we have word from Matt O'Brien that String Bean O'Conahate is 1 mile out from Dead Horse Ranch. So he is moving really well this morning, coming down from Jerome to Dead Horse Ranch. That puts him right around mile 115 or so.
And it looks like bib number 9 is what we're hearing just came into, or is in Mingus
That
here, which was Bree Grigsby,
Grigsby, yeah.
which we're not seeing her, so she may.
Aravaipa race team member,
Yep.
Bree Grigsby. There you go. So we're looking forward. We have, looking at the spot trackers, looks like Andy Hughes and Jason Cooper about 5 or 6 miles out from that Jerome aid station. So probably within the next hour or so, we should be seeing them come through Jerome, and that will give us a good indication of how they're looking as they chase down current race leader Joe McConaughey, who is about 1 mile out from the Dead Horse Ranch aid station, which is about mile 117. And a nice call out here that he is almost halfway in 24 hours, which is actually pretty insane to think about, considering the record for last year was about 72 hours. So that's a hot pace, and we'll be curious to see how he holds up over this next section into Sedona and then up onto the Coconino Plateau.
Yeah, it's definitely. He was a little bit more conservative early on yesterday, I felt like, and now. I don't want to say, he's pressing, but he's definitely running a little bit quicker now compared to the rest of the field, especially compared to where he was at yesterday morning. And so it'll be interesting to see how he handles this Sedona section that's coming up, but he's definitely having himself a really strong run up to this point.
Yeah, and he looks great. I mean, the video we had of him earlier coming out of Jerome, I mean, he looked smooth. He didn't look like his range of motion was hampered. His quads didn't seem to be blown up. He got a nice little rollout. So, yeah, I think he was looking good. But, again, not even halfway through yet, so a lot of stuff can happen over the course of this race. Shout out to Stan Barry's daughter, confirming that it is their parents' anniversary again this year. So, kudos to them for coming out for that.
What better way to celebrate?
I don't know, Cancun, Hawaii. But
you mean not traversing Arizona by foot to
Flagstaff? Yeah, not traversing Arizona by foot and eating 500 goos. So maybe there might be more enjoyable ways. But hey, different strokes for different folks. It's cool that they're out here, and this can maybe be an annual tradition for them for their anniversary. So thanks for the info there, Allie.
It looks like we should have Annie Hughes just a few miles out, I believe, from the Jerome aid station.
Yeah, Jerome being about 108, Annie Hughes being right around that 104 mark. So, again, sometime in the next 45 minutes, maybe we'll see her come through. And just an amazing run by Annie so far. You know, second overall, first female. She's been up there the whole race. For that first section coming into Skull Valley, she was looking really fresh and competitive and running over those smooth dirt roads. So cool to see her up here racing with the likes of McConaughey and Jason Koop. Definitely going to be an interesting second half.
Looks like we may have, looks like Pacer Bibbs there, as we're taking a look in the Mingus camp.
And it's a long section from Mingus to Jerome, about 17 miles. So definitely want to make sure that you are prepared for that. And as we're waiting to get eyes here on potentially some athletes at the Mingus aid station, recently watched Cole Crosby and Michael McKnight depart, make their way to Jerome. And we saw Lauren Jones, Matt Smith, Sarah Ostazuski, Mark Vogel, and Brianna Grigsby all check into the aid station here. And I would guess that there are maybe some others that we haven't seen or other ones closing in, including Mark DeFalco and Tyler Welch, who are within about a mile from that aid station. Potentially Adrian Bagrin, who might have been in and out, and we didn't get a chance to see that either. So lots of athletes kind of in the range between Mingus and Jerome. And we should also be seeing Eric Sensman here in the next 20 or so minutes. Check into this aid station. He seems to be about a mile out, according to the spot tracker. So he'll be picking up pacer Jamil Corey and make his trek to Jerome.
It looks like we have views from another aid station here. I'm not exactly sure which aid station this is.
See if we can get maybe some numbers on it. And
Fain Ranch.
All
Thank
right.
you so much. And so we have the wonderful Melanie, who I believe is out crewing I can't remember exactly. I think her partner maybe. So she's kind of bouncing down the course and helping film stuff as she's at some of these aid stations. So we really appreciate your help.
See if we can get some bib numbers and see.
That looked like 24.
Bib 24. That would be Adrian Bagrin. So probably not 24.
26.
So we're looking here at Amy Gordon, Flagstaff resident, someone who would frequent the store, run Flagstaff, as you can see here on my sweatshirt. So really
Shout out to Run Flagstaff,
shout out to Run Flagstaff
and Team Run Flagstaff.
And Team Run Flagstaff. We had a couple shout outs there. Cool to see Amy out there. Amy's a great person. She's always awesome to work with. So cool to see her having a day.
Then
at
that looks
Fain Ranch.
like Sean Nakamura next to her there.
Fain Ranch is mile 79.4 here.
Bib I think it was 124.
Sean Nakamura.
Yep.
Yep.
I recognize the hat.
He's part of that San Diego crew that people in the chat love. So looks like they're loading up on some snacks, getting ready for this next section. We'll see them next after Fain Ranch over at Mingus Mountain. And we did get a comment in the chat here about the wind being supposed to be pretty bad today, and we can confirm that, looking at the flags here at Fain Ranch and looking at the flags at Mingus, that it does look to be pretty breezy out there. So
Yeah.
maybe not going to affect the outcome of the race. It can certainly be an irritant and affect your mental state if you've been in the wind for hours and hours and hours, especially when it looks to be as exposed as it is out there at Fain Ranch. So feel for the not just the athletes but for the volunteers. Hope they brought their chapstick to help protect themselves there.
Yeah, and someone in the chat asking for a shout out for the only runner from the UK, Scott Jenkins, who's at mile 83. So huge shout out to Scott, which means he is on his way so he's just passed through
Just
Fane
past
Ranches
Fane
and on
Ranch,
his
yeah.
way up to Mingus.
Well, God save the Queen. Cool to have the international presence here at Cocodona.
This is a pretty cool shot. Again, I think I've said this on stream before, but so this is a different aid station compared to the original course in terms of like where the Fane Ranch aid station is. But Fane Ranch is really interesting because it used to just be this like super massive cattle farm that spanned almost the entire floor of the Prescott Valley.
Wow.
So it was like one of the biggest biggest farms in Arizona. We'll send it back to Whiskey here. And it looks like we're going to send it out towards Jerome. It looks like Colleen is going to be making her way up the road a little bit to see if she can find Annie Hughes. So huge shout out to Colleen for getting out there for us. And for the time being, let's send it back to Fane Ranch here.
And it looks like that, right after Fane Ranch, you get the nice climb up to Mingus Mountain there. So runners preparing this. We have another runner in here as well, too.
Oh, that's Tony Russ right there, bib 80.
So we have Amy Gordon, Tony Russ here getting ready for staring down that climb to Mingus Mountain.
Sarah Newberry in the chat. Sarah tunes in from start to finish of basically every live stream we have, and I know that she's just kidding. So.
Yeah. For all people tuning in, it is a nice little banner there for you to take a look at of not just the top 3, but the top 5.
Bob in the chat. I heard Versteeg re-entered the race just now. He had crossies when they said no takebacks, so it's legal. That's actually really funny.
We're watching here as Amy Gordon looks like she's heading out from Fane Ranch to begin the section there to Mingus Mountain. Good luck to her as she starts that section and that climb. And word that our leader, Joe McConaughey from the chat here, is about a half mile out from Dead Horse Ranch. Puts him right around getting close to mile 117 as he gets down from Jerome and starts the section here from Dead Horse Ranch into Sedona. And the weather today looks like it's not going to be too bad. High in the high 70s, maybe a little bit of cloud cover at some point. So looks like the runners might look out and not get, some of that heat that they dealt with last year. But it is going to be windy. Winds gusting at 20 to 30 with occasional gusts over 40. So that wind is certainly going to be an irritant for the runners out there. Definitely not fun to have to deal with that for hours and hours.
And we currently do not have a feed up at Dead Horse, but we are trying to get one. So please bear with us. We are moving our drone pilot, I believe, towards Deer Pass as well. So we should be able to catch string bean hopefully at Dead Horse, but if not, in between there and Sedona.
And he right now looks to have about a 12 to 13 mile lead over our second place runner, Andy Hughes, who should be approaching here Jerome. See if that ping updates. We should be seeing here sometime in the near future for sure. And
What feed is that?
right now we're locked in on Fane Ranch. We just saw Amy Gordon leave. We had a view of Tony Russ as they were preparing to hit that next section out to Mingus Mountain, as we are now at the Mingus Mountain aid station.
And there you see Aravaipa Racing Team's Brianna Grigsby. Fueling up here.
Brianna Grigsby, who was our third woman to check in here at Mingus Mountain behind Annie Hughes, and right behind Sarah Ostaszewski. Correction, she could be our fourth behind Sarah Ostaszewski and Lauren Jones. So the 2, 3, 4 all in very close proximity to each other here at Mingus Mountain. Grabbing some snacks, getting ready for that 17-mile section from Mingus to Jerome. Take a little tour around the aid station here as we're looking at, that could be Mark DeFalco. Bib number 69 from Colorado, one of our younger entrants, or excuse me, from Tucson. He is 23 years old, sitting here at mile 91. So good to see him taking in some snacks here, looking like he's in pretty good spirits at the top of Mingus Mountain. Looks like we've also got a shout out for our commentator Matt, who is no stranger to speed. 31:41 10K PR and sub 15 in the 5K. So looks like someone's doing a little bit of research in our commentating team here.
Well,
so.
yeah, I heard that you won the Disney Marathon twice. So.
Call him out, I get called out right, yeah, right back. You know, back in my younger days, maybe I won a few marathons, but so.
Back when you could run and not be sore the next day.
Yeah, exactly. So we got all kinds of leg speed here, and here in the booth right now as we look on here at bib number 84 at Mingus Mountain. That is Tyler Welch of Flagstaff, I believe. Yes, Tyler Welch of Flagstaff hanging out here. Look at the menu. We've got lasagna. We've got some vegan pasta. People have all kinds of things to snack on here. Looks like Tyler is going to grab himself a plate of some lasagna, get some pasta here as well.
I can't blame him. It looks nice.
Yeah, it looks fantastic. Can't blame him either. This just looks like a delightful place to hang out for a while. Camera's going to take us back here to the kitchen where the magic happens.
That's how you know you run the place, when you can just walk into the walk back into the kitchen and showcase everything.
So we've got some pancake mix. We've got some all kinds of tasty snacks here for our runners to look forward to as they make their way up towards Mingus.
Let's see. Let's see if we can get a shot of who is all in here. So a bit of a crew in here right now.
Yeah, we had eyes on Brianna Grigsby and Tyler Welch in here currently.
There you see Tyler in the back there. Brianna.
And it looks like maybe Lauren Jones and Matt Smith and Mark Vogel have all potentially moved on and checked out of aid and heading to Jerome. So
Oh, and look at this.
Oh, wow.
They've got the stream up on the screen there at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. And there is Cotulla athlete Tyler Welch right there, having himself a really good run. Shout out to the good folks over at Cotulla. Since 1999, Cotulla's been on the cutting edge of outdoor product innovation with a focus of making the outdoors more accessible and rewarding by building exceptional products. Based in Flagstaff, Arizona, one of the high-altitude endurance meccas in this country, Cotulla is positioned one of the best places in the country for adventure. Learn more about the story of our great folks over at Cotulla.com. Allison in the chat. Have I seen Eli with Lauren? I have not seen Eli quite yet. I promise you, as soon as I see Eli, there will be the same level of excitement that Kevin Goldberg gets in the chat. You will hear from this live stream as Eli is one of my favorite human beings. So while we await our next runners here, let's go ahead and see if we can check on the Colleen cam as Colleen is making her way up the road in search of our second place runner, first female, Miss Annie Hughes. We'll wait for that feed to clean up just a little bit. So let's go over to Whiskey Row here in downtown Prescott. Our race leaders came through here last night.
Whiskey Road cutoff time today is at 9:30 p.m., so hoping to see all our runners make it through there before that 9:30 p.m. cutoff. Runners able to indulge in a little Freak Brothers pizza at that Whiskey Row station, so I'm sure a welcome snack for some of these athletes who have been out there all night. Nothing like a little breakfast pizza to get you ready to roll in the middle of your 250-mile race in the morning.
And again, we are hanging out here at Whiskey Row. James Tadajewski wanting us to go back to Fain Ranch. We don't have that feed anymore as Michelle will be, or Melanie, I apologize, will be bouncing kind of down course from time to time. So unfortunately, we don't have that stream. However, we can look for bib 19, Anthony Tadieski, the denim cowboy himself. He should be arriving around Fain Ranch any time now.
We had someone asking about the last runners right now. Matt Halapa and Irene Kesters are both kind of in that. They've been at that 35.9 position for quite a while here. So maybe they're just taking a nap or getting some rest. But we'll definitely be cheering them on throughout the day to make it for that 9:30 p.m. Cutoff at Whiskey Row.
And we do have a feed over at Fain Ranch now. Shout out to Melanie.
Looks like we got someone who just came in here. We'll get some eyes on that bib and see who we got. And it looks like Colleen maybe has. Tough to say, the feed's a little choppy, but potentially she could have eyes on someone there. Maybe not. But right now we're tuned in to Melanie here on that feed at Fain Ranch. Mile 79.4 right before the climb up into Mingus Mountain.
Yeah, so bib 19, Anthony Tadieski should be a few miles away there.
Looks like we're taking a look here. As another runner comes into Fain Ranch. A couple of runners we have coming into Fain. That is bib 131. That is Jason Thienel as he comes into Fain Ranch here from Nashville, Tennessee.
And we do have Annie Hughes on the Colleen cam as she makes her way down into Jerome.
Right at that 24-hour mark, our top woman right now, second overall, Annie Hughes, right now running into that Jerome aid station at mile 108. She is currently about 12 miles behind our leaner Joe McConaughey, who is somewhere in the Dead Horse Ranch area of Sedona. So good to see Annie on here. Still looks like she's moving well as we surpass that 24-hour mark here at Cocodona. We have an update here from Tim on Irene Kesters, number 70, who we thought was one of our last place finishers. She is spot tracker not working, and she is actually through Whiskey Row, so they're going to get her a replacement tracker. So good to hear that she is moving well and through that point now. Thank you for that update, Tim, as we watch Andy Hughes run on the paved stretch here into Jerome. And word is that String Bean has left Dead Horse Ranch already, so he was in and out of there pretty quickly. We'll hope to get some eyes on him at the next aid station, which is the Deer Pass Trailhead at mile 130. He's got a 13-mile stretch here, so he really made good time coming down from Jerome into Dead Horse Ranch and didn't seem to waste much time going into Deer Pass. But right now we have eyes on our second place athlete here, Annie Hughes, currently unbeaten at the 200-mile plus distances, looking strong as she runs down into Jerome.
And again, we are trying to get filmers out as far as we can so that we can catch a little bit more of Joe McConaughey, your race leader. But for the time being, we are taking a look at Annie Hughes, your ladies race leader, and second place overall.
Gotta say, I'm impressed with how well some of these runners are moving after the hot early pace yesterday as we watched them run up and down the dirt roads in and out of Skull Valley. Everybody, or the leaders we've been able to see so far, McConaughey and Hughes, and even Coop seems to be moving well too, are still kind of keeping on that pace. As mentioned earlier, I mean, McConaughey is almost at that halfway point, and we're just over 24 hours into the race. So, you know, they have a long descent from Jerome into Sedona, and then they start to climb back up onto the Coconino Plateau. So, you know, I would imagine that pace might slow down a little bit, but our athletes right now are making quite inroads onto this course record. And the Kevin Goldberg love is still going hard in the chat here. Just seems like overall everybody loves this guy, and he has hope he knows he has quite the fan base out here as he approaches his 100 mile, as he approaches hitting mile 100 here.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely been one of the fan favorites in the chat here. They always come with a lot of enthusiasm.
The stands are out.
Yeah, we love it. Olga King here is Annie's pacer. She's been pacing her since Fain Ranch. So that's a pretty hefty stretch.
That is a good stretch, yeah. And a cool view there off the side of the road as athletes come into Jerome. If you've never been to Jerome, it is, I would say, one of the coolest little towns in Arizona, the way it's just built into the side of that hill. So I'm jealous of all the runners getting to go through town here today, and jealous of that view they get to look out now as they make their way into town.
Olga is also her crew chief.
Man, she's putting double duty out there today.
Double duty. I love it.
Looks like we've got eyes on Eric Sensman on the Jam Cam. Looks like he has just checked into the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Gotta say, looking pretty good. He looks all right.
Do you know who his pacer is?
I don't know who his pacer is here, unfortunately, no. I can find out.
Looks like Eric, also sporting the Verdicts 3, or Verdicts 2 rather, with the lava band. He's going to fuel up. He's going to fuel up here, and then he's going to be paced by the great Jamil Curry.
One thing we know for sure is that watch he must have great battery life left on that watch. So 140 hours. He's not even halfway through the battery life for that Coros Vertex 2. So, and he's got the course downloaded onto there. Great usability. Got to say, what a unit.
Yeah, for sure. And for our listening audience, our good friends at Coros have a little promo code for you. You can go over to Coros.com, use the promo code Cocodona, and get yourself a free accessory with the purchase of a watch. So if you're tired of your watch dying during these long adventures, go on over, get yourself a new Coros watch. Use the promo code Cocodona at checkout for a free accessory. Let's go on over to the great Annie Hughes.
Having a heck of a race there. Second overall. First lady as she runs into historic Jerome, Arizona. And it looks like word is that Sensman's pacer was Oliver from Mother Road Brewing Company there in Flagstaff, Arizona. So if you ever frequented Flagstaff and frequented Mother Road, you know they make great beer.
Lots of good beverages in Flagstaff.
Lots of good beverages. Beer and coffee, that's what Flagstaff does well. And runners, of course.
Eric paced Jamil last year. Yeah, Eric had to take Jamil up and over Eldon, I believe. I'm not sure, probably from Walnut Canyon.
Yeah, probably from Walnut Canyon.
And so Jamila's paying that favor back, only going 18 miles, mostly downhill.
Yeah, on the downhill section.
From Mingus to
Doesn't
Jerome.
quite seem 1-for-1 on that, but hey, kudos. Yeah, Jamil's been out there all night, so maybe it'll feel like Eldon for him. John Jones saying he hates when his watch dies every time he tries to run 250 miles. Then might I recommend a Koros watch for you because it'll last you the whole time.
You know, you don't have to worry about your watch dying during those 250-mile training runs.
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, I've had mine for a couple months now. I've charged it one time since I got it out of the box, and I have 59% battery life still.
There you go. There you go.
Sarah Newberry in the chat. Is Jerome the city Jamila's been working with due to issues from last year? So I don't want to say there were issues per se, but Jerome was the town we were not allowed to film in last year, and we are allowed to film in this year. So it's pretty simple. There is an alternate route into Jerome. So last year it was a little bit different route, and I think it took maybe a little bit more residential streets to get to the aid station, whereas this route is a little bit nicer on the way down Mingus Mountain and stays more out of residential areas as well.
Got to say the route into it today looks pretty beautiful too. Lots of expansive views of the valley, which is pretty neat. As we watch Annie lope on down the mountain here, she's looking very smooth and looks like she's having a good time opening up and running down these dirt roads. AJW mentioning there in the chat that the Jerome Hill Climb is a classic old school race, one of the most classic old school races in Arizona. Definitely worth checking out if you're into the whole road hill climb scene. You could do a lot worse than the Jerome Hill Climb.
Love it. Shout out to AJW in the chat. He just penned a beautiful article about that featured our Aravaipa group trail run out here. So huge shout out to Mr. AJW for not only always being in the live chats here, but also for his continued work to move the sport forward as a whole.
Yeah, you got to say he's been a huge part of the growth of trail and ultra running over the past, 5 or 10 years or so. So many thanks to him. Pam Clark saying she's done the Jerome Hill Climb 30 years in a row. So shout out to Pam. That is quite an achievement. Also saying that is the longest running road race in Arizona, which I'm sure it's somewhere in that range.
And there is the legend himself, Eli Dickerson, in the chat, my good friend from Atlanta, Georgia. Eli. I haven't got to see Eli on the stream yet, so I've got to contain the excitement levels, but he's out there, I think, helping crew Lauren Jones, who is, I believe, our third place lady right now.
She was our second woman, because she was the first one to leave.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, leave Mingus Mountain. So she is currently, if our trackers are correct, she is currently second woman ahead of Sarah Ostaszewski and Brianna Grigsby. And it looks like of that group, Ostaszewski and Mark Vogel have both also left at Mingus Mountain and are making their way to Jerome. DeFalco, Grigsby, Tyler Welch, Chad Trumbo, and Sensman are still hanging out there at the aid station, as far as we're aware. Marina, that watch that Matt was talking about was the Koros Vertex 2. As we sit here and we watch Annie Hughes, our top woman, running into Jerome. And if you're just catching in here as we watch Annie Hughes, our race leader, Joe McConaughey, recently checked out of the Dead Horse Ranch State Park trailhead just a few moments ago and is on his way to Deer Pass. He was our first runner through Jerome here as we watch Annie Hughes in second. She is closely followed by Jason Koop, who is our third place runner as he makes his way into Jerome State Park. Jeff Garmeyer, the legend, and Killian Korth round out our top five, according to the spot trackers. Although Killian Korth and Kevin Goldberg appear to be in pretty close proximity to each other, so all the Goldberg stands in the chat here will
They're going to have to start
exciting.
turning up soon if
Yeah.
we get to capture a pass on camera. That's all I want.
Yeah. We captured a bunch of them yesterday, so we saw plenty of passing yesterday early on.
And for just a second, let's go ahead and throw it back to the sights and sounds of Whiskey Row for just a few minutes here. Rob McDermott in the chat. I don't have a feed at at Fane Ranch, but if I do, I will send it back there. But for the time being, we're going to take a look at the folks over at Whiskey Row.
Whiskey Row, mile 60.7 here on the course, featuring some Freak Brothers pizza here in historic downtown Prescott. Cutoff here tonight is at 9:30 p.m., so we are pulling for all of our runners to get through this station in time to make that cutoff. A lot of tech questions in here about Coros watches. Unfortunately, the Pace 2 does not last as long as the Vertex, but Pace 2 does have industry standard battery life in comparison to other comparable units. And I don't have the Garmin mode off the top of my head, but I would say that the Phoenix is definitely going to get more than that Ultra Track in 60 hours. 140 hours of GPS battery life in that Vertex 2, plus multi-sport modes and whatever else you could ask for a watch. So if battery life is your biggest concern, you can't go wrong then going with the Coros.
Couldn't have said it better myself. As Annie Hughes here in the Jerome aid station now.
So that's our second runner, Annie Hughes, checking into Jerome, mile 108. We are 24 hours, 16 minutes into this race as she approaches that halfway mark.
Not too hot in Jerome as of right now. Temp of just under 70 degrees. High today going to be around 75. So weather looking like it is not going to be too bad. High in Sedona today, 77 degrees. So
yeah, I mean, especially if these athletes are heat acclimated, the weather I don't think is going to play too big of a role, and we could see that fast pace continue on. It is super windy out there with gusts up to potentially 40 miles per hour. But I don't see that necessarily affecting the pace of the runners too much. Like I said earlier, just maybe be more of an irritant and getting annoying if you're getting your face blown off out there for hours and hours. But right now, here we have eyes on Annie Hughes at the Jerome aid station, our first female and second overall on course right now.
looks like she's getting maybe a little bit of a massage.
Yeah, getting a little work done. I mean, she looked really smooth on that downhill road heading into Jerome. And we had some ask about the pace here. I'll see if I can pull up those numbers here for you.
Someone asking for Rhoda Smoker in the chat. Sounds like she just got into Mingus camp here. So here is our Mingus static cam, but we are going to send it back to our overall female leader, second overall. Here, the great Annie Hughes.
So that pace right now for 108 miles is looking at about 13-minute, 30-second pace average over the course of the race so far. So she is keeping up a pretty good clip.
Yeah, I mean, she's crushing it right now.
Yeah, absolutely.
And with her in the aid station, it looks Jason Coop shouldn't be too far behind.
No, it looked like maybe a mile. It looks like to be about a mile behind right now. So 10, 15 minutes maybe. We'll see Coop. And as we talked about earlier, Coop slept and Annie has not. So that could certainly play a part here over the course of day 2. We are still waiting on Joe McConaughey to get some sleep as well, as he hasn't slept yet. So definitely some moving around the leaderboard to be happening here over the course of the day.
Let's go ahead and check back in here at Mingus Mountain.
We recently saw Eric Sensman, Brianna Grigsby in here, Mark DeFalco as well. And according to the trackers here, it looks like Ostazuski has moved out, as well as Mark Vogel and Sensman, Trumbo, DeFalco, Grigsby, and even Rhoda Smoker and Tyler Welch seem to be at the Mingus Mountain aid station right now. Dominic Grossman is quickly approaching. He should be there within a few minutes as well. We watched earlier Mike McKnight take off from the aid station, as well as Adrian Bagrin and Matt Smith and Lauren Jones and Colt Crosby are all out there in that section from Mingus Mountain to Jerome. And it looks like Matt Smith is continually moving up, and he might have moved ahead of Crosby, Vogel, and Lauren Jones. So after having a torrent pace overnight where he passed 17 runners, he seems to be continuing that momentum here early on in the day today.
Looks like Anthony Tadayevsky made it to Fane Ranch. He's got his brother in the chat. Huge shout out to the Denim Cowboy himself. Let's go back to Jerome here. Annie Hughes still getting a little bit of work done.
I had a question on if McKnight is still running. We did see McKnight leave Mingus Mountain, but it looks like he maybe gave up a spot between Mingus Mountain and where he's at now. But he did have some stomach issues last night, but seemed to be moving a little bit better today. So we'll see what happens over the course of the day. Megan, we do still have coverage at Whiskey Row. We'll be checking in there over the course of the day. As we watch here at Jerome, we have our eyes on our top woman in the race and our second overall runner, Andy Hughes, as she receives some aid and gets ready to head out on the next segment down to Dead Horse Ranch State Park as they begin to head into Sedona, Arizona.
Let's go ahead and send it back to Whiskey Row here. And what do we have? Got the jam cam here. So it looks like Eric Sensman, the people's champion. Hopefully the future mayor of Flagstaff. Hopefully he this experience brings him to wanting to go for another bid. But it looks like he's getting ready to leave with his trusty pacer, Jamil Curry.
Got to say, Eric looks pretty good. He looks like he's in good spirits. He's having a good time out there. So, looks like he's feeling ready to tackle this next section.
His mustache is still looking good. That's how you know that you're having a pretty good run, when the mustache keeping its shape, still looking nice.
Yeah, it's definitely not. If that mustache was all askew, we would know that something was up. But the fact that he's been able to keep it in good condition here is telling for his race condition.
Let's
And the chat, they're talking about the Joe McConaughey's sleep strategy here and talking about the last climb. There's a couple big climbs that he has left. He's going to have to get up a climb onto the Coconino Plateau there around Kasner, and then they'll have one final big climb up and over Mount Eldon once they get into Flagstaff. So it'll be interesting to see where he decides to sleep. And we're back to the argument about the mustache champ as we go between Dominic Grossman and Eric Sensman there. Both very good mustaches. Tough to say who you would choose between those two as we watch Sensman get ready to head out here of Mingus Mountain and make his way towards Jerome.
And Matt McAdam in the chat saying that it's notable that Joe made it through Dead Horse without sleeping, since that's where Versteeg slept last year. Dead Horse is not as far this year than it was on the original course because of the reroute. So Dead Horse last year was mile 135, and this year I believe it's mile 117.
Yep, mile 117.
So while it is still somewhat notable, the two courses are different, not just in difficulty, but also in difference of aid station mile marker as of right now.
Looks like on Colleen's cam, is that potentially Jason Coop maybe in aid right now?
That is Jason Coop in the back of his van, I think.
So that's our third place runner currently. Looks like he is in and around the aid station here at Jerome, taking some refreshment in his van. So third place, second man, him, Andy Hughes, and Joe McConaughey were up front all day yesterday, going back and forth on the dirt roads outside of Prescott, and now they are still in that 1, 2, 3 spot as we head into Sedona here on day 2.
Also notable that Versteeg ate in and out at mile 215. I think he had in and out at the top of Mingus Mountain last year too.
Rocket fuel.
Yeah.
That'll get you going.
We do have eyes on the future mayor of Flagstaff, Eric Sensman.
Putting down a Red Bull. Looks like he's moving well.
Well, I wonder if he is going to have wings to just fly off of Mingus Mountain.
Well, I got to say, I'm a little disappointed that he's on camera and not running. I feel like that's the move. When you're on camera, you got to...
He knows better, right?
Yeah, it's exactly. A man with his media sense. There he goes. A man with his media sensibilities should know better. Looks like Matt O'Brien's letting us know that Goldberg has passed Killian Court there. It's a
Yeah,
potential.
that's still too close to call.
Yeah, they're very close, within 2/10 of a mile.
Although it does look like their spot trackers have both updated. So, just for the Goldborg fans, I will see what I can do here.
And right now we're watching Eric Sensman as he leaves Mingus Mountain, drinks a Red Bull, and heads out towards Jerome. And it looks like on the Colleen cam, we've got view here of Coop potentially exiting Jerome and getting ready for his next section. It looks like he's just heading into the aid station right now after checking in at his van.
The Goldberg stands in the chat.
They're out, man. The Goldberg stands are here. They are ready for it. And he's having a good day as he potentially just moved past Killing Korth to get into that top 5 as we watch Jason Coop here filling up his pack, getting ready for the next section. Do we know, has Annie Hughes left the aid station yet, or is she still there?
I have not seen her leave yet. It looks like she's right there.
Looks like
Thanks,
she's right
Colleen.
there. Thank you, Colleen.
Colleen, the consummate professional.
Rock star out
making
there
sure
at Jerome.
everyone is up to date here. It looks like maybe Coop is heading out.
Looks like he is. Looks like he's heading out. So Annie will certainly see that as Coop heads out on his way to Dead Horse Ranch, 9-mile section here, mostly downhill. Looks like it's very smooth between here and Dead Horse Ranch. It looks like, does Coop have a pacer, or is he going to be going solo here?
It
Looks like it's going to be going solo.
appears to be, yeah.
And he took no time in that aid station. I mean, he was in and out so fast.
Yeah, well, he just recently napped, right?
Yeah.
Got about a
Yeah.
60-minute nap in, so he's probably feeling good.
So he heads out of the aid to go try to hunt down Joe McConaughey somewhere around mile 118, 119, about 11-mile or so gap between first and second place right now. But again, McConaughey has not slept yet, so that's going to come into play at some point today.
And let's go on over to the jam cam here. So we've got Eric Sensman.
Just
A quick hike.
quick
It's
hike,
brisk.
chopping it up here with Jam as they head on out towards Jerome. Well, that's quite a view.
Back here in Jerome. Looks like we might be losing that stream, so it looks like Annie Hughes is leaving with her pacer, and that is Lindsay McDonald, I do believe.
Just about a minute or two there behind Coop, who just left as well.
Yep, Aravaipa Racing Team's Lindsay McDonald. There you go.
So even 24 hours into this race and only 2 minutes separate our top two. Pretty amazing racing at this point here at Cocodona. And they are only, a few hours behind Joe McConaughey, the race leader, who is on his way into Sedona. So
Yeah, and Chris in the chat, I wonder what McConaughey's hallucinations are like right now. He seems like a normal person. I'm more interested in what Jeff Garmire's hallucinations ultimately become.
because I feel like Jeff probably has some really good hallucinations.
Absolutely. He absolutely has some good hallucinations. And word is that he changed from the tiger to a leopard outfit today. So
Is that what it is?
That's
I know it's a button up versus the sleeveless tiger
yeah.
hoodie.
So we should be getting eyes on him sometime in the near future. He's about 104 in. He'll be our next runner to come through.
Just a couple miles, probably, yeah.
Yep, just a couple miles.
It looks like that feed might be cutting out a little. So let's just go check in. I mean, Eric kind of baby sipping that Red Bull, you know?
He's certainly nursing it. He's definitely nursing that Red Bull. Although I don't know if you want to dump a whole can of Red Bull in your stomach, getting ready for a jog out to Jerome. So.
And we're back with Annie Hughes.
There's a question here. What mile is the Jerome aid station? Jerome aid station is 108, 108.7. So that's when they'll be coming in here. Yeah, Christopher Kraft saying that Annie's out of the 8 already. Both Annie and Jason Coop spent barely any time in the aid station at all. Annie maybe spent a little bit more. She was getting worked on a bit, maybe some stretching and a little massage. Coop took some time to eat in his van, filled up his pack, and was out pretty quick. So both these runners are moving well as they head on into the section here to Dead Horse.
Yeah, both runners in and out maybe a little bit faster than Joe Stringbean McConaughey.
Yeah, he took a little more time, got that roller onto his hamstrings, laid down for a bit, took in what looked like about 6 gallons of pickle juice before heading out into this next section. And it looks like a lot of the runners we have been talking about previously have moved on from Mingus, so Welch, Trumbo, Sensman, kind of all Ostazuski, all on the road out. And it looks like Grossman, Smoker, DeFalco, Grigsby are still in there at that Mingus Mountain aid station at about mile 91, with some other runners approaching it, including Todd Bachman, Jody Seminel, who was top 10 last year, and Jose Sosa, all making their way towards that aid station as well, too. So we'll be seeing some more people come through there shortly as we watch Eric Sensman leaving that Mingus Mountain aid station, making his way to Jerome with pacer and cameraman extraordinaire Jamil Khoury behind the lens.
Bob C. in the chat. Jerome police gave me a $450 fine for speeding.
That is hefty. That'll teach you a lesson, I'm sure. Dave also asking about a Fane Ranch feed. Unfortunately, we no longer have that Fane Ranch feed. That was someone who is moving along down the course. So we'll pick up her feed probably later on in the day as she approaches Mingus, would be my guess. So no more Fane. We do have a feed at Mingus, so once they get there, you hopefully will be able to see your runner,
And we will have a drone shot as runners come down from Mingus here.
And that runner 152 is David Stinchfield, so that's Stinchfield heading into Fane. So nice work, David, as you move on through your race.
Does anyone know anything about Eric's training? He's been quiet on Strava for a while. Do you know much about it?
I got a little bit of insight that he had a pretty good block. There were maybe some hiccups in there, so it didn't go perfectly. But as any runner knows, no block ever goes perfectly. And, as evidenced by how he's out moving out there today, it seems that he's, moving well and in pretty good shape. And with any of these races, we know after a while that, the training only takes you so far. And beyond that, it's managing of your quads and managing of your nutrition. So Eric's a consummate pro when it comes to that stuff, and he seems to be having a good day and moving well out there.
Yeah, and he was able to get on course on some of these new sections with Jamil as well. So got a couple bigger training runs on course, which I think is always great, just to kind of know what you're getting yourself into.
Absolutely, mentally, it's so much easier to run on terrain that you're familiar with. It helps the train go by faster. And breaking news, he has finished that Red Bull, so the Red Bull is no longer being nursed. Jackets off, which means that it's all business for Eric Sensman here as he begins to head towards Jerome.
Do you think that's the same rabbit button-up shirt from yesterday, or do you think he's changed?
Well, for the sake of Jamil, I hope it's a different shirt. Yeah. We can't confirm, question from Marina here, if he's passed his 45 miles from before as a cameraman. He's pacing now, so we've already made the decision that is not going to work towards his over-under for cameraman miles on the day.
How long are typical blocks of training? I think that's a great question. My guess is that's going to really vary from person to person.
Yeah.
In terms of, what they feel most comfortable with.
Yeah, I think for a lot of runners, for particularly longer distances, 16 to 20 weeks, so 4 to 5 months of specific pointed training would be a typical block. Maybe as low as 12, depending on the athlete's experience and their comfort level with the training. So, anywhere from 12 to 20 weeks, depending on the runner, would be a block or a phase. But that can change depending on your focus and your distance and what your background and experience look like.
And we got our drone hovering here as we await runners.
What a shot.
And actually, let's send it over here to Whiskey Row, as we've got more runners coming in here.
Yeah, we should be seeing, I would imagine, the bulk of our field coming through Whiskey Row and Iron King and Fane Ranch today as they make their way towards Mingus. A reminder, the cutoff here is 9:30 p.m. to get through Whiskey Row. And the question about
update the banner.
Why Versteeg stopped his race. He stopped because he was having some back issues when he got to Whiskey Row. So last year's winner has dropped out, and he was having some back issues there. As we look on at Whiskey Row, we see some pacers milling around. A couple runners. If we can get a good shot, we'll let you know who is in there and who is getting ready to move on.
There we go. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and take a look at Mingus Camp here.
This looks like we have a couple runners here at Mingus getting ready to move on to their next section. Enjoying the lasagna and pancakes that are being offered there. Quite the mix, but I'm sure it sounds tasty to these runners who have been out there for almost 25 hours now at this point as we see a runner come in here. See if we can get a bib on that. That looks like it could be Jody Seminel would be my guess. She would be the next woman to come rolling in. So
didn't get. Oh yeah, that is Jody.
Yeah, so Jody, last year's 10th place finisher, currently fifth woman right now, behind Grigsby, Smoker, Ostaszewski, Lauren Jones, and Annie Hughes. So that's 6th woman. I can't count, but good for Jody to be getting in here 2 mile 91 at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Some athletes who have recently exited here. Sensman, we had eyes on him. He had recently run out with his pacer Jameel Curry. Tyler Welch, Chad Trumbo appear to still be at aid. Ostaszewski, Cole Crosby, Mark Vogel, Lauren Jones, and Matt Smith have all moved on, as well as Adrian Bagram, Michael McKnight, and Joshua Locke. Our current top 5 as it stands right now seems to be Joe McConaughey, who has surpassed mile 120. Jason Coop and Annie Hughes are close-knit here at 2-3, about a half mile from each other. We just saw them leave the Jerome aid station. We're waiting on Jeff Garmeyer, our 4th runner here, the legend, as he would run into Jerome next. Followed by chat favorite Kevin Goldberg would be our 5th. Rounded out, Killian Korth will be right around that 5-6 mark as well, right around these 2 runners. As we look in here at Mingus, getting eyes on crew and athletes, relaxing a bit, popping their feet up, getting something to eat, and having a little fun before they head out on their next section. Weather is nice today on course. It looks like in Mingus, it's in the high 50s, low 60s right now. It's a little breezy. And for the athletes coming into Jerome and Sedona, it's a high of 77 degrees. So it's not going to be too crazy hot today. So some of these fast paces from early on in the race could stay on here moving forward as McConaughey approaches the halfway mark here at about the 25-hour mark here at the race. So he is on a blitzing pace, but does have a couple climbs coming up here over the second half of the race.
And I did get a chance to talk with his crew kind of in passing, and I won't give away my source, but they said he was hoping to try and push the 50-hour barrier.
Oh wow! So he's out there. So that's interesting. So that would mean that he's probably going to try to go without sleep or very short naps if he's going to try to hit that 50-hour barrier. Wow.
That was what I was told. Again, that was before the race had begun. And so once you get out there, sometimes things can change when you really get a feel for like what's actually going on.
Yeah.
But that was what they had said. And then I thought about, he's going to be so far ahead of all our live stream cameras.
Yeah. Yeah, might not have too many eyes on him heading forward, but I mean, he seems to be right on pace for that. Maybe a little slower, but I mean, he's in that 50 to 51, 52.
Well, he went out a bit more conservative, right?
Yeah.
Because he was a little bit further back, for the first 50K, 50 miles, something like that. But he's really been like running really strong as of late, and even like some of the sections we just saw Eric walking at Mingus, and again he was having a Red Bull and things like that. Joe was running those the entire time when we saw him earlier.
So interesting strategy coming through here over the second half. We'll see if Coop and Hughes can close that gap a little bit, or if McConaughey just keeps blowing through this course like he has been so far.
And we do have our drone in flight now.
That is quite the view. That's awesome. What a shot. And we are looking out here over the portion of the race after the Jerome State Park aid station. Lots of smooth downhill running, definitely a fast section of the course. I'm sure the runners will welcome this type of terrain, just a chance to open up their legs, inject a little speed into it. Over the course of the miles between Jerome and Dead Horse Ranch, we just watched Jason Koop and Annie Hughes take off out of the aid station and make their way towards Dead Horse Ranch.
Looks like we've got some runners coming down here as well.
Looks like probably. Would that be
Well, we do know that Jeff picked up a pacer. So this is coming down Mingus to Jerome.
Okay. Don't crash this one. I think luckily there aren't a lot of trees out here for this drone shot, so hopefully the drone is in good hands here.
Laura, is there no camera at Iron King? No, there is not a camera at Iron King. It looks like Colleen is also going back out from Jerome.
So hopefully we'll get some eyes here on our next finisher, or our next athlete as they make their way in. Likely to be Jeff Garmeyer, who looks to be right around mile 106 as he heads into Jerome.
That looks like his stride. The only reason I know that I was in the last person standing event at Across the Years that Jeff won just this past December into January.
So you would have seen him run a lot of laps, I'm sure, so you would know that stride fairly well.
Yep. Oh, yeah, that's definitely.
So yeah, we are definitely watching here Jeff Garmeyer on their way into the Jerome aid station at mile 108. And Matt O'Brien in the chat giving us all sorts of info that Peter Ward is pushing hard here. So definitely some movement in that top 10 over the past couple hours between Goldberg and Garmeyer, Korth and Ward, with Bagrin, McKnight, Crosby, and Matt Smith chasing. Matt Smith, who made up 17 spots between a couple of aid stations there overnight. So a lot of talent, a lot of speed back there.
And do have a little jam cam.
Oh, there we go.
From the trail.
From the trail. Wow. A little bit of a technical spot there. Impeccable camera work.
That was actually what caught my eye.
Yeah.
Was seeing Eric on camera scrambling through some rocks. Let's go ahead and go back to our drone here.
And looking down through that kind of middle to the back of the field, looks like we have a lot of runners who are approaching or getting close to that Whiskey Row aid station there, mile 60, to make that 9:30 cutoff. So it's really looking like a really healthy portion of those athletes are going to make it through, which is cool.
Looks like, yeah, we're going to a battery change, it looks like. So let's go back to the beautiful follow cam of Eric Sensman here.
let's go ahead and for the time being, let's send it back to the party that is Whiskey Row. Oh, Luke Pearsall saying he was at the event too. I might remember Ted. Of course I remember Jeff's number one fan, Ted, that he brought to this last person standing event and set up in a chair that was a giant teddy bear. Like human size.
Yeah,
It was
yeah, yeah.
wonderful.
A lot of question about Jim Jam's current mileage. We don't know where he's at right now, but he's been putting in the work all morning. He's got a couple pacing jobs ahead of him. Been doing the camera work for a while now, so.
Let's send it over to the Jam cam. You know, maybe the next time Eric has to hike, maybe we can get a little shot of the watch.
Get a shot of the watch. Yeah, don't want to bother him right now when he's scrambling over some rocks there on what looks like a cliffside. So, high stakes trail running currently.
The question is, with all the mileage Jamil put in yesterday, with the lack of sleep that he probably got last night, does Eric drop him on the forest road into Jerome, or do you think Jamil hangs tight?
Yeah, I think I'm going to give Jamil the benefit of the doubt here that he will hang tight on that dirt road. So we head on over to.
Looks like Colleen is heading out to find our next filmer here, or our next runner rather. And again, we're just doing a little battery swap as we're trying to get.
Should be seeing Jeff Garmeyer here come in here, fairly soon, just a couple miles out from that Jerome aid station.
I'm gonna pull it up from the chat. We're gonna go to the Mingus static cam real quick, and then we've got Sarah Newberry here. She would like to publicly request a Rob Ricardo song about the denim cowboy, Anthony Tadieski. I will send that on to. I'll send that along to Rob, just so that he knows.
And right now, looking in at that Mingus aid station, we have a couple athletes still here. Likely Jody Seminel, Rhoda Smoker, potentially Brianna Grigsby still. Mark DeFalco seems to still be here, so maybe some athletes getting a little bit of rest, maybe a little bit of sleep.
There is a sleep station here as well, I do believe. Yeah, Mingus Mountain is a sleep station as well.
So yeah, potentially maybe some athletes kipping a rest here before they head out on the next section. Maybe not a bad idea, 24, 25 hours into the race. And right now we're waiting to see Jeff Garmeyer when he comes in here to this Jerome aid station. He should only be a mile or so away, so he should be popping up here any moment now.
And a huge shout out to the great Colleen Langley, who is running out to try and find Jeff Garmeyer to bring him in to the aid station here. He will be our 4th runner into the aid station with the fan favorite Kevin Goldberg just a few miles behind.
You know, we've been talking a lot about Jamil's mileage, but we haven't been talking about Colleen's mileage. She's been running up and down this road a couple times today, so she's put in some work as well.
Well, and she looks like she's flying. I don't know if she had a workout plan today. She's getting some interval reps in. I don't think we can see it. Oh, there we go. Almost 5 miles, sub 10-minute pace, going up and down the hill.
That's some good work. That's some good work.
I love it. Let's go back here to Mingus again. Our drone outside of Sedona, or of Jerome, is recharging the controller battery right now. So
it looks like here at Mingus we're looking at maybe Jody Seminel. I think she's just refueling here and filling up her stuff to get ready for the next section. As there are a couple athletes at that aid.
I'm surprised that no one has come over and said hi to the camera or anything like that.
Yeah.
Given that they can see the stream.
Yeah.
Up there.
They're locked in. They're in the zone. They're focused.
Well, they're too intrigued by the aid station lasagna.
Yeah.
I think it should be a requirement at this aid station that you come and show your bib to the camera.
That would be helpful if you want to give your give your commentary team a little bit of help here. Show us your bib. Let us know who you are. But we're making educated guesses here so far. Should be seeing a couple other runners. Jose Sosa, Ben Dullum, Todd Bachman. They should be on their way to that Mingus station here soon. And it looks like we maybe have eyes from Colleen here on. There he is, the leopard print shirt, looking good.
Half buttoned. Classic Jeff Garmeyer fashion.
I wouldn't expect anything less with a leopard print button-up shirt. You got to go half buttoned on that. That's Jeff Garmeyer, our 4th place runner now as he runs into Jerome.
It's like a nice shirt, too.
It is a nice shirt. It looks great.
You look, I saw him, I swear he wore either that shirt or a similar one at the expo. And I was like, that's like a nice, it's like a dressy shirt.
Oh, I hope it's moisture wicking and chafe resistant, or else he's going to be having a bad time out there. But looks like he's moving pretty well.
And here we go as we wait for that feed to clean up a little bit. Let's just take a look at Mingus here.
And word is that Todd Bachman should be in there. Someone noticed his gear or his familiar dress around there. So we got Bachman in there, Jose Sosa getting close, Ben Dullum getting close, Kerry Henderson within a couple miles as well, Todd Holmes, Erica Sargent. Erica Sargent, part of that big group we saw, a group of 3 running yesterday. It was Henderson, Sargent, and I believe one more in with them as well too. They all are approaching the aid station here at Mingus. Right now we have Jeff Garmeyer on screen, our 4th place runner right now. Just, I don't know, about 15, 20 minutes behind, maybe a little more behind Andy Hughes and Jason Coop.
Yeah, I mean, he's running pretty good. The question will be, how far does he get before he needs to sleep?
Yes. I have a feeling that...
Because I can guarantee he hasn't slept yet, because last year he was hoping he could make it the whole way without sleeping.
Well, if there's a man who can handle his hallucinations, I would say that Garmeyer seems like someone who can deal with that kind of lack of sleep. Cool to see, have the cameras on Jerome this year and be able to see them come through the city.
It's such like a cool little town.
It is,
That it's good that we get to see it this year. It's a shame we didn't get to see it last year, but got to respect what the people want.
Yeah,
you know?
you gotta respect what the people want, and hopefully, it's something that we can keep on here moving forward.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, and hopefully all the crews that are going there and anyone who's there to spectate and pacers, hopefully they're, going to the local shops and stimulating the local economy to help prove that it's fruitful for Jerome for us to be there as well.
Yeah, so if you're on if you're on the crew and you're listening in here, get out that wallet, spend a little coin when you get through Jerome, make them feel good that we're here. But if I know the ultra running and trail community, that these are some of the best people we have in the running community, and they know how to respect whether it's trails, outdoor spaces, public spaces. So I have a feeling that everyone's going to do well here, as we have eyes on Garmeyer coming down in here into Jerome, looking fresh in leopard print.
Oh, and we do have a little bit of a check-in from Jody Seminel's crew. Looks like she's in good spirits, getting a bit of a sock change there, keeping those feet nice and feeling fresh.
I'm sure a fresh pair of socks feels like heaven right now. If you've been in the same pair for close to 100 miles, it'd be nice to get on some fresh socks. So, but good to see her in good spirits. Last year's top 10th place finisher for Cocodona, getting ready to tackle the course here out of Mingus.
And it looks like still got eyes on. So here's the thing: if your nickname is the Tiger King or the fastest known Tiger, is it really is it on brand to wear leopard print? Like, a leopard is not a tiger.
No, it is not a tiger. I mean,
it is a cat.
It is a cat. It is a big cat. Yeah, it is a big cat. Maybe he's trying to evoke a little of that Northern Arizona jaguar, historical love there, and trying to pull something out of the terrain.
He's expanding the brand.
Expanding the brand. There you go. Thanks for the little donation there from Amanda Dawsey. Appreciate that, $10. Following Todd from Missoula.
I believe that's Todd Bachman.
Todd Bachman, who we believe is at the Mingus Outpost station there in Missoula, Montana, home to a great store, the Runner's Edge. Shout out to the Runner's Edge in Missoula. Great town, great running community. Nice ultra race too, the Rut 50K. Not an easy course.
Look at Jeff with the airplane arms. I'm sure somewhere David and Megan Roach are impressed by Jeff running down the service forest road here, doing airplane arms in a leopard print shirt.
Yeah. It's good to see these feeling good and having fun out there. That makes a big difference.
Well, that's one thing that on like a somewhat serious note that I love about Jeff is he's always out there to have fun. He embraces that these long adventures are probably going to hurt at some time, but that's like the fun part.
Yeah.
Is like being out there and getting to experience these things and just enjoying it, and it's awesome to see. Never thought I'd see Jeff running this fast doing airplane arms, but huge shout out to Jeff, who was also featured in Runner's World.
Oh, really?
At one point for running a marathon or a half marathon or a 5K in Crocs.
Oh, one of the Crocs racers.
Yeah, he's the Crocs guy.
Had a friend of mine got beat in a half marathon by a guy who ran a 106 half in a pair of Crocs. He got outkicked. I was like, man, how can you let yourself get outkicked by a man in Crocs? But so
Think of what that guy would have done in super shoes.
yeah, right. Yeah, you
You
put
know?
maybe they're carbon plated Crocs. You never know. Saw off that bottom, put that carbon plate in those Crocs. That's $1 million idea out there.
I'm gonna look up the trademark on that real
Vapor
quick.
Crocs.
Let's go ahead while we have a minute. Let's take a look at Whiskey Row. And
Oh, there
this
we
is
go.
the vibe here. Is that one of the anti-gravity chairs there? If Katie can hear us, can we get a bib number or like a close-up of the bib number there?
162, 182,
182? 183.
183.
Oh, Lori Robinson, right
Robinson.
there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Katie. It looks like maybe the most comfortable person in the race right now.
Yeah, definitely having the most fun, that's for sure. Someone will get that woman a beer.
Shoes off too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're at Whiskey Row. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We're gonna send it back to Colleen.
It looks like Jeff here is getting real close to the aid station. He might be there, actually.
Yeah, I think they go just right up there to the aid station.
A lot of Croc talk in the chat right now. Got to have your Crocs in sport mode if you're going to run that fast. So, the spectators here know what they're talking about, that's for sure. And looks like we've got our first spam here of the morning in the chat there, Matt.
That's how you know. That's how you know you're having a good
successful day. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for tuning in, people.
Shout out to Bob C. As well, who yesterday I accidentally removed him from the chat at one point when I was trying to get rid of the spammer. So, Bob, thanks for coming back again today after I removed you, unfortunately.
So it looks like we have Jeff here, maybe kicking his shoes off as he relaxes here at the Jerome aid station.
I do need to send it back to Katie at Whiskey Row. As you can see, runners at Whiskey Row get to enjoy a nice, beautiful Freak Brothers pizza.
Look at that pizza. I mean, I'm jealous. That looks tasty.
Oh my gosh, that reminds me. I should probably eat today.
Important to keep your commentators from passing out. You want to keep your blood sugar levels right.
And we're gonna go back to hold my beer. And so is that Jeff having is that a beer? I need to Google what this hold my beer thing is.
Jeff Garmeyer doing the best kind of carb loading here at Jerome. Looks like he's got a little soup, maybe got a couple cans of beer. Looks like an IPA from Montana. Shout out to Big Sky IPA here in Montana.
Love it. Jeff, I believe, is from or lives in Missoula.
Oh, nice. There we go.
I think is that where Montana State is?
Yes, MSU, the Grizzlies.
Yep.
Got
He
the
lives
big M on the mountain there. A lot of Missoula in the chat right now too. Seen them around. So
so Jeff lives in Missoula, although he is originally from Vancouver, Washington.
So it looks like we have had a couple other athletes get close to 100 as well. Kevin Goldberg, Killian Korth, Peter Ward, and it looks like McKnight, Bagrin, and Josh Locke are all approaching that 100-mile mark here as well. So definitely be getting a range of runners coming into Jerome here over the next hour or so.
We do have a drone feed up here. We'll see if looks like we have a runner. It's a little hard to see because I know the feed isn't too clean currently. Oh.
We're being corrected. Yeah, U of M is Missoula.
Yeah, and they're the Grizzlies.
Well,
Montana State is the Bobcats.
Gotcha. So we got the mascot right. We got the university wrong in terms of the city.
Yep.
So thanks for correcting us here. So we have a runner, and this is between Mingus and Jerome, you said?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm trying to get confirmation on exactly. No, this shot right here should be between Jerome and the Verde River crossing.
Oh, so probably Coop or Annie Hughes. My guess is it looks like Coop has a little bit of a gap on Annie Hughes right now, about a 7/10 of a mile. And checking the race leader, Joe McConaughey, is right now right around mile 123, so still about 11 or 12 miles ahead of second and third place right now, which is Jason Coop and Annie Hughes, who is our top woman for rounding out the top.
That was Coop that we just saw.
Okay, so
and
we
it
do
looks
have-
like he's still in second. He had pulled through on that aid state or when leaving that aid station. We got Jeff icing his feet maybe.
Yeah, looks like popping his feet in some ice there.
And we do have runner on the drone here. So we do still have eyes on Coop here. And that's right. Coop left with no pacer.
No
Annie
pacer,
Hughes
okay.
will have a pacer
Yep,
with her.
yep. Still moving well. Jason Coop, no stranger to racing in Arizona, having been fourth overall at the famous Zane Grey race, and having put in some big weeks here over the past couple weeks of training, maxing out at 24,000 feet of elevation gain. So we know that he's in good shape, and he's put in some good training, and he looks to be running well here as he is approaching the river crossing and approaching Dead Horse Ranch State Park, which is mile number 117. So that's Jason Coop, our second place finisher, moving on towards 117. He is followed, which I'm sure we'll have eyes on here soon, by Annie Hughes, who is our top woman. Our second place woman, Lauren Jones, is also approaching the 100-mile mark. She's at about 98, followed by Sarah Osazuki, and Rhoda Smoker, Brianna Grigsby, and Jody Seminel all seem to still be at the aid station here at Mingus Mountain. So that would be numbers 4, 5, and 6 in the women's race, or excuse me, 3, 4, and 5 of the women's race still hanging out here at the Mingus Mountain aid station. As right now we're looking at a drone shot of Jason Coop, our second place overall finisher here, or second place overall runner. And it looks like we're maybe heading back up the trail. We might get a view here of our top woman and her pacer. That is Annie Hughes as she makes her way down from Jerome towards Dead Horse. And just to check in here, we have McConaughey right now right around 123. He is approaching that halfway mark of the race. We've got about 25 hours, 19 minutes elapsed since the start. McConaughey has covered about 122 miles. In second place, Jason Koop has covered about a 111. Andy Hughes, our third place, which we should be seeing at some point here on the drone any second now, has covered about 110. And Jeff Garmeyer, who is still in the Jerome aid station, he has covered about 108. Rounding out the top five right now is Kevin Goldberg at 103 as he run towards Jerome, followed by Killian Korth, Peter Ward, Adrian Bagrin, Michael McKnight, Joshua Locke, Matt Smith, and our current second place woman, Lauren Jones, rounds out that. We're still waiting on that drone footage here to get us Annie Hughes. And we look back and see who else might be. It looks like Jose Sosa might have checked in there at the Mingus Mountain Station, with Todd Bachman also being there as well. Benjamin Dullum, Todd Holmes, Erica Sargent, all seem to be close, as well as Carrie Henderson, Mandy Goody, Chris Ragsdale, Andrew Glaze, and Scott Jenkins. And it looks like maybe a couple of the athletes are maybe catching a little bit of shut-eye. Rhoda Smoker, Dom Grossman, Todd Bachman, Brianna Grigsby, DeFalco, they've all been there for a little bit, as well as Jody Seminel. So maybe some athletes getting a little bit of sleep here before heading on to Jerome. Obviously, sleep is going to be an important part. We know that Jason Koop took about an hour nap overnight there, so he has had some sleep. McConaughey has not slept yet, and neither has Annie Hughes or, I believe, Jeff Garmeyer. So it's going to be an interesting day here as our runners move past that 100-mile mark and through Sedona. Right now we're looking at the drone footage here between Jerome and Dead Horse Ranch State Park, getting towards the river crossing at the Verde River. We just saw Jason Koop pass by, and now we are waiting on Annie Hughes and her pacer, our top woman and our third place runner currently. Weather-wise, we're looking at a high in the mid to high 70s today in Sedona, so it's going to be sunny throughout most of the day, but not crazy hot, so definitely a change versus what the runners were dealing with last year. So that could definitely help keep the fast pace going that we've been looking at here over the first day of the race. So we'll see how they handle that. It is windy, though, out there, and it's still exposed, so 70 and exposed is nothing to deal with, so we'll see how they handle that as they move forward here as we look at this beautiful drone shot over the Verde Valley. And we were wondering yesterday what the hot, fast pace would do to some of these runners as they were keeping up a good clip up and over the hills and the dirt roads up into Finch Wells and Skull Valley before heading into Whiskey Row. And it seems that the pace hasn't really worn down on the athletes yet. They still seem to be holding pretty well and running fast. They are all most of the top 10 at least are well under that course record pace from last year. Of course, without that section up to Crown King they had to deal with in the heat last year, but still they are moving well and fast over this 250-mile course. And I can confirm that Jeff Garmeyer is still hanging out here at the aid station. Looks to be taking his time, getting worked on a bit. Taking in some food. Looks like he had a little beer, so he looks relaxed and to be having a good time. He was windmilling out there earlier coming down into Jerome, so it's safe to say that he's having fun. Fran's saying 24 hours running and no sleep seems very hard. Yeah, it does sound very hard, and I'm sure all of these athletes would confirm that sentiment, that it is not a easy thing to do, to be out there running for 24 hours. But as we know, ultra runners, and particularly runners who take part in these 250-mile races, are incredibly tough. So it's certainly inspiring and fun to watch them out there take on this course. As we take a look here, we're still on this drone footage as we are waiting to see Andy Hughes and her pacer pop in here as she has been working her way down from Jerome towards Dead Horse Ranch State Park. And as we kind of look back through the leaderboard here, we know Michael McKnight had some stomach issues earlier on or overnight. Seems to be that he has moved past those and seems to be moving well. Matt Smith also had a really strong night, passing over a dozen people overnight on his way to Mingus Mountain. He did not stay long in that aid station at all before moving on to head out towards Jerome. Lauren Jones has had a great day. Colt Crosby seems to be maybe moving a little bit slower than he was yesterday. We had eyes on Eric Sensman earlier running on the Jam Cam. Seemed to be having a good time, nursing down a Red Bull and running well as he was on the downhill section heading out to Jerome. So looks like, even in those middle sections that people are still running well, and there's lots of athletes who are poised to move up here throughout the day. As we look back in on Jeff Garmeyer as he is receiving some aid here at Jerome. That is our 4th place runner, Jeff Garmeyer, out of Missoula, Montana. Or Vancouver, Washington, as it says on here. Tough to say. Could be either one. It looks like we have a pretty large contingent of runners still hanging out at Mingus Mountain. Chad Trumbo, Jody Seminel, Dom Grossman, Jose Sosa, Rhoda Smoker, Todd Bachman, Brianna Grigsby, Mark DeFalco are all still seeming to be at that Mingus Mountain aid station. So potentially some runners taking some rest here before heading out on the next section of the course as they approach 100 miles.
And there we have, it looks like Annie Hughes and her pacer.
Annie Hughes coming through.
She is being paced by Lindsay McDonald of the Aravaipa Racing team. Jeff lives in Bozeman, not in Missoula.
Bozeman, not Missoula. Sorry, getting the Montana. First we messed up the universities and the mascots. Now we're messing up
Well,
towns.
I think that's the reason is because I knew he lived where Montana State was.
There you go. Yeah.
Because I gave him a hard time, obviously, about how NAU is probably going to beat Montana State in football.
Gotta say, it looks like Annie maybe not moving as well as Coop was when we saw him come through here earlier. Maybe just taking her time, walking a little bit more.
Well, and she hasn't slept yet, right?
Has not slept yet, as far as we're aware.
As far as we're aware.
Yep. Got a shout out here to 156 Kelly Hutchins, what they call a serial cutoff chaser. She's from Washington. She looks to be closing in on Prescott, which would mean that she will be well ahead of that 9:30 p.m. cutoff to get through Prescott this evening. So good for her. As we look on here at Annie, as she is kind of picking her way down the trail here, heading towards the Verde River.
Yeah, the Verde River going to be nice and cold per usual. So I don't know if that's going to feel refreshing as of right now, especially given that it's not super hot yet.
Yeah, it probably feels a little chilly out there with that breeze, so I'm not sure how eager they're going to be to jump in the river. And right now, it's keeping an eye on how the kind of middle back of the pack's looking. It looks like we have a ton of runners right now in and around the Prescott area, and only a few runners left on course who have yet to pass through or get Prescott, but they're all within, just a couple miles for the most part. So really looking good to get most of the field here through that cutoff point by 9:30 p.m. So shout out to all those runners out there working their way through to Prescott this morning. As we have eyes back on Jeff Garmeyer sitting at the Jerome aid station. Peter Mortimer asking if I've caught the Sedona bug yet, thinking of running it next year. Peter, I got to run my first 100 before I even think of hopping into 250. Although I will say that that it does look like they're having fun out here, so it's on my future list to get out here and do this. But I don't think I'll be in the front of the pack race for this one. I think I'll take my time and enjoy it. But it's been cool to follow along, and it definitely gets you excited to do stuff like this in the future. Pete, he's on the broadcast tomorrow, right?
Tonight. This
Oh,
afternoon.
Be cool to have. Oh yeah, we'll cross over. So Peter, we'll see you here in a couple hours.
Do you think he remembered, or?
No, he's still in Flagstaff probably. He's halfway up Humphreys right now, watching the feed.
Shout out to Rory Moynihan in the chat. With Trail Gangstas. The Donut Bug, LOL. Rory, I think we need to see you out here sometime.
Maybe Rory's caught the donut bug by following the feed here. Who knows?
If Eric can survive it, I think Rory's got it in the bag. And here we see Anna Hughes and her pacer, Lindsay McDonald, again continuing their way towards Dead Horse Ranch.
And it does look like Kevin Goldberg is definitely running well back there. He's now only 3 or so miles away from that aid station at Jerome. So he's definitely making really good time here. And he's maybe put on a little bit of a gap to Killian Korth, who is now in 6th and could potentially be passed here by Peter Ward soon. They're all in pretty close proximity to each other. Tough to say, but definitely some interesting racing going on there in the back half of the top 10.
And let's see, it looks like Garmeyer is applying sunscreen. When I talked to him at the expo, he said during almost every one of his through hiking FKTs, he ends up getting so sunburnt that he blisters.
Oh, that is uncomfortable, I'm sure.
He's like every time. But it also, when you wear a sleeveless tiger print sweater.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's part of it. So maybe that's the reason. Maybe he couldn't find a button-up tiger print shirt, so he has to go for the sleeves there.
Was I think his crew, a member of his crew has like a white leopard print shirt on. Oh, it's a dress. Is that going to be Jeff's finishing attire is the real question. Will Jeff finish in that dress?
And it looks like the whole crew has the cat theme down. We see a lion there. Everyone's rolling with it.
And then here we're back. It looks like to Annie Hughes. And I think this might be where we go for a battery change here. So let me get that back to Jerome. I love the support. Oh, we got the private photographer not sporting the cat theme though.
Gotta say, he's been rocking those glasses since yesterday too. Not technical, but definitely fashionable.
It's going to be interesting since the pace is a little bit faster this year. Will Jeff be able to make it without sleeping?
Yeah. Yeah,
I
I
think
mean,
he
that's,
barely slept last year. I think it was a couple trail naps and some pretty intense hallucinations.
I would assume 50 hours is probably that's right on the edge of what you could do without sleep. But I know we saw last year with Dax Hawk, with the when he got into Fort Tut Hill, the medical team made him take a stop for a little nap there. So depending on how he's faring when he gets to that point, who knows what they could have him do there as well. So. And it looks like that maybe there's just a little gap opening up between Jason Coop and Annie Hughes. So potentially maybe that I know Annie wasn't maybe moving as well as Jason when we saw her come down towards the Verde River. So definitely something to monitor over the next couple hours. And it looks like most of our top 10 now is come through 100 miles with Michael McKnight in 11th getting close, or excuse me, in 10th getting close with Matt Smith and Lauren Jones right there as well. So as we approach here the 26th hour of the Cocodona 250, people are getting close to that 100-mile mark. And the spammers in the chat. And looks like we have eyes here on Jeff Garmeyer with his pacer heading on out of the Jerome aid station, making their way towards Dead Horse Ranch, which is mile 117. So a 9-mile long, mostly downhill segment, lots of dirt roads, lots of smooth trails, and then a river crossing at the Verde River.
Looks like we've got some boots on the ground up near Mingus as well, so we will be awaiting runners there. And for the time being, let's check out the action that is the Mingus static cam here.
And it looks like maybe a couple of the runners who had been hanging out at Mingus are moving on. Tyler Welch, Dom Grossman, Chad Trumbo, Rhoda Smoker have all seemed to move on. It looks like maybe Jody Seminole, Jose Sosa, Todd Bachman, Ben Dulham, Bree Grigsby, Mark DeFalco are still hanging out there at Mingus, and Todd Holmes and Kerry Henderson are certainly approaching that aid station shortly. If you are just tuning in, our race leader right now is Joe McConaughey. He's almost halfway through, about to approach the 125-mile mark, and we are about 25 hours, 37 minutes into this race. We just watched Jason Coop and Annie Hughes run towards the Verde River. They are second and third, separated by just a few miles. And Jeff Garmeyer just took off from the Jerome State Park aid station, heading down towards the Dead Horse Ranch State Park through the section on Sedona. So Sedona last year was brutally hot. This year we're not going to have necessarily those same issues, as the temperature is looking to be a high of 77. So definitely a little bit less of a factor, although the wind will be there. So definitely prime conditions to kind of maintain this fast pace through Sedona, and then the climb up Kasner onto the Coconino Plateau as they make their way towards Flagstaff. Right now we're looking in here towards Mingus Mountain at some of our athletes. That looks like, if I remember correctly, Ben Dulham in that multicolored sailor hat, sitting down, getting some food. So he has made it in there to Mingus Mountain, and hope that he's having a good race.
Let's go ahead and check back in on the big cat himself, Jeff Garmeyer.
And we should be seeing Mr. Kevin Goldberg, chat favorite, coming into Jerome here relatively shortly. Also, shout out in the chat for Ben Dolam's kick butt mustache, who is at Mingus. He's, maybe in running for one of those top 3 mustaches with Sensman and Dominic Grossman.
Do you think Jeff is gonna sport the Love Heart sunglasses the rest of the way as well?
It certainly seems like it. I mean, I'm surprised he's worn them this far. He seems to be really.
Oh,
we got him blowing a kiss here to the camera. Not only is he running for the camera, he is out here hamming it up. But I'll be curious to see if he has a different type of cat shirt lined up for later in the race. We've seen the tiger, we've got the leopard. What else could we see going forward? Plenty of other cat prints out there to choose from.
I feel like last year he wore into the finish. Didn't he wear like a fur coat? I don't know. Jeff always aiming to be the best dressed. You gotta have dreams. Let's go ahead and send it to Mingus here. As you're seeing, the crews are congregating as we are awaiting more runners here.
Beautiful day in Mingus. Not a cloud in the sky, a little breezy. Should have a few coming in here shortly. Looking like we could have Carrie Henderson, Erica Sargent, Mandy Goody, Chris Ragsdale are all quickly approaching here
And
in
we
Mingus.
have one here coming. I could not get a bib there.
90
43 or 93?
Let's see here. 91.
91.
Let's see. Mark Vogel. So that is.
No, that can't be right.
He must be heading out. Because I think Mark Vogel's been
Oh,
there.
was it? Oh, yeah, that would be right. That can't be right.
No, it can't be right. We have
One,
the number 1. 4.
4, 1.
Number 141. Oh, 104.
0. A 104.
We're looking at Cesar Rotundo, potentially.
Or it could be 41, Todd Holmes.
It's got to be Todd Holmes because he's right. He would be right
Yep.
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
So and we're looking at after the bumbling of the commentary team, we have come into
We've come to an agreement.
we've come to an agreement. It is Todd Holmes, potentially 65 years old, from Prescott rolling in here. That's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
65 years old, and he is somewhere in the top 30.
And now we're back at Whiskey Row here, where again, runners will be coming through all day here.
It looks like Kevin Goldberg is just about 2 miles out from our Jerome 8 station. So we look in here, Whiskey Row, 9:30 p.m. cutoff time, but lots of runners who have been in and around here I would say almost the majority of the field has checked in and been through Prescott, which is exciting. Yeah, definitely well over the majority of the field. People in the chat, appropriately so, lighting us up for our bumbling of number 41 there to
Hey, it doesn't matter as long as you get there eventually.
yeah, the route taken doesn't matter, and I can confirm that the commentary team has not been imbibing on any whiskey so far this morning, despite all the Versteeg chat in the chat there. So that has not been our game. Looks like we're looking in here. That is number 9. That is Bree Grigsby. Looks like she has started to head on out from Mingus to tackle that 17-mile section from Mingus to Jerome.
So I'm assuming she slept a little bit there.
She must have slept. Yeah, she was at the aid station for quite a while. There was a group there who had been there for a long time that she was a part of, but she seems to be the first of that group getting out.
Then we've got bib 27 coming in here.
Carrie Henderson from Flagstaff, Arizona, coming into Mingus Mountain. Looks like with her pacer as well. I believe that she is in the top 10 on the women's side. As we are right now looking down on the road here into the Mingus Mountain Aid Station, where we currently have, it looks like 5 or 6 runners hanging out. We just watched Brianna Grigsby head out of the station and head on towards Jerome. It looks like we've seen Ben Dullum there recently, DeFalco, Todd Holmes, infamous number 41 there. We just saw Carrie Henderson make her way in. And just got word that McConaughey has passed the halfway mark. So race leader Joe McConaughey passed halfway, just under 26 hours into this race. And we had gotten the inside scoop that pre-race that he might have been targeting that sub 50-hour time. Not quite on pace now, but definitely setting a torrent clip. He's currently about 11 miles ahead or so of our second place runner, Jason Koop, who is in turn about 1.5 miles ahead of Annie Hughes, our top woman, who is in third. Right now we've got eyes here on Mingus Aid Station. We just watched Carrie Henderson pull in, and we just watched Brianna Grigsby take off towards Jerome. And here we've got the inside view as athletes chow down on some pancakes and lasagna.
And watch the live stream.
And watch the live stream. Nothing like watching yourself hork down some lasagna 100 miles into an ultra race. So looks to be a lot of Carrie Henderson fans here on the chat. There's been some good Flagstaff rep out there today, including Eric Sensman and Carrie Henderson. We've also had her Colleen Ligley representing Flagstaff as she runs up and down the road here in Jerome, as she looks to maybe go and catch Kevin Goldberg here. We can get eyes on chat favorite Kevin Goldberg as he makes his way in.
Looks like maybe that's Carrie Henderson going into the aid station now.
Got a question here in the chat asking if the back half is easier or harder than the first. What would you say, Matt? What do you think?
I think it's probably going to be a little bit harder just because you're going to have to deal with the Sedona heat. You're going to have to get up up onto the Coconino Plateau. The trails, once you're up there, are going to be pretty nice, but then you also have to summit Mount Eldon.
Yeah.
And you're further along in the race. Your legs are going to be a little bit more tired, things
Yeah.
like that.
I just think the fact that you are over 100 miles in, you're going to be feeling that on that climb up onto the plateau, and it's especially if you're going to hit that section overnight, it could be cold once you're up there, heading into Fort Sut Hill. So I would say we'll see some athletes struggle through that Sedona section and struggle to get up on the plateau and through there. We haven't seen a lot of runners in that top take any kind of sleep so far. We maybe have seen a few on the back half of the top 15, top 20 stop and get some sleep here at Mingus Mountain. And we haven't seen our race leader, Joe McConaughey, or our third and fourth place finishers, Andy Hughes and Jeff Garmeyer, take any sleep either. So, there definitely could be some interesting things that happen here in the next couple hours.
It'll definitely be interesting to see the sleep strategy for some of these folks. It looks like, I think if Joe is going to take a big nap, it's probably going to be at Sedona.
Yeah.
Otherwise, he may stick to kind of shorter little naps. Sedona is fully air conditioned. It's before the climb up to the Coconino Plateau, so it seems like it would be a good spot. You're just a little over 100 miles to go.
Yeah, a good place to reset a little bit, especially if you have that AC. Be really nice.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, it's the next good spot like that isn't probably going to be until Fort Tuttle.
Yeah.
And that's a bit later. Obviously, there's more sleep spots that are going to be outdoors, stuff like that. And once you get up on the Coconino Plateau, it won't be too hot.
Yeah, it'll be nice and cool.
So, yeah, who knows? Go Jeff Garmeyer from Bozeman. Shout out to Jeff. Hopefully we'll be getting some aerial shots of him shortly as our drone is out kind of looking for him. And we do have another runner coming into Mingus here. Looks like that is bib 55. Oh, yeah. That is definitely her. Erica Sargent.
Erica Sargent making her way into Mingus. All right.
And Mandy Goody, bib 16. Two Canadians.
Two Canadians, yeah, both from same area, both from Kimberley, British Columbia. So,
Nice. So maybe that's why they've been running together quite a bit. So.
Yeah. We saw Carrie Henderson, I think, with them early in the day yesterday. So it's cool to see that those two are still running together here this far into the race.
Looks like might just be a crew there. Let's take it over to the drone here down. This is in between Jerome and Dead Horse Ranch. It's right before, or a few miles maybe before they cross over the Verde River.
And it looks like we could be seeing Kevin Goldberg and Peter Ward both coming to the aid station within 15 minutes of each other. They seem to be pretty close out there. That's our 5th and 6th place runners currently. As we wait to see here, Jeff Garmeyer coming down from Jerome.
And we did have breaking news from Colleen Lingley that Jeff was running 5:30 pace down that road, and she was trying to keep up.
Wow, 5:30 pace, holy moly.
And speaking of Colleen, she has someone. Oh, is that Goldberg? If we can get a bib number.
It looks like I would assume that is Kevin Goldberg. We're looking for number 130 here.
If we don't find out soon, I know that the chat will.
They will certainly let us know.
They will certainly let us know. I've seen a lot of the Jim Walmsley bucket hats on course the last couple days.
Yeah, I remember when he was wearing that at Western States, I was like, oh man, everyone's getting a bucket hat now. As soon as he pops that out, that's going to start a trend.
I went to buy one and they were sold out.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, there you go. Looks like he's doing that marketing for Hoka correctly.
You know, I'm sad that we haven't seen the Goldberg fans.
Yeah, did they leave the chat before their boy shows up at Jerome? He's looking good. He's been moving well. Looks to be hiking throughout this port where,
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
Now the chat's coming
we
alive. That's Goldberg. You're dang right it is.
Maybe Garmeyer had to stick his feet in the ice bucket because they were too hot from running so fast down that hill on the way into Jerome. So.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was running pretty good.
He did, yeah, he did.
That's pretty fast.
That is real fast.
Do you want to change your position on whether Sensman can drop Jamil down that road yet?
I mean, if he's dropping 5:30s, then he might just drop Jamil. I don't know what Jamil's mile PR is, but I'm sure Sensman's got a couple 5:30s in his legs.
Yeah, I think Colleen is probably happy that it looks like Kevin is taking it a little easy on her, letting her recover on the downhill here. He's letting her keep up after some big efforts, because then after the aid station, she ran with Jeff for a while.
I mean, she's got to be up over probably close to 7 miles so far on the day after logging some 5:30s with Jeff and coming in here, going back, catching Kevin Goldberg and running back in with him.
Colleen, what a legend. She might rack up more miles in just this few-hour shift than Jamil and Bryce did yesterday.
Maybe even combined.
Yeah,
she's
crushing it.
definitely working way harder than Jamil was yesterday.
It sounds like Joe is a few miles away from Deer Pass.
4 miles. Yeah, he's at right around mile 126 right now.
Yep.
11 up on second placer Jason Coop, who is moving pretty well, I gotta say.
Yeah, no, he looked really good in that stretch down to the Verde River. Yeah, I mean he's moving.
Maybe if he can keep that gap within about 10 miles or so, it's going to put a little pressure on Joe. And
What's going to be interesting is Coop going to need to sleep again.
Yeah.
Because anytime you're sleeping and someone else is moving, that's time lost, right?
Absolutely.
In that specific situation.
And it looks like we still have the same number of runners hanging out here at the Mingus aid station. Erica Sargent, Carrie Henderson, Mandy Goody, Ben Dullum, Todd Holmes. Mark DeFalco's been there for a little while. Seems like he's taking some rest.
Probably taking a nap, maybe.
Yeah, same with Jose Sosa and Jody Seminole. And we did watch Brianna Grigsby leave a little bit earlier. And then we're waiting on Chris Ragsdale, Ray Sanchez, and Andrew Glaze should be our next 3 that head into Mingus sometime in the next couple minutes here, 15, 20 minutes. As right now we got eyes on chat favorite Kevin Goldberg as he is working his way into Jerome.
And we'll move ahead a little bit here as Troy, our trusty drone pilot. The drone has made a full recovery, as you can see from the epic crash this morning. Troy going out looking for Mr. Garmeyer, it appears. So we will await him, and in the meantime, we will go back to Miss Colleen, who has Kevin Goldberg here as he makes his way down to Jerome.
Steady Eddie here, Kevin Goldberg. And definitely Matt O'Brien in the chat points out that Mike McKnight is flying, and he's definitely making up some ground on Killian Korth and Peter Ward. So he's seems to be going through a good patch here and putting in some good miles. And right now, our second place woman, Lauren Jones, has just recently passed that 100-mile mark. So we have 2 women past 100 miles as we look in here on Garmeyer running down the ridge here towards the Verde River.
Was that Jeff? Let's see if we can get eyes. But oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
'cause I think his pacer was wearing white. Yeah.
Yep. You know, it's hard when you can't identify the individual leopard's dots.
You can't be sure until you see the cat print. That's the defining feature there. And it looks like Coop has maybe opened up about 2 miles on Annie Hughes. So a little gap we saw form earlier. Now, obviously, there's some variation in the pings here that could change and just did change as I was saying that, so I will shut up. It's about 1.6 there, so to be maintaining that gap, but Coop's still maintaining around that 10-11 mile gap up to Joe McConaughey in first.
We do have some more folks coming in. Oh, leaving. That's Benjamin
That's
Dullum.
Dullum. That's
Yep.
Ben Dullum.
Leaving Mingus there.
Looks like, is there maybe a couple runners? It looks like 2 runners and pacers. Could that be maybe Jody Seminel? Maybe not. Going out there as well.
I'm not sure. It looks like that feed has gone. As we take a look again, overhead of the kitty cat man himself.
Question in the chat about Joe McConaughey sleeping. He has not slept yet, so we've discussed that a little bit and seeing how that's going to affect his strategy. It looks like Kevin Goldberg is getting very close to that Jerome aid station, maybe under a mile away, and Peter Ward will be the next runner after him coming in there. He's at about mile 106, so anywhere from 10 to 15 minutes or 10 to 20 minutes or so until he comes in. Right now we're watching on the drone footage here Jeff Garmeyer and his pacer work their way through that Dead Horse Ranch area.
And
move on over to Colleen here at Jerome. We see Kevin Goldberg hanging out here, taking off his shoes, and he has checked in here at Jerome.
And that was his pacer who was with him, Gabe Peterson. Want to give him a good shout out for all the wonderful folks in the chat.
Yeah, something weird going on with Jose Sosa, Matt. I don't know if there's any way we can check in on that, but the tracking shows him off course, traveling at about 35 miles per hour. So maybe get an update for some folks as we look in on Kevin Goldberg at Jerome. And while we work to maybe try to get some kind of update on Jose Sosa here, we're watching Kevin Goldberg at Jerome. He is currently our 5th place runner, a couple miles behind
Colleen
Jeff
is Colleen's at 8.5 miles here.
8.5 miles. That is putting in the work. Holy crap. She might get more miles than Jamil today, and Jamil's even running a section, so we'll see how that turns out. Jamil on course now with Eric Sensman, who is on in kind of the back half of the top 20 here. Looks to be just behind Sarah Ostaszewski and Mark Vogel. So we got Kevin Goldberg here, Peter Ward and Killian Korth would be our next 2 coming in, who are kind of hot on his heels, just about 2 miles off.
Yeah, and it looks like we have a bit of a drone shot. Not sure if we're going to be able to, if we found anyone yet, but we will have that. So if we see them pick anyone up, we will take you over to this beautiful shot. But in the meantime, let's give the people what they want, which is Kevin Goldberg
Yeah, all the Goldberg stands out here. Now's your time.
lubing or baby powdering his feet.
And it
We
looks like
do
we
have some more runners coming into Mingus here.
get some numbers here.
If we can get a bib number. 111.
That is Chris Ragsdale.
Love it. Thank you
let's
to
see.
our volunteer filmer, Dan. That was a clean shot of the bib so that there was no confusion.
That's a pro move right there. Knowing that we can't read numbers particularly well in here, so I appreciate the clarity. So Chris Ragsdale heading into Mingus at mile 91. We also have Kevin Goldberg's mom in the chat here checking in on his son. So there he is, looking good.
And then we've got Laura Knoll. She wants to give a shout out to Colleen, who's filming. Fun fact, Colleen can text with her nose while pacing filming.
Wow.
What a fun fact.
What a skill. There aren't many out there with that kind of skill.
That's amazing. I'm just picturing Colleen typing with her nose.
Oh, is it a type, or does she do the swipe method?
Oh.
There's a variety of different ways.
There
that she
is.
gets
That's
done.
right. Oh, and it looks like we may have a little bit of a check-in from the river crossing. If I can get Lindsay to turn the camera horizontally for me, we're going to take a look at the great Annie Hughes.
There we go.
Oh, I think the orientation lock might be on. We're going to keep it here anyway.
So that's Annie Hughes, our top woman, third place overall right now, crossing the Verde River.
Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much to the great Lindsay McDonald of the Aravaipa Racing Team, Flagstaff resident, former Midwesterner. She's from the Kansas City, so shout out to Lindsay. And we are taking a look at Annie Hughes here, as she is across the Verde River, so she will be making her way to Dead Horse Ranch here pretty shortly.
Mile 117, so she should be here within a couple miles.
It looks like if I can go to the Troy drone, we do have another runner coming down. Oh, that would be Jeff and his pacer here, yeah? Yeah.
And he looks to have just a couple miles here until she gets to that next aid, having just crossed the Verde River. And we should be seeing Jason Coop momentarily checking into this Dead Horse Ranch aid station. He's showing just under 117 miles covered so far.
And in the meantime, let's get off the black screen. And let's go to Colleen and Jerome.
And we should be seeing Killian Korth and Kevin Goldberg, or Killian Korth any moment. He should be right around that aid station. He's showing to be right around 108 miles, so that would be our sixth place runner there with Kevin. So he must have really booked it down that hill into the Jerome aid station.
Oh, and I just got. So on Instagram, I apologize. Jose Sosa just went live. He is still on course. Let me see if I can. No, looks like he is not live now, but. Oh, and courtesy of the great Colleen, we're being told that Killian is going to be dropping.
Oh no.
That is reportedly, so don't hold me to that. But it sounds like he is having some calf pain and is going to be dropping. Oh, and
Well,
then,
that's
of course,
unfortunate.
Rory gets in the chat. Word from the ground.
There you go, Rory.
Rory's always a step ahead. Good reporting, Rory. We appreciate you, my friend. I will say that my source, Miss Colleen Lingley, is the first thing I saw, but also reported by Rory Moynihan.
Oh, bummer about Killian. You know, it's one of the things there's some things you just can't control out there. So hopefully he can recover and get that calf pain taken care of. Right now we're watching Kevin Goldberg, and we should be seeing Peter Ward in here soon to hop into the Jerome aid station. And behind him, some guys that are moving pretty fast. Adrian Bagrin, Mike McKnight, Cole Crosby, Josh Locke. They're all making pretty good time and aren't too far behind where these guys are at right now. So in the next, hour and a half, we should see a bunch of other people come in through Jerome. Followed by our second place woman as well too. Lauren Jones is getting into range there.
While we wait, let's go ahead and just check in.
Oh, wow.
The sights and sounds of Whiskey Row.
My man just relaxing, kicking his feet up.
Now we're back up at Mingus. Yeah, Roy, that's what I heard as well, or what I had seen was that Jose Sosa is still on course with his pacer. So I'm not sure what happened. We have reached out to Race Command to see if they have any information on what's going on. So. Looks like we may have some more runners coming up to Mingus, and it looks like fan favorite Kevin Goldberg is about to head out of here.
Yeah, it didn't take too long there at the aid station. Looks like maybe a change of socks, maybe a change of shoes, but he's going to be hitting the road here. Be curious to see if he picks up his pace at all. He was pretty leisurely heading into Jerome. Wonder if he gets after it a little bit more on that descent into the Verde Valley.
And I can't tell if our other drone has something picked up quite yet or not. But we're gonna watch Kevin get out of here. So we had our merchandising team here at Aravaipa had considered doing Cocodona bucket hats
Oh, wow.
as something that athletes could purchase. I don't know if it's something that we missed on or if it's good because everyone apparently owns the Hoka bucket hat
They already
already.
had their own bucket hats, so maybe they didn't need to go that one. It looks like the drone is maybe trying to catch someone there. Could be Peter Ward. And it looks like Michael McKnight has moved up a spot. Him and Adrian Bagrin are real close in that 104 to 105 mile range. So we should be seeing them come into the aid station here shortly. But Peter Ward will be our next one we see coming into Jerome. As our 5th place runner, Kevin Goldberg, gets ready to head out and head on to Dead Horse Ranch. And a remark about Sosa said that there was a section that wasn't super well marked and they got a little bit turned around, but they are back on course. So
Goldberg chants 24/7.
maybe the biggest Goldberg stand, Damien here, is back in the chat.
I think he has an alert set up to where he's just notified whenever we say
Yeah,
Goldberg.
If we
and
just
he
say his
pops
name,
back
it's,
in.
yeah, it's popping right up.
Where is the stand cam holding down DFL? So we will have camera feeds out at Whiskey Row. I'll send it to the static cam there. At Whiskey Row, all day we'll have a follow cam bringing runners in and out of the aid station for the last few hours prior to the final cutoff there.
And it sounds like Jason Coop right now is at Dead Horse Ranch. So that's our second runner to get to Dead Horse Ranch. While, man, Joe McConaughey just keeps ripping up front there. He's up to 128 miles in the race. We're a little right around 11, 12 miles ahead of Jason Coop, who has reached Dead Horse Ranch. Annie Hughes still in 3rd, and Jeff Garmeyer in 4th, and then Kevin Goldberg just leaving the Jerome aid station in 5th.
We did have someone in the chat wanting an update on Hector Rodriguez. He is at about the 73-mile mark as of right now, so he is making his way. He's probably right around Iron King.
Yeah, getting close to Iron King.
We do have another runner coming into Mingus here. Oh, I just missed the bib. I couldn't see it, but it looked like... I'm not even going to say anything out loud until I put my guess in here. That would not be right.
Could it be 59? Could it be Erin Drasler? She's in the range there. Out of Boulder.
It's this
Is that
person.
one?
Yeah.
Let's see who else is around.
I didn't get a good look at it, but we do have some folks still running up into Mingus Mountain here as we now watch Kevin Goldberg.
So as we watch Kevin Goldberg here, we still have a number of runners still hanging out at that Mingus aid station. Holmes, Goody Ragsdale, Kerry Henderson, Sergeant DeFalco, and potentially Ray Sanchez and Mike Wilkinson also in that area as well. I know some athletes were taking some rest, and we saw Ben Dullum and potentially Jody Seminole take off earlier on their way to Jerome. Right now we're watching Kevin Goldberg. And we'll head back over to Mingus as that feed was a little frozen there. So we're watching here at the Mingus aid station as runners take in some food. And I don't believe we have anything at Dead Horse Ranch as of yet. So right now we'll stick on Mingus. And we can tune in here to Colleen and watch Kevin Goldberg work his way out of Jerome and head down to Dead Horse Ranch State Park and the Verde River. And definitely some comments here on String Bean McConaughey, still having a good day up front. 128 miles in right now. He's past the halfway mark as we go over the 26-hour mark today here at Cocodona. Leading over Jason Coop, who we have word who should be at Dead Horse Ranch here about 117 miles in. So let's go on back to Mingus and kind of hang out. We have so many athletes going on after watching Kevin Goldberg. Do have some runners here who have been coming in and out. We just watched Chris Ragsdale of Seattle, Washington jog on in. And we still have some athletes here. And we saw Jose Sosa leave earlier. There were some questions about what was going on with his tracker, but he seems to be back on course after a little bit of a mishap. Questions about West Plate. Yeah, West Plate does look to still be in the race. He is right now, according to the tracking, at about mile 82. He is bib 119, so he is past Fane Ranch and heading up towards Mingus Mountain, which is mile 91. So it could be a couple of hours here, but we could see him come into Mingus in 2.5 hours or so, maybe a little longer. That's a pretty big climb heading from Fane to Mingus. Right now we got some people grabbing some food, getting rested, eating up here as while they are at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station. Our next runner we should be seeing come into Jerome should be Peter Ward. He should only be about a mile or so out from the Jerome Aid Station. So in sixth place would be Peter Ward. We did get unofficial word that Killian Korth could potentially be dropping out of the race due to a calf issue. So right now we're waiting on sixth place runner Peter Ward. He's followed by Michael McKnight and Adrian Begrin, who would be our next two to potentially come in to Jerome after that. Looking towards the back of the pack, Whiskey Row cutoff tonight is at 9:30. Right now, where it is that Stan Barry is holding down that last place position.
Stan the man, and Whiskey Row was where Stan was, where Stan dropped last year, where he timed out.
So it looks like he is on track to get through there today on time, and looks like we have a couple runners on camera here. Matt, do you know who we're looking at?
I am not sure, but they are coming down from Mingus into Jerome.
So that's probably Peter Ward then and his pacer.
And then we should have a camera feed up at Deer Pass here momentarily, which is where our race leader should be arriving there pretty shortly.
Yeah, last check had him close to 129, so definitely getting
about
close
a
there.
mile-ish out, right?
Yeah. Be good to check in on him and see how he's looking as he's being pursued hotly by Coop and Annie Hughes here.
Yeah, and I know that area is a bit remote, so the service may be spotty, but at least we'll be able to get some updates on the race leader, who has been a bit out in front of our filming team thus far today.
Yeah, when you're keeping a 51-hour pace over 250 miles, it's easy to beat the filming team there, I would imagine.
Rebecca in the chat is Is Mike McKnight having the same issues as last year? No, he just dealt with some stomach issues a little bit earlier, but he's running pretty good, I think, as of when we last checked.
Yeah, he's been moving up the field a little bit. I mean, Peter Ward should be our next runner into Jerome, but McKnight is only showing to be a couple miles behind, so really only like 14, 15 to 30 minutes behind where Peter Ward is. So we should be getting eyes on him pretty soon, especially since we saw him come through Mingus. He's been moving very well. And it looks like Jason Coop is been hanging out at that Dead Horse Ranch aid station for a little while. He's somewhere in that range. He's been stuck on 117 for a bit.
And
so.
ladies and gentlemen, we have a little bit of a jam cam.
Oh, there we go.
And as soon as there we go. So that is the future mayor of Flagstaff, as I'm gonna dub it. Hopefully Eric will bring me onto the campaign. There he is.
It's Eric
Sensman, ladies and gentlemen.
I see he should be right around his 100-mile mark too, so looking good out there, moving well.
Continuing to move, which I think at this point I think that's important.
That's commendable.
You know?
Yeah, commendable.
For a race like this, just putting one foot in front of the other and continuing to move forward is important.
Absolutely. You got to weather all the ups and downs, of which there will be many. Lots of low points, lots of high points. So good to see him out here moving well.
Yeah, and I think that this race, from like a mental side, suits someone like Eric quite a bit.
Yeah.
I believe he studied philosophy at, North Texas maybe? And so he has just like a very deep way of thinking about things. And so I think like the mental side and getting through those ebbs and flows, it's just like, this is what I have to do. You know?
Yeah, ultra running I think is a little more of a cerebral sport, and you have so much time to spend in your head. So for a guy like Eric, that should play right into his wheelhouse where he can, work through those things. Another EIU shout out. Mr. Van Etten has returned to the chat.
Yeah, he probably just is on his lunch break at school. I'm disappointed that the kids aren't watching during PE class on a projector screen or anything like that, but it'll do.
Oh, we have some questions about cameras at Deer Pass. I think we are going to have a camera at Deer Pass here soon.
Yep, so we have it up.
There he is.
Right now.
Like
we just don't have anything to show you yet, but we do. Ben is out there. We will have a camera feed out there, and again, it's pretty remote, so coverage may be spotty, but we'll get some visuals on the string bean himself as soon as we start to see him.
And it looks like Ben was wearing a nice Koros Pace 2 out there as well, so go on the lighter weight watch option.
Yep. It's like when growing up you wanted to be like Mike. He wants to be like Elliot.
There
right?
You go. I think we all want to be like Elliot. That's not a bad thing to strive for. We should be seeing leader String Bean McConaughey come through here, sometime in the next 10, 15 minutes or so. So cool to get eyes on him.
As our jam cam goes down. Oh, we do have a drone shot here. No? We'll stay right here.
Tell you what, it's good it's not as hot as it was last year because it is exposed out there. Looks like it could be brutal if it were hot.
I'm assuming that it still feels very warm in Sedona.
I'm sure it does feel warm, but
only 77 degrees right now.
Yeah, so not 85, and it looks like Colleen is heading back up the mountain to maybe catch Peter Ward.
She's trying to get more training.
She's got to be up over 10 miles today or close to it. as he's heading up to catch Peter Ward and escort him into Jerome. As we look on here, beautiful vista out at Deer Pass as we wait for race leader Stringbeam McConaughey. And looks like video is frozen, or it could just be we're stuck on Deer Pass. Tough to say.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely could be it.
Well, we will work on troubleshooting here. I'm sure you'd want to see the video, and no one really wants to hear us talk that much, so hopefully we can get that figured out.
I can just bring it to, I can bring it this. Oh, he went to TCU.
TCU.
Thank you, Dylan, who is out creating a film on Eric for this year's race.
The horned frogs?
The TCU Horned Frogs, that is correct. People still referring to Eric Sensman as the undisputed mustache king.
I can tell them there's been much disputed here in the studio whether he is actually, in fact, the mustache king, although we haven't seen Dom Grossman in a while. To refresh that here as we wait to see Stringbeam McConaughey come through Deer Pass and maybe get a glimpse here of Peter Ward as he heads into Jerome.
Our drone shot is not working there, but we will work on.
We've got a couple runners heading into or out of Mingus. Maybe we can get some eyes on that. Just see who we have coming in here.
It is not pulling that feed up either.
So looks like Bib. So looks like Stephanie Simpson we have heading into Mingus right now. And let's see who we have here. We can get a bib on the gentleman.
Yeah, Corinne, 92.
So that would be Mina Abraham from Egypt, 33 years old, heading in. So we have Stephanie Simpson and Mina Abraham heading into that Mingus aid station here. We just had someone show up on the drone. Tough to say.
Yeah, our drone is currently not pulling in. We'll go back to Deer Pass, which I know looks like it is frozen. It is not, in fact, frozen. We just await the race leader here.
Looks like, yeah, we have someone here on the Enzo drone. Tough to say who's coming in.
Yeah, it's not letting me.
Won't come up. Okay, well, we'll
No.
keep you updated there. Right now we're waiting on Peter Ward and Michael McKnight will be the next two coming into Jerome. So once we get eyes on them, we'll let you know. We just watched Stephanie Simpson and Mina Abraham come into that Mingus aid station. And it looks like we recently had Todd Bachman, Brianna Grigsby, Jody Seminel, Jose Sosa, and Benjamin Dulum head out of Mingus and on their way to Jerome. It looks like we got the nice view of quite a handsome couple of puppies there up at Mingus.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that Dan feed in, and it isn't currently working either. Oh, and there we go.
All right, we've got two runners here coming in, and this is coming down from into Jerome, correct?
Yep.
So this could be Mr. Mike McKnight. He's in that region. Could be Cole Crosby or Adrian Bagrin. They're both kind of in that 105-mile range. So we'll see the drone coming in closer here to Looks like whoever they are, they're moving well, though, coming down that dirt road into Jerome.
And we have someone in the chat. Man in the pink yesterday had an incredible stash. That's the great Dom Grossman.
That was Dom Grossman. Yeah, he definitely had a heck of a stash. And we look like we still have Colleen running up to try to catch somebody here coming into Jerome. Definitely have a couple runners here within pretty close proximity to each other. Peter Ward, Mike McKnight, Adrian Bagrin, Cole Crosby.
And let's see if we were maybe able to troubleshoot that issue here. And there we go. I think it's back up. We currently have race leader Joe McConaughey at Deer Pass. Again, the service out here is a bit spotty. So, yeah, thank you so much for bearing with us.
So it looks like Joe's going to take maybe a little bit of a longer break than he did at some of the past aid stations. He's going to be hanging out here at mile 130. We've got a lot of really good in-race footage from all over the place. Colleen's got Mike McKnight coming in here into Jerome, the Michael Jordan of 200s. He's in 6th.
Whoever called him that, really smart person.
That is really smart. Yeah, that is. It is. It must be a trailblazer in the world of ultra running commentary. Who came up with that? Moniker for Mike? But it looks like he is actually just rolling into Jerome here, and he's got a couple runners hot on his heels based on the Enzo drone there. So some other runners coming in very soon as well.
Again, you are currently looking at race leader Joe Stringbean McConaughey here at Deer Pass. This is about mile 130.8. So he's got about 14 miles before he gets to the Sedona aid station.
Yes, 144.9 is Sedona.
Amber Myers in the chat pointing out that whoever called Michael McKnight the Michael Jordan of 200 must have been brilliant, because I called him that on the live stream last year. Let's go. Definitely still a lot of race left. Another thing that's kind of cool about this right now is this is Joe McConaughey's first race over 100 miles.
Interesting. So even though he's a FKT king, it's
this is his first foray into these 200-plus mile races.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because instead of feeling the pressure of the clock on the FKT, you're feeling the pressure of athletes coming in behind you. And thanks, Graham, for that donation there. Much appreciated.
Yep. Shout out to Graham here, 15 Canadian dollars. Looks like our feed might be going in and out here at Deer Pass. Again, this is pretty remote. It's accessible in ways, like it's not far off of like a highway, but you're just kind of down in this valley surrounded by like massive red rocks and the Coconino Plateau and this expansive Verde Valley. So it is a little bit of a unique spot. And so let's go ahead and can we send it to the jam cam?
So we got eyes here on Eric Sensman on the jam cam.
And then it looks like we may have someone coming into Jerome right now as well. Well, whoever that is, they have a nice drink, a little beverage. Do we have a bib number, Colleen? Oh, it's a pacer.
Pacer.
Getting
gotcha.
see, it's smart. Getting your runner what they need.
Getting some refreshment there for.
So we'll go back to the
Mr.
jam
McKnight.
cam here.
So we've got Eric Sensman here Moving through on his way to Jerome, he is past that 100-mile mark, being paced by none other than Aravaipa's own Jamil Corey. Seems to be moving pretty well out there, putting one foot in front of the other. We just watched Michael McKnight roll into Jerome, and race leader Stringbeam McConaughey pop into the Deer Pass aid station at mile 130.5. Still have a pretty big contingent of runners hanging out at Mingus Mountain aid. Mandy Goody, Todd Holmes, Colin Fallon, Kerry Henderson, Chris Ragsdale, Andrew Glaze, Erica Sargent, Scott Jenkins, Minna Abraham, Ray Sanchez, and Brian Janizik all out there, including Connor McClelland, Chris Walsh, and Stephanie Simpson, all likely at that aid station as well. Mark DeFalco, who early on yesterday was in the top 5, I think took a sleep and some rest here at Mingus Mountain. He looks to be moving on here along with Mike Wilkinson and yesterday's birthday girl, Kylie Aldaz, also moving on from Mingus as they begin to head towards Jerome.
And here we have Michael McKnight. Is that a big, is that like a slushie?
Looks like a slushie.
That looks delicious.
Does look delicious.
Bit jealous. So Mike McKnight here regrouping, getting some calories in him here at Jerome before he heads on to what's going to be a warm stretch, but not nearly as warm as last year.
Not as hot, yeah, not as hot as last year. Still going to be toasty. It's still very exposed. I like the precautions that Mike McKnight is taking. He's got the long sleeve on. He's got the hood up. You know, after seeing how burnt he was last year.
The sunglasses as well when you get into that Red Rock country where it's very dusty.
Yes, yes.
And we've got, again, we do have eyes on Joe McConaughey. We know that it's a bit pixelated, but he is still in the Deer Pass aid station here. We're going to send it back over to Mike McKnight here.
And it seems that McKnight would have had to have passed a couple of runners to get to the aid station where he is now. And some of those athletes should be coming in here soon. Peter Ward, Adrian Bagrin, Cole Crosby, all showing within about 2 miles or so of this Jerome aid station. So this is going to be a pop in place here soon.
People saying Eric looking good. We do have eyes on the sensible one, Eric Sensman here. You know, I think that thus far, based on how he looks, he's running a very smart race.
I think so. Yeah, he seems to be staying within himself, which I think for your first foray into this distance is incredibly important.
Well, especially for someone like Eric who hasn't knocked 100-milers out of the park quite yet as well, right? So it's not like, oh, he's gone up and had success at 100-milers and now is moving up. He's had his battles at the 100-mile distance as well, which I think is what made it so cool for him to say, oh, I haven't had a good run at Western States yet, but let me do this thing because it terrifies me.
Well, and, you know, there could be something to be said for, you know, doing something like this to benefit his hundreds, at least from a mental standpoint. If you can get through something like this, even if you're not in the front of the race, it can benefit the way you feel about running a 100-mile race. And looks like at Stringbeam McConaughey, after another fairly quick stop, just heading out again.
Yeah, his stops have been like not super fast, but he hasn't spent a ton of time there.
15
it's been
minutes,
like a few minutes. It seems like 7, 10, 15 minutes, but no like big stretches. I am still curious as to when he's gonna nap. I think that's gonna play a pretty interesting role in how everything kind of shakes out.
Yeah, I'm going to say that you called it, and that he's probably not going to nap until he gets to Sedona, gets to that air conditioning, because, you know, if you're going to do it at some place that is comfortable for sure.
And he is on his way. He's going to be making his way to the Red Rocks of Sedona to the magical land of vortexes. Is it vortexes or vortices?
Probably vortices. That sounds
Yeah.
more. That sounds more
Well, it
right.
sounds cooler as well.
It does sound cooler. Yeah, it does sound cooler. Maybe he can channel some of that vortex power as he runs through the valley there.
And we're back on what we have as the jam cam. We're going to call it the sense cam, I think.
Still moving well, hiking with a purpose there for sure. So it looks like Michael McKnight is maybe getting ready to take off from Jerome. He seems to be getting his vest and stuff back on. He seems to be getting ready to take off and head out towards Dead Horse Ranch, the next aid station. So Mike McKnight not wasting too much time. And still no one else in the aid station yet, but it's showing that Peter Ward is close. So we should have eyes at some point here soon on Peter Ward rolling in, and he will be our 7th place runner as of now, with a couple other runners on his heels. But I'm guessing that with the way that Michael McKnight has been looking and moving, he has his eyes forward on Kevin Goldberg as his next person he has eyes on as he makes his way towards Dead Horse.
Yep, I would imagine so. It looks like, yeah, Mike is doing a good job at keeping the skin nice and protected.
Question in the chat if McKnight has napped yet. Do you know if he's slept at all? I know he took a break because of some stomach issues earlier, but I can't say for sure if he has slept yet.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. I know that he typically is another person who doesn't have to sleep much, so I think in most of his other 200s, it's been just like short, a few minutes at a time, naps. And during the first 50K last year, he had napped more than all of his 200-mile races combined.
I remember him mentioning he slept like 5 times on the way to up to Crown King or whatever.
And there you have it.
And he is heading out. He is on his way.
He looks to be moving pretty quick.
He's moving really well. Yeah, I got to say he's moving really well. And the way that he moved past some guys to get into this spot was impressive. Janet asking the chat, has Annie slept? We don't believe that Annie has slept yet. She right now looks to be around the Dead Horse Ranch aid station.
Which is another good spot to sleep if your crew's there.
Right?
If your crew's there.
Yeah. So she's right there. Garmeyer is getting close to that aid station. He's about 114 miles in, so should be getting word where he's at. And Coop has apparently moved out of Dead Horse Ranch and onwards towards Deer Pass, where we just saw String Bean McConaughey move on from.
Yeah, and a pretty sizable gap between Joe. I think it was about 11 or 12 miles.
Yes, we're looking at
checked.
about almost 12 miles currently.
Yeah.
Jason hasn't refreshed soon. Oh yeah, there we go. So yeah, it's about 12 miles right now.
And so let's go ahead and send it to the Sense Cam.
And according to the chat here, McKnight's Insta stories shows that he has slept at least a little. And as Matt was just saying, that maybe he's a guy who doesn't need to get as much sleep. So if he's taken a couple naps and worked through some of his stomach problems, he could be a guy to really watch over the next couple hours here. And Amber also letting us know that he did take a little bit of a nap. So definitely he has gotten some sleep, more so than a lot of the other leaders, and we'll see how that strategy plays out here over the next day, because some of these runners are going to have to lock down and take a nap. We know some slept, some in the back half of the top 15, top 20 took a nap over at when they were at Mingus Mountain. So we'll maybe see some movement there as those runners begin to move through this portion of the race. Right now we're watching Eric Sensman, and he is jogging again as he moves down the trail towards Jerome. And it looks like here, back in Jerome, Colleen maybe has some eyes on a van here. And we're waiting to see Peter Ward as he comes in. A reminder that our first cutoff of the day is over at Whiskey Row. That's going to be at 9:30 p.m. Right now, Stan Barry is our person bringing up the rear. He's only a couple miles out from that aid station right now. So a lot of our runners looking in a good position to make it through that Whiskey Row aid to start moving forward towards the next aid station, which is Iron King, which will have a cutoff time at 3:30 a.m. this morning. So a lot of the field looking good and moving well. Right now we're checking in at...
This has got to be is this a crew setup here?
Maybe this is Peter
in
Ward's
Jerome?
crew. We have a pacer here set up as well too.
Let me see if I can, let's see, unmute Colleen so that we can hear her and maybe get some more information. Colleen, if you can unmute yourself and let us know who you're talking to, that would be wonderful. Who do we have here? Yeah, so we can hear you in studio. The live viewers won't be able to, so we'll just relay the information here. Yep, so that's Josh Locke's crew, and that's his partner Alyssa Jones, another trail legend here in the Arizona scene. And then we've got Cody Stevens over here, I believe, who is skies out, thighs out, and he's making a film on Josh Locke, which is going to be awesome. I appreciated when Josh was wearing the bright yellow sun protection yesterday, so he was easy to identify. So I'll have to be on the lookout for what he's wearing today, so that it's easy for me to pick him out. Oh, and Chris Polito of the famous hashtag Polito Face on Instagram, a legend during the pandemic times of Queen Creek Running Company.
Yeah.
So yeah, huge shout out to those. And so that's Josh Locke's crew. Thank you so much, Colleen.
Yeah,
And Colleen, one more thing. How many miles are you at so far this morning?
Wow.
11.21 miles of interval training. Thanks so much, Colleen. And so there we have it. Josh Locke's crew.
Might be the setup of the day so far. I don't think
Well,
I've seen
I
a better
love
one yet.
the, is that like a shoe
Yeah,
holder?
like a shoe thing.
Yeah, that
yeah.
was pretty cool.
I was just thinking for the next time I run an ultra, I'm like, that's the U-Haul van, the shoe setup. That's quite a good one.
And we do have, it looks like, our next runners here coming down to the Verde River crossing. So making their way away from Jerome towards Dead Horse Ranch.
That could be Garmeyer, I think, would be our next person to get towards that crossing. Looks
No,
to be
Garmeyer has gone through. This should be,
Oh, okay.
I'm being told it's Mike McKnight.
It could be Goldberg.
Could be Goldberg.
Yeah, Kevin Goldberg would be the next going through the crossing, but unless they have this camera is opening up a little, because we just
Could have
watched
also
Mike McKnight
missed
left.
Goldberg, maybe, but got to get a little check in here. We've got Eric Sensman sitting in the shade here.
Maybe time for a little trail nappy.
It might be a time for a little trail nappy. And so we will let Eric get his rest. He still has my vote for mayor. And yeah, we're going to go to the drone here. Yeah, in the chat, The Adventures of Pinky and I don't know what that means, so I'm probably not going to pull it up. But with supplies in the slots, yes.
Yes,
That was the
absolutely.
clutch part. Oh, you don't have your shoe change in there, but you could if you needed
Yeah,
it.
you could have
You've
whatever
got
you need.
your entire assortment of gels.
Looks like that is potentially Goldberg there, based on the excitement coming from the chat heading
Yeah,
into.
and let's go
that
quickly
crossing.
here because it looks like we do have Sarah Ostaszewski here with Eric Sensman. So we're going to see
Third place
Sarah
woman.
O make the pass, and we're going to go back to the drone. Oh, yeah, that's Goldberg. Goldberg! Yeah, that's what he was wearing when he left, I
Yeah,
think.
it looks like he's moving pretty well too.
Aaron Simmons in the chat. I think it's catching us all off guard that Sensman is running Cocodona as a jolly. Yeah, he's just like, it sounds like fun.
Yeah, sounds like fun. Good time to take a nap, hang out in the shade a little bit.
What's funny, or not funny, what's cool is that he's moving really well.
He is, yeah.
Which has been good. Like, even when he's been hiking quickly, which has been really cool to see. So
Yeah, he doesn't look like he's labored in
probably
his
just
movements
getting
too much.
hot.
Yeah.
You come from 7,600 feet, you start to get down in this valley. The temperature change is going to be quite a bit.
And it looks like Ostazuski is going to hang out there and take a breather with him off the trail. So probably nice to have a little bit of company. He's been listening to Jamil, drawn on to him for the past couple hours. So nice to change that up a little bit.
Yeah, getting to chat with Sarah O.
As we watch Kevin Goldberg and his pacer here move on down towards the Verde River. And looks like Annie Hughes is still hanging out at that Dead Horse Ranch aid station right now.
Again, if she's got like a crew vehicle,
Yeah.
that's where we saw Michael Versteeg take his 3-hour nap in his crew vehicle.
So maybe she's taking this opportunity to get some rest as Jason Koop moves forward. And Jeff Garmeyer starts to close it from the other end. So we'll see.
I've got Brett Jorgensen, and I'm going to actually bring it on to Eric here. I love how he said something like, if you can't figure out how to run 100, run 250. He looks like he's in good spirits.
Hey, it looks like he's having a good time.
You know?
Looks like he's having a good time.
I wonder, so I believe that Jamil can hear me. So I wonder if Jamil can give us any insights. If I can find, nope. I'm not going to be able to find it, am I? That's okay. Let's go back to the Goldberg feed.
So Kevin Goldberg heading his way down into the Verde River. We just saw Michael McKnight leave from Jerome. He will be hot on his heels. And we should be seeing some other runners here in that aid station soon. Peter Ward, Adrian Bagran, and Josh Locke, who we just checked in with his epic crew up there in Jerome as well. So should be a couple other runners checking in there shortly. What shoes is Eric wearing? If I had my guess, they look like a pair of Speed Goats, Graham. So looks like he's rocking some Speed Goats out there. Had a couple other athletes cross that 100-mile mark. Mark Vogel, obviously Sensman, Ostazuski, and Tyler Welch have passed the 100-mile mark.
Peter Ward is sleeping. He's taking his nap in Jerome here.
Okay, so Peter Moore catching a little bit of a rest here in Jerome. So he's been there. He's resting up. We should see Adrian and Josh Locke come in here shortly. So it looks like some of the athletes are choosing to rest up a little bit now. And right now our drone feed has you on the descent down from Jerome State Historic Park down to the Verde River. So just a nice net downhill, about a 9-mile stretch or so from Jerome to Dead Horse Ranch. We just saw Kevin Goldberg running there. Michael McKnight hot on his heels right now. as we await a few other runners to come in here to Jerome, where Peter Ward is taking a nap and getting some rest to get ready for the second half here of
Looks
the
like we
Cocodona
might be
250.
having a battery swap here, so we're going to go over to Whiskey Row.
So back at the heart of the party scene here, Whiskey Row, 9:30 p.m. cutoff. Still, the vast majority of our athletes have moved through here. We are showing that there are a bunch still in. So shout out to all the athletes here: Kelly Hutchins, Elizabeth Russ, Charlotte Babcock, Dennis Paprocki, Brian Booth, etc., who are in here or just moved past the Whiskey Row aid station where that 9:30 p.m. cutoff is. Next cutoff is 3:30 a.m. at Iron King, which is 14 miles away from Whiskey Row. So both of those are crew access stations.
Oh, hold on. Colleen, I'm pulling that up. If you can show us that van again. Is that the Peter Ward mobile?
That looks like it does.
Yeah, it is.
It's the
Go Peter.
Ward. So it
Yep,
looks
so
like
that's
that
where
is
the nap is happening. We need to lower our voices
Yeah.
and make sure that we don't wake Mr. Ward.
hopefully Colleen
Needs
is
his rest.
tiptoeing around that van and out banging on the outside of the doors.
And we do have some movement on the jam cam as Eric Sensman, who maybe he sat down alongside the trail so that Sarah Ostazuski could safely pass, is back up and moving, probably just enjoying some of that shade. And who do we have? Oh, that is Cole Crosby.
Cole Crosby checking in, coming into Jerome here.
Cole Crosby, the Beast Coaster from Rhode Island. Cole is going into the aid station here. The feed is a little bit choppy here. So let's see. Looks like we may have some jam cam. And we lost that, so we'll go back to Jerome here. You know, Cole's from New Jersey, now lives in Rhode Island. Yeah. And looks like waiting our next runners here still. So let's go ahead. And we do have Cole Crosby in the Jerome aid station here.
And it looks like maybe Annie Hughes has moved out of Dead Horse Ranch, and she is on her way to Deer Pass. She's about 1.5 miles behind Jason Coop, who is in turn about 11 miles behind String Bean McConaughey. Jason Coop and Annie Hughes both heading towards that Deer Pass aid station at mile 130.5.
Let's go. We've got Senseman here on the Sense Cam.
Senseman looking good here, moving downhill, getting some running in after a little breather on the side of the trail. Good to see Eric moving well as he heads in towards Jerome and past the 100-mile mark. He's got about 6 miles left are in the range of that until he gets to that Jerome aid station. Right now we're looking in at Cole Crosby, the New Jersey native, Rhode Island resident here hanging out at Jerome. Cole Crosby was 5th at the USATF 50K Championships. So, and he has recent wins at the Manchester 55 miler and the MCW Westfield Ultra 9 hour. So a couple wins under his belt, and he is running well right now. We just watched Michael McKnight leave the aid station, so Cole Crosby here in 7th place. And we know Peter Ward is taking a nap and resting up to get ready for his next segment. If you missed it, we have word that Killian Korth has likely dropped due to some calf issues, so he is unfortunately no longer going to be in the race. So that puts Cole Crosby into 7th, and Adrian Bagren and Peter Ward 8th and 9th. It's followed by Josh Locke in 10th, who should be making an appearance here at the aid station shortly.
We are looking at Eric Sensman here.
Sensman, who was just passed by Sarah Ostaszewski as they were hanging out on the trail, moving up a little hill here. Right behind them would be Tyler Welch of Flagstaff, Dom Grossman, fellow candidate for top mustache in the race, Chad Trumbo, Pennsylvania's Rhoda Smoker, and Bree Grigsby from Tucson, rounding out that section of the trail. And looks like we have a couple more runners getting ready to approach the Mingus aid station. Peter Noyes, Steve Ellis, Ian Jones, Nathan Warner, and Flagstaff's Amy Gordon seem to be getting close. That is mile 91.6. So we have a couple runners there within maybe a half hour, 40 minutes or so of that aid station. As we look on now at the Mingus aid station here, runners have a chance to get some food, reach into their drop bags, pick up a pacer, see their crew. So definitely a good opportunity here at Mingus to rest up. And we saw a couple of our runners earlier, including early top 5 runner Mark DeFalco, take their nap at the Mingus Mountain Aid Station, take a little bit of a longer rest there. So we'll see how they can move through the next couple sections of the course.
Looks like we may have Michael McKnight here getting close to the Verde River crossing.
And he seems to be closing that gap pretty quickly on Goldberg. And so he's definitely moving incredibly well right now as we head into Sedona.
Oh, I'm being told that this is Goldberg. So we saw, yeah, that's Goldberg. We'd seen them further out. Our drone pilot came back in. Man, it's crazy how far out he was able to fly that drone.
Yeah, right?
Then we do have some footage of Eric Sensman.
Yeah, we
Getting
had
a report that Josh Locke is also hopping in his van to nap
All
at Jerome there as well.
It's taking a nap in that tricked out U-Haul van with all his gear there. So that'll be a couple of runners resting up. Josh Locke formerly with the banana jacket, now taking a rest here at Jerome. So that's him and Peter Ward both. And we just saw Cole Crosby roll in there. Didn't get a good look into how he looked, but running well in the top 10 so far. And right now we're looking in at Eric Sensman, just behind. We just have a little bit in the picture there. Sarah Ostaszewski, who was a 5th place finisher last year.
And there is Cole Crosby still in the aid station there, it looks like.
So now the sleep strategy is really kind of coming into play here as a couple athletes are taking their naps here, whether at Mingus or at Jerome or at some point moving forward. So definitely going to see some movement here on the leaderboard as, athletes trade places when they decide to sleep. Be interesting to see here in the top 5 between McConaughey, Coop, Hughes, Garmeyer, Goldberg, and McKnight, what the sleep looks like there and how that changes the order of the race over the next, couple hours.
Looks like our drone is going out trying to find the next runner here. Any chance that we rename the race to the Cocodona 401K? I think it's going to be a hard no.
Yeah, I don't foresee Jamil. While it rolls off the tongue nicely, I don't see him making that change anytime soon.
Who do we have here? Looks like we may have a little Jody Simonell action, as she is making her way down from Mingus Mountain.
Jody Simonell saw her back at Mingus Mountain. She is got
nice sock change up there.
Had the sock change. Look, she was having a good time. She looks like she's getting close to that 100-mile mark as well. She's having a good race. She is currently our, 6th woman? I believe she is our 6th woman through right now. So 6th or 7th. Yeah, number 6. So moving well, having a good day out there on Mingus Mountain. And we are back on the drone here as we wait to see some runners heading down into Jerome.
And we've got the jam cam here.
I wonder if that's Tyler Welch and Sarah Ostaszewski.
Well, it's definitely Sarah O.
Or maybe is it Sarah O and a pacer potentially?
Possibly. That would be my guess, probably. Though I'm not 100% sure.
It looks like Jamil has just left Sensman to rot, so to go get some more runners on film here. But Sarah Ostaszewski, she is looking great right now, a 3rd woman, just a couple miles behind number 2, Lauren Jones, who is in turn about 12 to 15 miles behind Annie Hughes, who is our top woman. And looks like Joe McConaughey has eclipsed the 132-mile mark, followed by Coop. He's right around 120, been running well all day. Annie Hughes at 118, also running well, about a 2-mile gap from Annie to Jason Coop. I mean, Coop's been keeping a great clip, but man, McConaughey just inching ahead a little bit there, opening up that gap a little bit more. So not a lot of movement going on between those two. But Jeff Garmeyer, 2 miles behind Annie Hughes as he approaches Dead Horse Ranch, and then 4 or 5 miles back to Kevin Goldberg, and another 2 miles back to Michael McKnight in 6th.
Is one of these commentators a host of Stuff You Should Know? Well, that would not be me. So do you host something
Uh,
called
no.
Stuff You Should Know?
Do not host any of that stuff, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, if you did, I would know.
You would know. It's true, exactly. Or if you did, you would know.
Oh man, people, R.I.P. Eric in the chat. In the chat. Well, I don't actually see him back there, so I don't. Jamil just left him under a bush.
Yeah.
This is actually a really beautiful part of Arizona,
Yeah.
and that's why, we're super stoked this year to be able to showcase this new route or new route down from Mingus to Jerome, but also to be able to showcase Jerome in general.
Yeah, and the vistas on this section of the course too, the one when he was just shooting in front of Ostazuski, were really, really incredible. So definitely these runners are getting quite the tour of Central Arizona here. Yeah, so we just saw Pete in the chat recently, but he's supposed to be here in about 20 minutes. So either he's in the chat on his phone, or he again forgot that he's supposed to be coming in to commentate. So we'll see.
Well, he's probably picking up the charcoal from down the road, and so while he's waiting in the checkout line, he's got to get the grill ready. That might be, is that Bryce Brooks pacing her? That might be Bryce pacing Sarah Ostazuski right now.
Yeah, there were a couple people in the chat saying it was saying Bryce. So
Oh, were they?
Yep.
Does Bryce have a fan club in the chat?
he had a little bit of a fan club. At least he had a couple
Oh.
people
Was
shout
it-
out his name.
It was probably Dylan Harris. It was probably just Dylan. That looks like Bryce. So Jamil Curry has now dropped his runner that he was pacing to join the Bryce and Sarah O party.
Maybe Eric was just getting a little snarky with Jamil over the over the course of the race, and
Ryan in the chat with a great question. Is route better pronounced route or route? Well, I have tried to make an effort to pronounce it route because apparently in Australia the term route has like a very different meaning.
interesting.
So my wife being Australian, she corrects me
Ah.
every time, and so I'm trying to make a conscious effort. Looks like Bryce and Sarah O have now forced Jamil to go back to Eric. They said, "Get out of our party here."
Oh, and there
And
comes
there's
Eric. So
Sensman right there.
he's not that far behind. Looking good.
There he is. His mustache is pretty good.
It's pretty good, and yeah, gotta give him credit. He's been rocking that mustache for a long time, so he's no Johnny come lately to the mustache game. He's been in it for quite a while. And they are starting. They're approximately about 4 or 5 miles out from that from the aid station here at Jerome. Still have Cole Crosby there. He looks like he is still hanging out at Jerome. Peter Ward and Josh Locke, we know, are taking naps. Matt Smith and Lauren Jones will be the next two we see coming in there. Matt Smith, we know, had a really productive night. He passed about 17 runners on his way up to Mingus Mountain, so he is still moving well. And then our second place woman, Lauren Jones, is about 106 miles in. She will be the next woman coming into Jerome here in just a few minutes. Right now we're locked in on the jam cam with Jamil and his pace E, Eric Sensman, as they work their way down to Jerome. Eric looking strong. Seems like he's been moving pretty well. We should have had a couple other runners here come into Mingus. People definitely getting close. Looks like Ray Sanchez, Peter Noyes, and Tim Kronk are all there or very close. Yuri Hollick, Minna Abraham came in earlier, maybe taking a nap. Aaron Drasler getting close. Amy Gordon also getting close with Flagstaff, and Jason Massey. So that Mingus Mountain aid station is going to be popular and pop in here sometime in the near future as runners, as we get toward the mid-pack, start to head in.
Yeah, and we will have more camera feeds up there. Our 2 filmers recharging their phones and gimbals, so we'll continue checking in at Mingus Mountain as well.
And looks like Sensman here rolling up on Ostaszewski and her pacer. So we have a group of 4 here if you include Jamil himself.
Well, you got, the 2 runners, the 2 pacers, all Arizonans.
It's an Arizona party.
Snowman in the chat. It would have been funny if Eric had come around the corner having a little child meltdown as he was following Jamil. That would have been actually really funny.
And note here in the chat that Aaron Drasler did the Leadville 100 while pregnant, which is crazy and super impressive. She is right about to check in at Mingus Mountain right around mile 91. So that's a pretty impressive lady back there.
And it looks like Sensman has now passed Sarah Ostaszewski. These 2, I imagine, will be kind of working together. These 4 runners, 2 runners, 2 pacers, all who know each other, probably going to be staying pretty close together, I would imagine, for at least the foreseeable future.
Yeah, nice to see some friendly faces out there for sure. Something else to monitor too. It looks like McKnight is within about a little over a mile from Kevin Goldberg, so that gap may be starting to tighten a little bit in the top 5 from Kevin Goldberg to Michael McKnight. We saw how well he was moving coming off of Jerome. He was like a man on a mission, and so he continues to be so. And looks like Jamil wants to show off his total distance ran today.
12.71 miles.
We'll have to check in with Colleen when we get a chance and see where she's at.
I think Colleen is clocked out for the day.
She is done. So it looks
Bryce is eating some corn nuts. It's a party out there on the trails for the. We need to think of a nickname for this little posse here of Sensman, Ostaszewski, Bryce Brooks, and Jamil Curry. We may have to send that to the chat if they can come up with a name that we are allowed to say on air for this this crew of misfits here. I love that Bryce new to the 250-mile game, although he's just pacing, obviously. He's got the sun protection down.
He's got some Sour Patch Kids, too. He's got
classic.
All types of high-end nutrition. Only the best for world-class athletes such as these.
And he's going to give Jamil some Sour Patch Kids. Jamil most likely forgot any sort of nutrition.
Yeah.
He probably just grabbed all the camera stuff.
Yeah, has a
and
water
forgot.
bottle, yeah. Sharing is caring out there, so good to see Pacers helping Pacers.
Yeah, it's not muling if it's a fellow Pacer helping a
There
fellow
you go.
Pacer, right?
We got some good names coming in. We got the snack pack.
Oh, I do like the snack pack. Yeah, and thank you, actually, Trails Von Mutter, for pointing this out. It's not an 8-hour limit. We are able to stream longer because we're going straight to YouTube. But at about the 2 o'clock hour, we will be shifting to a new stream. And at that time, we will also be shifting to a new commentary duo. You'll still be stuck with me, unfortunately, but I will be joined by Mr. 8 More Miles himself, the
best chef to ever finish second place at the Cocodona 250, Mr. Pete Mortimer, the king of grilling meats. He will be joining us here when we switch streams. So again, at 2 o'clock, we will be switching streams over. The second stream for today is already up on our YouTube channel, so you can check it out over there already. I believe YouTube will actually kind of guide you that way. But yeah, here at about 2 o'clock, the great voice of Nick Hilton will be leaving us, and we'll be joined by the angelic voice of Peter Mortimer.
Probably even better voice of Peter Mortimer. So excited to get him on, listen to his insights as the best chef to ever finish second. I've got to believe he has some invaluable stories to tell here on the stream.
It's going to be great. All I know, and I know Stephen Crawford is in the chat, so I will point this out, is Pete has walked in with a bottle of whiskey and may or may not have already poured a Dixie cup, which I can appreciate. You know, being from the Midwest, in the middle of nowhere's, you know, it's nice to drink out of a Dixie cup.
I mean, do you even like whiskey if you don't drink it out of a whiskey cup? I feel like that's probably the way to imbibe.
We do have some names still coming in the chat. I forgot all about the names. The Quattro Carnage.
Yeah, we got Quad Carnage, Quattro Carnage.
The Sour Patch Slickers. Actually, like that one's coming up on screen here. I like that a lot. That was good.
Just got a ping here from Kevin Goldberg. That gap between Goldberg and Michael McKnight is down to about 1.4 miles. So well over 2 miles earlier, so they are moving. They're getting closer here.
And we will keep it on this jam cam for the time being. We do have a drone up in the sky here. And we are searching for the Sour Patch Slickers, as they've now been dubbed. I think that's pretty good. The Snack Squad is also good.
And we should be seeing Jeff Garmeyer pop into the Dead Horse Ranch State Park aid station soon. He's right around mile 117. So our fourth place runner as of right now moving into that Dead Horse Ranch, only a couple miles behind Annie Hughes, who is our top woman in third. And we should be seeing Lauren Jones and Mark Vogel head into Jerome here in the very near future. They're only a couple miles out, and we know that Josh Locke and Peter Ward are taking naps right now.
And we are getting the drone up as we have eyes on Mr. Michael McKnight, I do believe. So we will switch over to that.
And it looks like Matt Smith and Adrian Bagrin are also in the area of that aid station right now. So between Crosby, Locke, Smith, Bagrin, Peter Ward, that's a bunch of people hanging out right now at Jerome waiting to move on.
It looks like we have eyes. Looks like we have eyes on Michael McKnight here. And again, this is in between Jerome and Dead Horse Ranch State Park aid stations. This is just maybe a mile or so prior to runners crossing the Verde River.
It looks like Dom Grossman of Mustache fame also has crossed over that 100-mile mark as Trumbo, Smoker, Grigsby, and Bachman get close to it as well too. So more and more athletes getting over that 100 miles as they move from Mingus, that long stretch from Mingus to Jerome, 17 miles. And now that it's starting to get a little bit warm, athletes are going to have to start thinking about what they're packing over that stretch and maybe do a little better than Jam Jam, just eating a handful of Sour Patch Kids out there for that stretch of running.
And so we just saw Michael McKnight on the drone moments ago and being told that he looked really good, was talking away, so in good spirits. Again, still a lot of race left, but I think it's good that he has probably already troubleshooted one of the handful of problems that may come about in a race like this, right? And so getting through one, I think and moving forward pretty well, I think is going to set him up for success, and he's looking really strong.
And he's also taking a little bit of a nap as well, too. So as some of the runners ahead of him probably kip a nap here at the near future, he's already spent a little bit of time sleeping. But, I mean, he is moving really well, and I think I wouldn't be surprised to see him catch up with Kevin Goldberg between now and the next aid station, or at least at the next aid station. So things are really tightening up at the back end of that top 5, and Jeff Garmeyer still moving really well, too, as he approaches Dead Horse Range himself.
I think Sarah O may have just maybe taken a little tumble there.
Well, I hope that she is all right.
Like the rock star she is, she's back up and moving immediately.
Yeah, shook it off pretty fast, which is good.
Yeah, so hopefully nothing happened. Jamil is showing us there's a lot of loose rock there.
Especially when you're getting tired and not picking up your feet as much, it can be treacherous out there.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, you're over 100 miles in at this point, right? And it's been maybe a different kind of challenge than last year's course was, where it was like maybe the conditions and there was a lot of climbing that really took it to you. This is challenging maybe in like the exact opposite way.
Yeah.
Where it's like you had maybe a lot more runnable terrain early on, which would seemingly be a lot better, but it also presents its own unique kind of challenges.
Yeah, this looks like a particularly tricky section to make your way through if you're starting to get a little bit of fatigue. A lot of loose rock here, a little bit more technical, but looks like they're maybe about to pop out on a dirt road, and that might be the dirt road that begins their trek down into Jerome. So maybe that's a welcome sight after traversing that little more techie section.
And there was a question in the chat about bandwidth on the drones. It's not that we're using different drones, it's that we're filming on an entirely different course, essentially. And so obviously some of the locations are the same, but they might not have been drone locations last year, depending on when runners are coming through. So we're just at different locations. We're using, if anything, probably better drones than we were a year ago. It's just that the course is a little bit different, which forced us to fly out of different locations.
And really good shot here of Ostazuski and her pacer with the, that was a really good shot, and it is no more.
We do still have them on the drone, though.
And we got them on the drone. There we go. So good shot of Jamil and Sarah Ostazuski and her pacer Bryce running down here into Jerome.
And again, we're kind of in the middle of nowhere, so the footage on the camera looks like it may be.
And I'm sure we should have eyes on Sensman somewhere in the
Who
area
is
as well there.
Who is in front of them?
Let's see. So it could either be Tyler Welch. He is in their area, unless Sensman's in front now. But there's Tyler Welch, Sarah Ostazuski, and Sensman are all within, according to the last ping, about 1/10 of a mile of each other. So they're all pretty close.
My guess is that that's Eric.
They are certainly moving pretty fast on that downhill, though. I don't know if they'll reach the Jeff Garmeyer speeds of 5:30 miles coming down there, but probably feeling good to open up the legs again after a little bit of a technical stretch there.
being told in the chat that the Goldberg crew is still here.
Goldberg crew has never left. I mean, right now, based on that ping variance, him and McKnight are getting even a little bit closer. So we'll see when the next time he pings through there. They're still about a mile ahead of Michael McKnight. But that gap is starting to get smaller as we look in here on Ostazuski and Bryce. Moving down into Jerome, moving well. Glad that Sarah didn't have any issues after that fall, so that's always good to see.
Oh, and we got Bryce doing some airplane arms. He might have been stretching. We saw String Bean doing some stretching a little bit earlier.
Good to open up the chest a little bit when you've been in this tight position for so long. So
we got some folks wanting a little bit of a check-in over at Mingus. So we'll go ahead and we'll send it to all the happenings here at Mingus. There is Mike Santos. I don't know his official title, but he handles a lot of the logistics. He may be I should look. I think he's the logistics coordinator, maybe, but he makes sure that all of the stuff needed for every aid station gets to where it needs to go. So huge shout out to Mike there. And then Jubilee Page has been helping out at this aid station as well.
And a lot of runners in and around there right now. Looks like there's a ton of athletes who are coming in, hanging out there, or just leaving. So it's a popular place at the moment.
And here we see, yep, that was definitely Eric Sensman, Sarah O, and Bryce. Just absolutely crushing. And now we've got the mustache man himself, Eric Sensman. We have James Tadajewski, I believe is how I was instructed to pronounce it, with the $10 donation, giving a shout out to the Denim Cowboy, his brother, I believe. So we'll take it to Mingus here.
Denim Cowboy still en route to that Mingus aid station. Looks to be around mile 83, 84. So maybe we'll be able to get eyes on him here in a couple hours as he makes his way there.
Carrie Ward in the chat saw a sweet upright bass private concert there at Mingus last year. Well, Carrie, the viewing audience got to see a little bit of a concert at the Sedona aid station last year, courtesy of one of your crew members or pacers, I believe. So huge shout out to you for allowing us to broadcast that to the audience during the live stream. I don't know what you said, but you got the Goldberg fans in the chat saying in all caps, Goldberg has not left.
I mean, I don't think I said anything to incite the Goldberg stands on me, but it does look like Michael McKnight's tracker has popped off here as well too. Matt checking in here, so something going on with that, but hopefully that pops back in here at some point.
What did we decide we were calling this crew? The Sour Patch Slickers?
Sour Patch Slickers, yeah.
Okay. They're still pretty close together.
Yeah, still in sight. Still in sight there. Hopefully that they gave Jamil some more Sour Patch Kids to get him through the last couple miles of this section just in case he starts to bonk a little bit.
Now the question is Jamil going to take Eric all the way to the aid station, or is he going to stop where the drone pilot is?
That is the true question. I guess we'll see here shortly.
I think Eric currently is just saving his legs for the downhill into Jerome.
Looks like he's breaking out the poles. Yeah.
I believe Pete in the chat yesterday was saying how useful the poles became on some of these downhill sections. We do have Sour Patch Slickers on the drone here. I love how I'm just casually referring to them as the apparently we are meant to refer to Mr. Goldberg as Other Cheetah.
Other cheetah.
And you can see the four amigos here on your screen moving along this kind of Forest Service road.
There's a question in there asking if McConaughey had slept at some point yet. We don't believe that McConaughey has taken a nap at all. Whereas Jason Koop has, Annie Hughes, we don't believe so, and Jeff Garmire also
Jeff Garmire definitely is not.
has not. So there is some sleep deprived individuals there in that top four.
Looks like we may have a check-in on the Annie cam here. I believe that's still Lindsay McDonald. If we can just get it turned horizontal, and we have it. Here we go.
We're looking in here at Annie Hughes, our third place runner right
And
now.
It is currently
Or not.
stuck on Lindsay's face. So we'll come back to the jam cam. Yeah, it looks like she may have just dropped out. Oh, and I'm being told by James Tadayevsky that is a perfect pronunciation.
Wow.
Chris Warden gave me the phonetics of how to pronounce it, and I still can't remember in my head how I'm meant to pronounce it.
That's how you know you're an expert commentator, when you get the perfect pronunciation on those silent J's and W's. And right now we're just watching Eric Sensman work his way down into the Jerome aid station here. He is being paced by Jamil Corey, so they were just running with Sarah Ostaszewski and her pacer.
And it looks like we do have the Annie cam back up here, courtesy of the great Lindsay McDonald, Flagstaff Zone, the pride of Kansas City, Missouri.
Beautiful section of trail that they're on right now, as well as they are on their way over to the Deer Pass aid station. Annie looking like that she's moving well, so good
Yeah.
to see.
My guess is that did she nap at that last aid station?
She was there for a little bit, but maybe not, because she's only a couple miles behind Coop, so that has stayed pretty consistent, that distance between the two of them. So
And we are getting questions in the chat about Michael McKnight, whether he was a DNF. We cannot confirm that as of right now.
could just be a tracker issue right now. That might be a little surprising, because he was moving very well.
Our race command reached out to me to see if Michael McKnight, if I could confirm, and I am asking them if they can confirm. So we will get to the bottom of this.
Eventually someone will confirm whether Michael McKnight is in the race.
Yeah, and in the chat here, she's crushing it. Go, Annie. I agree.
She's been having a great race. Really strong yesterday. It looks really good today.
Good luck keeping up with her to record. Thankfully, this is Lindsay Mack on the follow cam and not me, because I would have already been dropped. Lindsay, an incredible athlete in her own right, will hopefully have no problems keeping up with Annie, since she's her pacer. So.
And right now we can't confirm that Michael McKnight dropped out. So we're thinking maybe it's something going on with the tracker as he was moving pretty well, but there are some issues right there. So hang tight. That hopefully get that fixed here sometime in the near future.
POTUS Jesus, which is a great name to begin with. Who was it that referred to poles as European cheater sticks? There's only one person who would have maybe the audacity to say that and then use poles, and that would be the great Michael Versteeg. The Adventures of Pinky and the Poof. Yeah, we had Michael McKnight on the drone earlier, and that is why we said when we saw him, he looked great.
He looked great. Yeah.
You never know what happens in between there and Dead Horse Ranch.
But the chat's also right that he would have to get to an aid station to drop, and he would not have reached the next aid station from Jerome.
There wouldn't have been enough time either.
No. Also, a good point out there that Josh Locke is back on the move, so it looks like he is starting to head out of.
And the same with Cole Crosby, I believe.
Cole Crosby, yeah, both those two are moving out of Jerome. Lauren Jones, Peter Ward, Adrian Bagger, Matt Smith are all still there as far as we're aware.
Shout out to Lauren Jones, Atlanta native. I think someone in the chat had asked if we had a feed there. We unfortunately do not currently have a feed of Jerome.
Lauren Jones moving up the field too. She is now inside the top 10 as the second woman, so she's having a really good day today. And looks like we still have eyes here on Annie Hughes, our top woman, as she is moving through towards the Deer Pass aid station. Moving, it looks to be very well. Having an incredible 2 days so far out here at the Cocodona course.
It looks like some people in the chat might be taking the European cheater sticks thing a little too seriously, considering that same individual did use what he dubbed to be European cheater sticks. So I believe it was in jest.
Rumor has it that Versteeg is passing out double doubles at the top of Ellen this year, so maybe that's something to look forward to for some of the runners. And right now we still have eyes on our third place runner, Annie Hughes, as she works her way through to Deer Pass. Ahead of her is Jason Koop. He is currently second at about 122 miles. And String Bean Joe McConaughey still leading the race, 134 miles in. He came through about the halfway point around 25, 26 hours, so he's moving at a heck of a clip. Jeff Garmeyer is in third. Jeff Garmeyer in fourth. Kevin Goldberg is in fifth. And Michael McKnight was last seen in sixth, having some issues there with the spot tracker. I'm sure we'll get that sorted out here shortly.
And we're going to go to the Jam Cam.
Here we are watching Sensman work his way down into
There
Jerome.
we go. We got a drone shot here.
All right, looks like it's about my time to exit out of the commentary spot here.
Yep, and we actually are going to shift live streams here, so we need to reset streams. So make sure you make your way over to day 2, stream 2, and we will kind of take a couple minutes to reset everything, and we will see you all over there in just a couple moments. Bye.